Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is time for the Challengers coverage here at the Miami Open. My name is Bryce. Joining me here, of course, my long-term duo, Chris Tunn.
Yes, very excited to jump into some local area network, Brycey. We haven't got over this in a little while, it feels like, and excited to get into... Look, I would be more excited if I was actually in Miami. I would have had a chance this morning, you know, get on the beach, a little bit of tan as it goes. I was in the northeast of England and we played golf, but irrelevant of that, I'm still very happy to be here and excited to get into what should be a wonderful, wonderful 2 days.
Yeah, me too. Some big teams are ready to rock through the bracket, which we can take a look at and show you how it's gone so far. At the moment, heading up the winners, Team Notorious going against Royal Spartans, Stallions and Vegas Academy, Team Orchid and Team War, Omit and Law Gaming. The rest of this bracket will populate as we get through the days, Ton.
Yeah, already, of course, a full day and a little bit of competition have went down. So there has been some games going on, some relatively interesting results, but also for mostly par for the course, is what we kind of would have expected. Obviously, with some substitutions, with some players getting called up and doing very well on main stage, by the way. That has, of course, maybe altered a couple of teams in how they have maybe done, or maybe would have done. But other than that, it has kind of been as expected. So we will run through it as we kind of go through the day as things start to populate a little bit more. You guys can keep an eye on the bracket at home as well. But our very first game is an interesting one. Omit Brooklyn taking on Team Falcons Academy. So this should be a pretty decent run out for both these two squads. But of course, we are in the losers bracket. So Omit Brooklyn are one of the teams that was affected. Of course, we've seen Paul X come in after retiring. Now he's been brought out of retirement, but now going up against Team Falcons here and the loser side of things. And there are some very, very solid players on this roster. So this is not going to be an easy game, but Omit Brooklyn will be expecting to come into this one and have a good run at it. But it is by far not the easiest losers bracket game you could have got.
No, it's definitely going to be a bit of a difficult one. These two basically monster teams ready to throw down against each other, Ton. And well, that'll be the difficult part for them, realistically, as you get into this stage of the tournament. A lot of big teams come in swinging, and you can't really afford to take your step off the gas at any point at all. Still, a lot of day left for Call of Duty to be played, so these teams will want to keep on running.
Yeah, look, it's a long old day. I think, you know, we're going to be covering 4 different games here on the broadcast, just as we get through each and every single stage. Obviously, we're going to have time for everyone to get themselves set up. We are at the mercy of everything that's going on in the venue, so we will be keeping up as best as we possibly can. But I believe, actually, you know what, I'm not going to say it. I'm not even going to say it. I was about to tempt fate there, Brycey, but I'm not going to do it. I am too long in the tooth to be doing that these days. But look, it's a big old day for them here today. We've got tomorrow coming up as well, of course, where we will find out our winner. But this is how things are going to kick off between Omit Brooklyn and Team Falcons. Redcon Hardpoint, Redcon Search and Destroy, Vault Control going to be coming up after that. If we need to see them, it'll be Protocol Hardpoint and Hacienda Search and Destroy.
Yeah, not an unusual kind of split of maps coming through here. People seem to have settled in quite nicely. The only thing I have noticed over the last couple of months, Ton, is that Hacienda usually appears more than this, kind of in any series that we end up seeing. So only seeing in the very final map is quite telling about how it all went down with our kind of bans.
Yeah, I think realistically speaking, we see probably a bit more Hacienda in Europe, I want to say. You know, you do see kind of that correlation to a certain degree back and forth across the pond. But when we do jump into this one, it is going to be interesting to see how things do kick off on red card. We're going to be heading into the hard point. And look, we're rolling straight into things here, Brycey. No messing around. We're into game number 1. Let's get it.
Well, it's time for it to kick off. All of the gameplay, all of the fun, all of the time. Oh, let's find out just how well this one is going to go down. These two teams obviously going to make a little bit of a run themselves, waiting to find out who wants it more on the day. And a lot of big names.
A lot of big names. I think this is one of the bigger names in Omit Brooklyn, of course. Just, of course, having to lose one of their best players immediately towards Toronto Ultra. We'll keep an eye on how things are going to go out for those boys. But looking over towards Omit Brooklyn, of course, Paul X. Well, he's having his foray into the Warzone scene, Brycey. And let's see how he's going to do when he's back in the pit itself. Let's see what they can bring to the table. I think it's a tough one for them. Of course, we've got some very recognizable names on the roster. You got King, Vixel, of course, both these guys having a shot on the biggest Falcons. Encourage, of course, is a very, very solid player. He's been around for a long time now and starting to kick around in challenges, up and down, of course. But some solid solid players, I should say, on this roster.
Yeah, it certainly is, and every single one of these players wants to kind of prove themselves here as well. You've got to remember there's been a lot of talk as well about how these players are getting on in the grand scope of things and how they're going to potentially move forward into it. And I would even go so far as to say, Ton, that this may be one of the last big chances for a last-minute pickup for some of these teams. As obviously we have crossed that kind of halfway run into the CDL, so there might be maybe one or two last trades.
Well, I think realistically speaking, there is another opportunity for that, but I suppose we're seeing from Mercules' point of view that it has kind of been worth the Toronto Ultra giving them a go. Maybe Beans is probably not one of the only people who's not enjoying it actually happened. Team Falcons trying to enjoy some time here over towards P2. And with Brooklyn now swarming towards this backside, but I mean, it is something to note. This one with Brooklyn side are down here, and obviously, as you guys will know, they're running the 3P in Elite in NA, so they really don't want to find themselves down at this kind of level. Of course, substitute coming in very, very late is not going to be helping things, but looking for a bounce back here on the losers bracket. Not a bad start here on map number 1.
Doing pretty well so far, but Exceed just waiting for this one, looking see if he can make a bit of a pinch. Not going to get that first kill, and that's pretty big. It shuts down the avenues here. Omit Brooklyn now going to have to try and make a bit of a bigger headbutt. You can already see another split coming through. This Craze tries to do the same thing. Will he get caught as well? Looking for the player in the corner, and they just can't gun them on this stairwell. Yeah,
nicely done by Icons. That's a big gunfight to win. He loses that, all of a sudden the setup could crumble. One's towards the backside now from Brooklyn, trying to find a way in if they can. Hawkins aware of this. King trying to stay alive. Can not find a great deal. Just a kill on to Exceed, but still trying to find this push. Team Falcons now trying to find themselves a little bit of a lead. 20 points on Rising. And Courage already on the rotation over towards P4 here as well. Good shots coming in from Prolute though. He'll shut that down, and all of a sudden the collapse can come in from Brooklyn. But that's some good times for Team Falcons over towards P3.
Got to be careful though about this rotation. So far, Brooklyn looking for the heavy soak, but it's still going to be losing a little bit in the kill feed. The Falcons moving up here now as well as Craze tries to take down as many as possible. Has slowed them down quite nicely, actually. You saw basically every single Falcons member stop dead in their tracks, and this has allowed Omit Brooklyn to really start getting even more time on here, and we have got a lead change.
Yeah, King was here though, and he kept it contested for a little while. Just keeps the presence there. Prolute can find him, but not before Wixel will be able to find the kill himself. Prolute finds a second, is not able to get out. So it's a nice break back from Falcons though. Maybe took a little bit of time just to get themselves in there. It was a nice wipe originally from Omid Brooklyn. They will potentially find a way back through here. Final 10 seconds going over towards Omid Brooklyn. Yeah, they will pick up the majority of the time. 5 seconds or so remaining. This rotation over towards P5 now. Going to be hotly contested. But nice bounce back from Omid Brooklyn. That's not the easiest hill to get a whole load of time on. They do a really good job of answering what was a really nice hold towards P3 for Falcons.
Well, here comes what will be one of the more mixy hills, though, Ton, and everybody going to throw in for both sides, and you can see everybody just going for positioning. This is one of those nightmare hills that we see time and time again, where getting into it obviously is great, and you can soak a bit, but getting into it and getting that position, very, very dangerous. They know where you are. There's not a lot of cover if you do get caught, and it is a bit of a kill box. There's already player going down, but it will be Omid Brooklyn that push a little bit more aggressively in here to get some time back.
Yeah, Paul X doing a good job stepping in as the substitute. And a couple of kills himself now, and the rest of the team surrounding him, trying to help him get this time. King can find 2, though, coming in through Office, can find 3. Push through ticket. Well done from King. Will find 4. Grace is able to shut down 3 of his own, though, so it's big haymakers back and forth between these two teams. Perlu now inside of the point. They'll soak up that final few moments, but it is going to be Omid Brooklyn with only an ever so slight lead. You were thinking off the rip, good start at P1 and 2, but a nice hold from Team Falcons over towards P3 kept them in it.
This is looking like a very tight game, Tad. I mean, realistically, both teams performing pretty well. I will say, obviously, Falcons encourages not having the greatest of runs so far, and with how close this game is, if he turns a bit of a corner, it certainly could change everything. But so far, so good for Omid Brooklyn. As everybody still piles in towards P1, it should really be a bit of a lock now for the Falcons, but this may be just a little bit about this P2 rotation.
Yeah, King seems to be doing his best here for the Team Falcons. He's finding clutch moments time and time again. And he kills to his name as well, 24 and 15. Encourage, maybe struggling a little bit on that side of things, but King more than making up for any slack that has potentially been lost. Probably trying to find something from the backside, so you find the kill there. Team Falcons trying to clear base if they can. Spawning over Brooklyn out far enough away that there should be free enough time. Have to be careful not to get forced back, though. Those couple of gunfights could put them in a sticky spot.
It's a good first kill by King. Oh, not quite able to grab the second. I thought he should be able to lock that one down. Unfortunate, but more players piling in. Still have a little bit of the advantage. Holding this one for Icons, and you can see they're being a little bit hesitant to try and push it, but a good hold from the Falcons. Brooklyn will put a bit of pressure on this, but with a split spawn coming in, they're going to pinch it out.
King trying to stay alive. Lingering around the point. Over Brooklyn have maybe struggled to get themselves in until Paulex does that. He can find two. 25 and 15. Rotation is in. And that will be the final 15 seconds of scrap time. That could have been a very, very different outcome if Over Brooklyn don't find their way in. And all of a sudden, it's only a 10-point game. It very well could have been a 30-40 one. Rotation's starting to fall now, though. All of a sudden, Exceed is left all on his own, just trying to stay alive. The rest of the team spawning up behind him. And with Brooklyn, you've got to do better over towards P3 than you did in the last rotation.
This is a big push. Exceed looking for it. This might catch a few players unaware. Already going to find Wixel. Can he make the kill? Doesn't even need to. His teammates have got most of them. Big kill from Wixel, though. Shutting it down. Still keeping it quite even around the point, and that's a huge win for Brooklyn. They should be able to lock the rest of this time down.
That splits. And Courage is going to get caught out here as well. Should be taken down and is. Yeah, Craze will find him. Now it's about fighting from off the back foot if you're on Brooklyn. Team Falcons have kind of surrounded you. King can find two again. He seems to be the guy that is, well, getting the job done here for Falcons on multiple different occasions. He's found some big kills. Big two-piece here and there, and that'll just open things up for them, and then they can follow on, and the rest of the team doing their job to find their trades. Now we're heading over towards P4. It's going to be Team Falcons with a good couple of kills towards the latter stages of P3. It sets them up nicely over towards the stage.
See, Icons is looking, but there is a player who has slipped a little bit, and we'll have to come back for him, and this is just unfortunate timing. That is not what they wanted to see, and well, the Falcons have got everybody but Craze.
Eventually do take him down. This is a really nice hold from Falcons. Taking up some solid time. Exceed some really nice shots, though. Him and Pro Elite will combine. Now all of a sudden, P4 control under the wing of Omid Brooklyn. 20 seconds remaining here. We'll put them on the spitting distance of the lead. Team Falcons, though, still in a steady spot. They know they can rotate, but they can also make the push. Icons will find two. Exceed can find one back himself. Can he find the second? Not quite. Encourage one can find something, but Craze will shut him down. Such a tight game between these two, Bryce. Honestly, I thought Omid Brooklyn would come in here swinging, but Substitute coming in this late stung a little bit.
I mean, Paulex is doing pretty well, though.
Yeah, but I know, but at the same time, you know, you would expect them to be able to breeze through, but it's not looking that easy so far. They're down 20.
Yeah, Falcons definitely taking every part of this conversation so far, and how much more time can they get onto this? Because realistically, Omid Brooklyn are swarming around, but somehow still fighting. Enough players to overwatch. Reinforcements for both sides about to flood. This will be a four-man banger as everybody finds in, but so far so good. It is going the way of the Falcons. They should be able to gain control back once again.
This is the first really solid lead we've seen in quite some time. With Brooklyn trying to find a way and just get him out the point. That's all you can do if you're Exceed. You'll get taken down. 15 seconds up for offer. I think if you're Falcons, you're fine with not taking that, but well, you could have kept them off it. That's 3 kills going to fall over Brooklyn's way. Now we can rotate over towards the next rotation of hills. B1's about to pop. It's about a 50-point lead for Team Falcons. A massive scalp for them if they can take it.
They're doing pretty well about it so far as King 41 kills to 26. Just a huge reason why they have this advantage. A bit of a pinch coming down there as well. You can see Craze coming towards the back. That cleans out P1 for now, and everybody down from the Falcons. Got to keep aware of this spawn up. For Brooklyn, they might be able to get a significant amount of time here if they win a couple more kills.
I think Paulex is just being told, right, just go and slay. See what we can do. And he is doing that job to the ultimate degree for the squad now, 40 and 26. But his team are down 40. That has to be the problem. Prolu can find 2, can't find the 3rd in the middle of the map. They're trying to keep them a beer here, but Falcons are just going to chip away where they can. 10 seconds remaining here over towards P1. Omid Brooklyn probably need this time, and a good rotation over towards P2 is paramount. Falcons going to try and find a way through, straight through the front door. First couple of kills over towards Omid Brooklyn. This game could see another hill, Bryce.
For Brooklyn, this is big. Omid really just want to hold this for every single second. And the Falcons know it as well. They're going to try and break it straight away, but another jump over the wall as Paul X gets 2. He gets another. Whistle's trying to find everything but can't as well. And so far, Omid Brooklyn are holding. They have flipped the spawn here. There is an opportunity to not only take the lead, but potentially get a flawless finish.
Oh, Chris. Starting to heat up a little bit over towards this backside. 29 seconds or so remaining on this hill. And so far, Omid Brooklyn have got every single one of them. It feels like Team Falcon's just starting to panic a little bit, heading towards this hill. Can you find another here? If you're crazy, you pick it up in the middle of the map. You know where they're spawning. This is brilliant time. And a potential lead switch here for Omid Brooklyn as Craze finds 5 in a row. He's about to find his 6th through the middle of the map as well. Incredible work from him. Some brilliant time for Omid Brooklyn. That's a full 60.
And this is what I said. Back to back. The rotation is on. A flawless finish here for potential. They look for it once again. The Falcons will have to rally. There is no time to panic. You have let this game slip through your fingers and only 10 seconds remains. Huge fight on the air and Encourage will win it. Falcons need to get into this point and hold them off. They know this is about positioning, but more kills on the stairwell. And Proloot with a 2. That may be the end of the game.
Inside of the point. King, how are you even finding 1? He gets taken down eventually. One more look at it here for Team Falcons.
And I just don't think there's any way to get into this point. Gonna have to jump for it. Icons will find nothing but the kill feed. And they end up taking this map. Omid Brooklyn, back-to-back P2 to P3. Set the tempo, never let it go. And that is a rally and a half.
Incredible work from them, from P2. Phenomenal hold there. You got to tip the hat over towards Paul X, putting those numbers down when needed, but it was crazy over towards the backside. We really started to light things up over towards P2. It's 5 or 6 in a row in transition over towards P3, and the job is pretty much done from there. Sensational work from Omid Brooklyn to bring that one back, but Falcons will be kicking themselves. It felt like over towards P2, at least in the final 30 seconds or so, they maybe started to panic a little bit. It just felt as if, you know, it was a little one by one. It just felt a little bit overzealous at the time. It felt a little bit rushed. Didn't find that break that they've been finding so often. King couldn't find those kills, couldn't get himself in a good position, and all of a sudden Omid Brooklyn bring back that lead their way, and the transition over towards P3 was so good. 1-0 though to Omid Brooklyn. That is a very good performance in the end. Map number 1 took a bit of a slow start, but I see they got there in the end.
Yeah, certainly did. Well, let's look through the map and see just how well it was going. I mean, so far so good for Omid Brooklyn on the start, but realistically, and nail biter over and over again as they went through these, Falcons did accelerate a little bit, and for me, that was the part of the game as we get into it where I was like, well, I think Falcons have got this in the bag. It's just an unfortunate P2 really cost them.
Yeah, I want to say, we can say unfortunate, but I would also say very well played from Omid Brooklyn. Like, I think they stepped it up at the right time. But for Falcons, it's a tough one because you kind of do the majority of things right. You were able to find so many good breaks and so much good time where you wouldn't usually find it. P4 was actually a relatively decent earner for both these two squads, but in the end, it is, of course, Omid Brooklyn who make the most of it. Just keep an eye on the kills as we go through here. Paul X was popping off, 30 for him. But King, arguably, did he slow down towards the latter stages? Maybe just slightly. Tried to find a kill there. That would be his final one, I think. Brycey and then Omid Brooklyn held this one down. That was for the dub. 46 out of Paul X. Was it 47? Yeah, it was. There you go. You can have that as well. Nicely done from Omid Brooklyn, finding map number 1.
Well, so this is what I was going to say as we kind of got into the beginning of that map here. Obviously, Paul X coming kind of back, and you said, you know, he's been playing a bit of Warzone and having a bit of time. You know something? It's sometimes a little bit of a break from the environment you find yourself in, and the kind of the routine that may not always be the best can significantly improve you. I know a few people want to take a bit of a break from a game, or You know, if we want to compare it to real life things, as you probably know, Tun, if you go into the gym and you've on a heavy lifting schedule, you take a break for a week, you come back and start hitting PRs. It really does kind of give you a good reset and maybe just took a bit of pressure off him. You've got to remember, when you're in that kind of grind, it is difficult, as every day feels like there's a bit of a weight. And when he took that moment to say, "Hey, I'm gonna leave," essentially, that weight would have lifted. Now he comes back. There's no real pressure on him. Right? He doesn't have to worry about that situation, so he can be a bit more free, probably a bit more relaxed, flowing quite nicely.
I think for me as well, like, I think, you know, that can apply to Polex, but with the situation that's played out, does that apply to Oma Brooklyn in a certain sense? You know, I mean, look, they are the squad who have really been getting it done in the elite. They have been those guys in North America line, at least anyway. Then you got a big change up, literally hours before the event starts, and you sort of say to yourself, okay, well, let's see what we can do. Right now, they have found themselves in the losers bracket. At the same time, though, they're looking to try and make a run. Team Falcons, the ones stepping in their way, heading over towards Rancon Search and Destroy. Both teams posturing, one player making a move, though. XC could be dead to rights here, and is king. Gets aggressive, gets away with it as well. 4 versus 3 in favor of Falcons.
You'll see just a bit of hesitance now from Brooklyn. The numbers going down, they're waiting for it, and these are some spots, and oh my goodness, he almost gets through under the gun of King, but King will eventually find both, and that's 3 so far. Potential ace, Paul X. Will they find him? Well, basically, I'm just waiting for the ace ton.
Well, the way we're shooting in map number 1, you wouldn't put it past him, but with 23 seconds, doesn't have the bomb. Team Falcons have entirely surrounded it. I would like to put my money on this being quite difficult. 14 seconds.
Where are they? Where have they gone?
Oh my god. I mean, gunned, but it's just so tough in that scenario. Team Falcons do what they need to do.
There's a good haul from the Falcons there in the beginning. Couple of spots played they might not get away with in another round, but King having a great time. Every kill they need. And so far, so good. Obviously, a little bit of an issue there on the scoreboard. We'll ignore that one. But yeah, there is going to be 1-0 to the Falcons. We'll see if they can swing back into this. Obviously, both teams really do have a lot of pressure on them, Tyler. I think we probably need to talk about that a little bit more. Realistically, these are some big names in North American challenges. Everybody has their kind of favourite player out of these two squads and expect them to go far.
Yeah, I think, you know, for the Team Falcons side, they are in the shadows of the Vegas Academy, you know, same kind of organization, of course. But these guys are trying to make a name for themselves as well. Good shots coming in from King. That's 5 in a row. Ace in the first round. Already found the first blood for his team in round number 2. Excellent shots. Encourage is obviously a player with a lot of hype around him. Player who gets a lot of limelight. Sometimes for the wrong reasons. Trying to get something going here with Team Falcons. Didn't necessarily have the best at map number 1, but looking to try and get something going here over towards A. On the defensive side. Can Oma Brooklyn hold this one down? They're positioned well.
Luke just watching for that cross. There it is. That'll be called out. The players will swing into action now. Looking to try and get a bit further forward. Grace takes down Encouragement. Icons now is a little bit wide, but will make a massive kill there as well. Bomb still not down. Advantage here for Oma Brooklyn if they get into it, but Wix is going to try and find a player on the flank and does. And that's huge. That stops the problem. And Prolute now outnumbered. They're all around him trying to just get so many shoulders. There's nowhere to shoot, Ton. And unbelievable. Right now, all good for the Falcons.
Nicely done. Oma Brooklyn do a really good job at just keeping them off it for as long as possible. The Falcons just chipping away, but it's the flank that comes in from Vixel, and then from there, as soon as he finds the kill, compress forward, gives his team so much more control of the site. Another first blood. Another round over towards Team Falcons, now 2 to the good. Attack and defense underneath their belt. Nice start. A nice start to the hard point as well. Weren't able to close it. Let's see if we can do a little better here in the search and destroy. Still early days.
Looking at further needle. Nobody there so far. And Paul X is he going to catch all of them? He at least catches one. Huge first blood. Icon's going to go down as well. Bit of an ambitious chow coming through. Which will get one back, but Paul X really has changed this round.
King not in the worst of spots here, but has been spotted himself. Oh, shots coming in from up top. Did as well to survive as long as he did. Paul X. Oh, he was working on the ace. Can't find it. Wixel now left in a 1 versus 2. Prolute and Exceed. Just backing up. No need to overextend here. They know where Wixel's coming from. This is a very, very difficult 1v2.
Yeah, call was made. Back up, play the time. Nothing he can do. Knows it as well. They were never going to give him that. And that was the right call, realistically, with, what, 26 seconds left on the clock, and him being the other side of the map. Just leave. There's absolutely no reason to even look at a long-range gunfight, right? By the time that he even gets the bomb after checking some corners, it was always going to put it down to about 14 seconds. And as everybody knows, if you can check the bomb at 14 seconds, you've basically won the round.
2-1 now. Falcons bleed one there, but only off the brilliance Paul X. 5 and 3 out of him now. A lovely old time on land, isn't he? Maybe his trips to Verdansk have helped Pricey.
I was saying, like I said, there's no pressure on Paul X, like at all. It's and being relaxed is definitely going to help as they move forward, and we'll see just how they play this one. At the moment, the Falcons playing the information game. Very slow burn here. Bit of a fight going down at the A bomb site. You can see it on the mini-map. 2 and 5 going at each other. Paul X and Courage. And here comes a Falcons call. This is a rotation. They're going to hit B.
Crazy's here. It's a B player. He hasn't had a whole lot to do. Oh, we begin a lot of information here, though. The rest of the team on their way over from Ticket's side. Yeah, Icons maybe just seeing his gun sticking out the side. Exceed will get a grenade over towards the bomb. It's not going to stop it from going down, though. 4 versus 3 in favor of Falcons. The bomb is down inside a restaurant.
Huge kill from Exceed. Still pushing. There's a player. I don't think he has. Somehow still alive. Exceed! Oh, that is unbelievable. The movement kept him moving and allowed him to stay alive, Tan, and a bit of a pirouette and a kill.
Yeah, well, the fact that he stayed still after that, I can only imagine it was a well-played, unfortunate gunfight there, my friend. It was probably being exchanged across the monitors. Incredible from Exceed. He's the one. He's the player there for these two teams. He's the point of the spear for Omer Brooklyn as they go for the retake. The numbers are against him. He goes flying through, straight into the side office. Guns one. Opens things up with the rest of his team. Finds a second as well. Exceed with the big plays.
Wow. Tan, I'm gonna put this question on you. I'm gonna throw it at you. Out of these two teams, who do you think takes this series, considering how close it's already been?
Oh, am I taking that time? I said that. Two players have got pretty aggressive here. Just made a play through the middle of the map because Prolute has now found them just wanting straight out the top row. Prolute finds another. Oh my word. I mean, that's a break you just don't see coming if you're in the middle of the map. King left on his own. King dead. Prolute for 3. And Omer Brooklyn with their 3rd as well. Incredible work, Prolute. I love the one off the top rope. There's nothing passive about that. Find yourself in a good position. Yeah, I'm going to give it up and send it. Never mind.
Having a good time. They really, I mean, maybe just a little bit more confidence now, and we might see another aggressive round from them. I think Omer Brooklyn might be just stretching their legs a little bit. Prolute having a great time, 5 streak, and with the Falcons on the attack here, if they go for another slow burn, it could be trouble. Maybe time to change it up. So far, initial break distribution says 8. We'll see the players going through. Now I'm seeing Wix a bit on the flank, but that is unfortunate. But I still see the players on the minimap. I'm not entirely sure what is happening. We'll keep you updated on as it goes through. But yeah, there's the player dead in the spawn.
So confused. What happened?
Well, we don't know. We'll find out. All we do know at the moment is it's a 3 versus 3. Now a 3 versus 2. Craze gets it.
I'm trying to wrap my head around it.
We will, as soon as we know what has happened, it's something that I really haven't seen before, to be honest with you.
I've never seen that before.
Because the RZXD was still alive, but we will continue on with this round as it stands. 2 versus 2. Icon's trying to take a little bit of map control. I think he may have been spotted there. They should know exactly where he is. He's going to get caught before he can do any more. And King, so far back away from the bomb site, was hoping to catch a flanker. Unfortunately, isn't going to be anywhere near. The benefit being is that Omen Brooklyn don't know where he is either. King now taking the gunfight. Reinforcements coming. They want this as a 2 versus 1. King has slipped the net. He's got behind them. He's actually now closer to the bomb than they are.
Oh, no way.
This man is Houdini. He has slipped the net. They do not know where he is. And he will clutch this round like an unbelievable ship in the night. What on earth have we just seen? How has he got across the map when 2 players are looking for him?
I mean, that must have just been wonderful timing through the middle. I am not even sure how he found that gap and how that gap even existed.
You could not make that play again if you tried. Like, that is unbelievable.
That's probably one of the strangest rounds of Search and Destroy I've seen in a while. We had somebody kill themselves with an RC. RC was still on the map. He was still controlling it while he was dead. And then King gets that kind of timing through the middle. No idea how that has happened. Noma Brooklyn will be thinking to themselves, how the hell are we not 4-2 up?
They just won't believe he's there. They probably thought he was hitting a long flank or something. Big kill, though. Already opening up. Proluke down again. Craze. They caught him in the wrong corner. Down to a 3 versus 2. So he brings it back to a 2 versus 2. Game still very much afoot, and a little bit of a problem here for Brooklyn. If they commit, they will get the numbers, but if not, they will be pinched. They're committing. They're doing the right job here, staying as a 2. Wixel, though, is playing a corner. If they rotate to B, they are in trouble.
He's just holding this to make sure they don't. And they know the collapse will be there. But if you're Wixel, do you appreciate how close they could potentially be here? He is taking his time. It's going to be about timing. Craze keeps checking it. I think Wixel's waiting for his teammate to get himself in a better spot. Did Craze see him? He definitely did now. Wixel backed on down. They know the pinch is coming. They've got the read on it. First kill's massive.
It's big from King. Put a pressure on them, but they are burning time here. And there is going to be a flank. Keep it on the mini-map as it goes down to a 1 versus 1. 17 seconds to go. Craze technically has the better position. Sees King go across. Can actually wait to check this bomb at 7 seconds, and I think King knows it as well. He'll just go for the kill. Nobody on it. It will be Omen Brooklyn's round. He doesn't even get it. That is unfortunate as he tries to get it in the end, and King will pick that one up on a 6 streak as well. 11 and 3 for King, but they are losing so far, Ton, and well, that kind of smacks of what we saw in the hard point. King doing fantastically, but still behind.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate, but Craze plays it really, really well. Just re-wraps around the top of Plat, down the stairs, behind the 2 of them. Can't finish King off, but he didn't need to. Time was on their side. If you look at Omen Brooklyn, they're really pitching in 6 kills, 5, 5, 4. Well, they're a combined, well, positive 1 right now. King is 11 and 3. Courage is just not having a good time, though. He didn't necessarily have the best map number 1. Map number 2 is not going great either. King continues, though. 7 sprint. Not far off the Hellstorm as well, and this is now King and Team Falcons in a good position over towards the B side. Very aggressive start, but Proluke will take them back down. 2 versus 3, though. We've seen Falcons throw this way a couple of times. In going nade. Not going to wait for it. Waiting for it again. Waiting for his teammate to be able to hit at the same time, but gets caught. Courage will catch him. Wasn't a donut. Gets to this round. Very important too it's been. And Paul X, not a lot to do here. They will just challenge him in numbers as we tie this one up again, Ton. Nice done from Falcons. It's just the opening break. I think it's King finding Craze in the middle of the map through Ticket. Finds him almost immediately. And the push comes through. And it's just an open door over towards B that they will quite happily walk through. Very tight search and destroy. And honestly, I think Omen Brooklyn will still be thinking to themselves, right, we should probably be on that point yet. That one with King finding that 1 versus 2. No, I've still no idea what was going on in that round. But anyway, you know what, we'll leave it for another day. Maybe cover that another time. Team Falcons getting aggressive through the middle of the map. Paul and Code, though, sitting passive.
Well, A seems to be wide open. Now see players from the Falcons get into a better position for it, and this bomb might go down. Keep an eye, though. King is very far advanced. He might be able to pick this off. There's nobody really watching over them as well, and he does. The Overwatch was failing there as well for Omid Brooklyn, and that setup has got so many holes.
Nikons has found 2 through the middle of the map where you had no right to. Shots into Paul X now, who is in an infinite amount of trouble. 42 seconds remaining. Doesn't have the bomb. 1v3 to deal with. Kind of needs to just catch one off guard here and then maybe try and get something working. But if you're Falcons, you don't throw more than a delt at him. Not even a full shoulder.
And down he goes. Falcons got a couple of rounds here by just finding unbelievable gaps. And I could see it. I mean, realistically, you've got to remember as well, the Falcons were not set up to defend that bomb site initially. They went for mid-map control. So when they did switch over, the fact he was able to get that far and that close to the bomb, little bit of a failing on Omid Brooklyn's part.
They've let this one slip. That's how it'll feel. But you have to give the credit over towards King. 13-4. Incredible search and destroy from him specifically on the Team Falcons side, who are doing their job in these last 2 rounds. Can they seal the deal here, though? Or do we see around 11?
Well, this is going to be a monster bang. Everybody ready. 3 from Brooklyn. 4 from Falcons. Nades piling in. King ready to go. Got to wait for that nade rain to stop, but everybody is here from the Falcons. They are trying to get the pick. They are trying to get everything through. Right now, Paulix to the other side of the map, waiting to see if anybody flanks. Exceed now breaking out of it as well to re-pinch here, and it's a wonderful re-pinch from Exceed. Going to find his third. Surely knows exactly where he's going to be. We'll be calling this out to his teammate, but gets caught by King. Oh, no. It's fallen apart from them. They had it in the palm of their hand. Prolit with a big one. Now a 1 versus 1.
And that's an incredible charge that comes through from King when at 1v1. It didn't need to come down to this now. Wixel is chasing his tail a little bit. He's got 25 seconds and he may well just rotate back over towards A. He's trying to make a decision. I think if you're Prolut, you sit tight. He's got away with it. He's got away with the time, and Prolut may well be on his way over. Isn't going to be able to stop this 1v1 with the bomb down.
Advantage here to the Falcons. Wixel has not left the bomb site. He's expecting him to be close, and he wasn't. Now he's going to check the back. Does he spot him? I don't think he did. I think Wixel may have seen him. Oh, that gives it away. Prolut trying to get closer here. Fight onto the bomb. Wixel set up for it. Better position here from Prolut. Prolut going for it as well. No, he's weak. Wixel gets away with 5 health. Oh, it goes for the rechow. Not going to work out. If he hadn't taken so many bullets, Ton, he might have been able to do it.
Oh, I think, honestly, for all he's 15-5, that child from King is just not necessary when you're in that 2v1. You're defending, and you had time to back down from it. Chooses to continue the gunfight, and ultimately, it is a 1 versus 2 from Prolut to send us to around 11. What an exciting game of Search this one's been. We've had a bit of everything. 1v2 comes through, though, and we do see that round 11. And Team Falcons, how is your nerve? Remember, this is a loser's bracket game. No more opportunities, no more chances. Either one of these squads. And a 2-0 lead for Omid Brooklyn would be massive for their hopes in this series. I'll see you in.
Oh, a bit of bad driving, but I think this is just waiting for the spot. There you go. They're going to find it before it can do any more damage. Has slowed them down just a little bit, though, Ton.
Kept them at bay. 55 seconds still for Omid Brooklyn to find something at King. Is he stuck in that position, or are they stuck in there with him? 15-5. He's had an incredible search, but will need to continue if he wants his team to get this one over the line. Icon's getting aggressive. A few rounds ago, he found 2 massive kills. Over towards stairs. Is this bomb going to go down? They're tempting it. There you go. It's on its way. King will find one. Icons finds a second. Crazy's answering back. They know Icons is on the flank. You need to hold tight if you're at Brooklyn. But they start to collapse. Wixel will find Prolute. It's in wonderful retake. Icons on the flank. Everybody else doing their job. It's only King who will fall after finding one on his own. Team Falcons take the search and destroy.
Wow. It was looking good for Brooklyn, but unfortunately, just not the kills in the end as the Falcons tie this one up. And you could argue that either team could have won that ton. I mean, it's kind of a repeat of map 1. Falcons looked pretty good, almost threw it away. I mean, this time, maybe the other way round. But Brooklyn almost threw that one away and did eventually to the Falcons. And now you've got to ask yourself, these two teams, who comes out on top? Because I really don't know. It has been a very close series of maps.
Yeah, I still think if you're Roma, you are devastated with that one. It's that 1v2 from me, from King. You know exactly where it is. You have the bomb, well, to defuse, of course, so you need to chase him down, and they've just let him by somehow. And that's one that will really, really sting. But King, massive performance from him. You have to give him all the credit in the world. I mean, this is round number 1. There's an ace to kick things off, right? Finds 3. And was there to find the 4th as well. And then the beamer onto Exceed to kick things off in round number 2. Just a really nice job from Falcons. They seem to find these picks a little more often than not. We're just finding plenty of first bloods that put themselves in this position. A couple of good moments from Robert Brooklyn. This one, probably the best from Exceed. King gets dealt with, and oh, it's just an awkward gunfire for Encourage. I mean, that's just tough. But this is the one, right, where King managed to get by.
Yeah.
They are all, they're just both on a swivel thinking, how on earth? Where has he gone?
I could probably rewatch that a dozen times. I mean, just like I said, a little bit of luck, a little bit of timing.
He's literally disappeared.
And that'll be frustrated as well. I mean, they would probably go back and watch that round. Like, how on earth did that happen? How has he managed to get to under the stage when both of us could have had it? And realistically, they thought he had dipped and gone somewhere else. So never watched that exact position. But they must have been, what, a foot away from each other when they're on that wall?
Absolutely nothing in it. Oh, live shot as well. I love to see it there. Is of course the Team Falcons Academy boys getting allowed on this one. Very, very interesting series between these two. Of course, Summer Brooklyn playing, I would say at a disadvantage, but Paul X has come in and do very, very well for the squad so far. But Team Falcons trying the best.
Yeah, certainly is. Well, we will find out who goes ahead into this one. Control is coming next, but that will be after this break. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Miami Open. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We are jumping back into this game, all tied up between Omit Brooklyn and Team Falcons. Now, if you haven't been watching, first of all, where have you been? But second of all, this has been a very tight series so far. Only a couple of points separated the hard point, and the S&D went all the way to round 11. So far, big show outs from players like Paul X, Exceed, and King in this game. But the question is thus, who takes Vault Control?
Oh, thus. Ellie to be bringing out the big words for you today, Brycey.
Thus is not a big word.
That's the joke. Vault Control are going to be coming up next. We will see a protocol hard point in map number 4. But yeah, it's been a really entertaining series. Obviously, for people who are just tuning in, hadn't really heard Omit Brooklyn, of course, at 3P and NA Elite, but haven't been able to get things going yet. A substitute coming on through. Of course, I think, it's not necessarily ideal when you, of course, you lose one of your very best players over towards the Tron Ultra. Seems to be going well, Mercules. But for the side of Omit Brooklyn, you bring in Paul X, who has been performing well, but there's got to definitely be some cohesion issues going on there as far as everything else goes. You wouldn't expect them to be down the losers bracket this early, and you wouldn't probably be expecting them to be making as hard work as this game has been so far against Team Falcons. Although some very recognizable players on the roster, it's one you would expect them to be able to dispatch up fairly easily. But Bryce is right. We have had a very, very close first two maps. Map number 1 goes to, what, 10, 15 point game, something along those lines. Might have been pushing 20. But map number 2 was right down to the wire. An all-time performance from King, who really has been that guy for Team Falcons. He's not going to keep things up here. 34 and 21 at this stage in the hard point. I think he ends with 45 or 46, and then dropping 16 or 17 in the search and destroy, arguably, and a little more impressive.
Wow, this is where it gets serious, though. The control could be a swing map, and truth being told, I don't know who I think is the better team at the moment. You got to remember, Paul X dropped 47 for the win. And even then, they could have lost that map ton. I mean, Brooklyn were quite far behind on the hard point. In terms of the S&D, a bit more even, I would say. I mean, it was a bit of a back and forth between the rounds. The Falcons, a couple of big plays coming out of King, though, finding gaps where there really shouldn't be, including one in a 1 versus 2 clutch scenario where Omit Brooklyn, I thought, had it locked in.
Well, you would have thought so. Well, they don't. They don't get it locked in, and they will be kicking themselves that they're not 2-0, but we're heading into Vault Control. Just a map they'll be feeling confident on. Let's see if they can outslay. I think it's just trying to deal with King. If he plays like he has done over the first 2 maps, this could be very, very difficult if you're Omit. But it can be a spicy one. Vault Control. And here we go. Map number 3. 1-1 between these 2 squads.
Oh, King gonna go down straight away, but Icon's all the way around the flank, and that is unfortunate. Picked the wrong direction, and now this is where the trouble starts. Exceed is already in the spawn, and Courage is trying to make sure that nobody else pushes his teammates, looking for him as well. They know where he's going to be. Players still dropping from the Falcons in that spawn. They need to work out how to get these players out, but every time they do, more players will push forward. Benefit being, though, Tun, King has escaped.
Oh god, and this series has been incredible from King. Will eventually get taken down. I think if you Wixel, you could do with surviving it. Eventually does fall. Icons has managed to slip the net though and finds a kill. All that Omit Brooklyn are keeping them back. It always feels like Team Falcons have got a little bit of respite because one player's made it through. God damn. I do a little bit better than that actually. Icons broken things open for them, but Crazy Exceed. Yeah, really big kills coming on through still. Solid from Omit Brooklyn. 27 seconds left. Team Falcons don't have many more pushes.
We're looking for Crazy though, in a great position here. Gonna get cut down before he can do any more. That first tick will be in for the Falcons, and now an opportunity. So many players ready to try and strike here as King makes a huge kill up top. Control. That takes the pressure off the Falcons in some aspect. They can look better. They can trade better now around the A point. Not working out as much for them though, but everybody trading everybody down as Icons finds 3. That's huge for them. And now that A is under control. An opportunity here for the Falcons. Exceed going to get gunned by Icons as well, and they're onto the B point, Ton.
Yeah, I mean, if Icons doesn't find that kill, they can't keep this pressure up, but because he does, Omit Brooklyn have nobody flanking. King trying to hold down the middle of the map. No progress quite being made over towards B, but the map presence is there. Next couple of gunfights, I was about to say, are very important for the side of Falcons, but even more so for the side of Armored Brooklyn. They can force them all the way back. So all that map control you had if you're Falcons has just disappeared in front of your very eyes.
And now there is so little to talk about. What could have been a wonderful way to be has gone into only 6 lives and trying to get out of spawn. Prolute playing the angle. Eventually will find King down to 5. The Falcons with 40 seconds. It isn't going to be about time. It will be about those lives. They have no room for error.
Probably doing the right thing. Just staying alive over towards his backside. Doesn't need to charge. Needs to put the squeeze on. Falcons are the ones who have to move. They don't have the lives. They don't have the time. They do not have the map control. Brooklyn, I would argue, will be semi-disappointed with that. I think, you know, considering how much control they had over it, to let it slip and give them that opportunity. Not the end of the world, but they will be happy enough to see the round out. 3 ticks over towards the side of Team Falcons. Not the worst round in the world from them, but yeah, just from that off. Never really got things going. Very staggered. From there, it's incredibly difficult. Try and find a way through, but they had that little bit of respite from one player at nearly every single moment that they did start to get pushed back into their spawn. Came out swinging, but just not quite aiming for the head quick enough. Wixel 0-7. Impressive start.
I just wanted to check that was actually true and not just an unfortunate kind of scoreboard. But no, that is a 0-7 unfortunate attack. But hey, got a bit on the objective, and it could have got a little bit better for the Falcons, but so far, Omit do hold the defense. Not a terrible start from them as they try to get into A here, but lost that first flurry of kills. Paulex staying alive will keep the pressure out of the spawn. King will get him, but no time for him to push. That's the thing that Paulex did there. They weren't able to push into the spawn quite yet because he delayed them by enough.
Keeps them back. Oh, icons as well. My word. Ooh, it's barely even seen him and he's being gunned. Paulex can't find a way out. He's 16 and 6, by the way. I mean, I don't know how that surpassed my brain. How on earth is he doing this? Icon's having a hell of a start to their defensive round as well. Exceed's going to get caught out. This is nice from Falcons so far. Oh, gotta be careful. What has he learned in Verdansk?
I'm telling you, man, it's the pressure thing. Once you relax, everything becomes easier. There's no pressure on him to perform as realistically, unless he's considering a return at this point, which with the scoreline he might do. It doesn't matter to him, and you know he can just play COD well. And so far, that's what they're doing. The only benefit of this being, of course, is that while he's having a good game, they are not having a good attack. It really has kind of ran away from them. The Falcons holding them at every point. Eventually, Omid Brooklyn get a break.
Encourage will find a kill, though, down the B side, and that might just give them a little bit of an onus to have a look at this one. Trying to find an angle, and he has been spotted. Paulex will find him off the respawn as well, because the rest of the team managed to find something. King trying to get away through. Icons did manage to find a break. He will eventually get taken down, but they're trying to stagger him at Brooklyn. Well, they tried and failed. That should be it. Barring a miracle play coming through from Anchorage, yeah, not going to happen. We'll be locked in. Omid Brooklyn do not have the life advantage by any stretch of the imagination, making it worse now. As Anchorage starts to put the pressure on again. But they still have 9 lives here, Bryce. Yes, okay, it might be against 16, but you just need one good push over towards B, and this round could be done.
They're still going to look for it. I mean, Craig's trying to get through, and that is unfortunate. While they've got a player alive here, Prolute is got no health. Will be taken down by King. Everybody back into the spawn, and it can be argued. So far, technically, Falcons in a much better position just through the lives.
Very tough now. He just wasted too many lives, but it's very much a carbon copy what we've seen from Team Falcons and their attack as well. So, barring a miracle out of Paulex, who, I mean, he's been shooting Brycey, but on 1 versus 15, not sure this is gonna quite in his wheelhouse. That will be the round. Team Falcons tie things up. It's a defensive round apiece, and both teams managed to get the exact same ticks.
Well, it will come down to lives then, if we get that far, but we'll be looking to see if there is a difference maker to be had. Michael's just having a nice time in the spawn here on this replay. But you are right, I mean, and I hate to say it again, these two teams, genuinely no idea who's going to take the lead every single mode we've seen them on at the moment, it seems pretty evenly matched.
It has been. Just been one player popping off on either side. King hasn't necessarily been able to get things going. But Icons very much is. 22 and 12 out of him. SMG causing a lot of havoc. This is a big hit from Moment Brooklyn to try and get this defensive round running up again. I mean, Icons is just deleting anybody he sees. Exceed falls. This is a good start of the attack, though. This is a little more like it. Falcons have a route in and maybe have a little bit of a map control that they can use to their advantage.
Just trying to check the angles here, and that's always going to be the issue on this point. If you don't have full control, watching underground, looks a little bit nervous, knows that people haven't appeared quite yet as he soaks for as long as he can. Icons will now back off. Looking for player in pillar. He knows his player's coming from every single angle and he can't deal with it, and Proloop will find too, and that's a wipe into the spawn already. Exceed knows what's coming.
That's about the pressure. And Falcons managed to fight themselves out. That's just awful timing for Paul X. Stone and Brooklyn kind of push forward because they know they don't have that map pressure anymore. They've got to try and find the hero kills, and they can't. And to the point we go, Craze can find two though out of nothing. Paul X is there to pick up the pieces. Oh, Wixel will take down his teammate. That was a massive opportunity. 2 ticks did fall their way. But Omer Brooklyn have a little bit of pressure in now, and if you're Falcons, you've got to fight your way out.
Well, this is the first step for the Falcons. Find the players in spawn. 1 down, 3 to go. Unfortunately, with the trading going on, it does help the Falcons a little bit, but what doesn't help is going to be the time. 25 seconds. They're looking for Craze, who is just playing the angles. King does grab him, but they still can't push forward. King is going to go down as well, and it's another wipe, and Falcons back to spawn. Now, they need a hero, a play to change their fortune, as there are players from Brooklyn all around them. So little they can do here, Ton.
Yeah, you just got to run in that situation. Not much you can do. Just have to try and touch the point. Very much not going to happen. 2 ticks to their name, not. Norma Brooklyn just want to do a little bit better than that. And they will have a round 5 defense, but that can sometimes be the poison chalice kind of Bryce you see so many times. Teams will battle all the way through, very defensive heavy. Takes 1 good attacking round.
Well, this is where it gets a little bit tight. I mean, Omer Brooklyn, if they can find the ticks here, and maybe you're right. I mean, you are right about that, to be fair. It's one of those things like everybody wins a defense until suddenly they don't. But Omer Brooklyn got to feel pretty confident. Defenses have been good from both sides. They find 3 ticks, they get another one. They find 6 ticks, they win the game.
They've took their time here. It's taken them a couple of moments just to digest what Team Falcons have been doing off this rip, and well, getting aggressive was kind of the play. They've waited for them. They've answered back that aggression. A little bit of passiveness, and now they're just trying to hold it down. Better bad time for Paul X and Courage can find something. Craze trying to find a way through. Exceed is there to find one. Craze is there to find another. How's he found the second? Wixel gets deleted. The rest of the team are here as well. In control there for the side of Omer Brooklyn, trying to get this one locked in. There's the second tick. If they find the third, if they don't go on to win this round, they will have defense anyway. Third on its way. So is Encourage. They know they need to child this, so they're going to have a tough time in round number 5. They just about find a way in.
Holding steady for the Falcons so far. Exceed gives away his position, but will it matter? And there will be a bit of a pinch go down. You can see it on the minimap. King finds his way through. Exceed says, all right, thank you for the cleanup. I'll go and try and find a couple more kills. They're doing a good job so far, Omit, of not getting trapped back into this spawn. Looking to lock down that A. Already got the 2 ticks necessary.
Third is there. Omer Brooklyn, well, they may well not even need to see a 5th round yet. Craze and Co have got aggressive. Encourage trying to look for something. Is just awful time for they're next to each other. They are next to each other and they will past each other. I mean, what is some of the timings that we're seeing in this game? Which way is that one going to work, though? It's going to work out for Encourage as the player up top gets taken down. King will find a way through, finds the first, looking for the second. The shots are crispy. Nice wipe from Falcons. With a bad timing, I think it was Proloot who was up top. Omen Brooklyn going to have to find their way through once again.
Craze hitting the spawn. They know he's here. There are already players chasing him. I think he should be cut down. Hasn't managed to get away. Somehow still alive. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Problem here for the Falcons.
Big win.
That's cleaned up. Yeah, that's a huge win in the end. That could have been disastrous.
Icons having a hell of a map. Now, just going to have to try and stay alive. He can't do it. King and Co have got very, very aggressive. Omen Brooklyn have had their opportunities here. They still have 50 seconds. This is far from over. Grace finds 2 on the outside, though. And now King has to get aggressive. Just answer back. He can only find 1. Pollux will find 1. Else, Icons has to find something and does. Still some control there for Team Falcons, but Omen Brooklyn not too far away.
Exceed. Going to go over top of play. I don't think he saw the legs. He did not. Field of view. Not working. Gray's now checking the corners. Going to see the first player. This could be huge, but Paulex gets picked up. Going to be a call for that one. Player on the flank, though. Wixel is in the absolute best position. Try and shut it down, and that's exactly what they wanted him to do. Cause problems for Brooklyn. 15 seconds. They will have to deal with him. They're sending players to go get him as well. Wixel, he's going to fall. Opportunity here for Brooklyn. Last roll of the dice. 3 to 7. And I think they've done it. Surely they've done it. There's nobody left. 2 players left. King is going to try and make a hero play. Icons finds another one. Exceed the last player. And there we go. Omit Brooklyn will take the control on the attack ton.
Nicely done. I think just unrelenting pressure. Falcons never really cleared house, and that just makes things very, very difficult. I think when King finds this moment here and start to force them back, what is it timing for Falcons? Is it that moment where they're pushing forward? Do they need to maybe just take a slight step back and just position yourselves a little better? Because Omen Brooklyn caught them off guard a couple of times when they tried to get aggressive in that final round. Craze with 2 massive kills down the B side. Finds them and sends Falcons backpacking. Really, really good job from the side of Omen to get that one done within the 4 rounds allocated. I mean, look, they would have had round number 5 defense as well, which would have definitely went in their favor. You would have thought, based on what we've seen over the past few rounds. But Omen Brooklyn showing what they're made of here on map number 3. Get the job done. Put themselves in the lead in this series once again.
And you know what? We said it during that control. You win your defenses until suddenly you don't, and Brooklyn just got enough done, and the slaying was heavy. He's still having a bit of an off game, wasn't really working for him on that one, and yeah, just fell down at a few points, really. Just weren't really able to get Brooklyn back into the spawn like they had done in their previous defense round, and that Brooklyn had done to the Falcons on both of theirs.
Just like, I mean, it was clean defenses, wasn't it, for the most part, but that's Vault Control, though. It's about try and actually get that opportunity. If you can find an opportunity to open up the door to get yourself onto that B point, that's control in a nutshell, though. You find 3 or 4 dead, and all of a sudden a round can turn immediately on its head. This bumps all around for Omen Brooklyn. They will find the win there in map number 3. Protocol hardpoint is going to be coming up. Hacienda Search and Destroy is there if we need it. And imagine that Omen will not want to see it whatsoever. Map number 4 incoming. They'll be looking to close this ASAP.
Opportunity for Omit. Another respawn on the board. Truth being told, though, it wouldn't surprise me to see the Falcons take this to a map 5. I mean, it has been so back and forth between them. Both these teams looking to make sure this elimination does not go their way. And that's the other big thing. Elimination around Ton. This is so much pressure.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've traveled out to Miami. Worst places to be. But like you've went all that way. You're not playing in an elite. You're not sat at home, grinding your way through it. On that sense, it's when you're in that land scenario, you feel like it'd be a wasted journey. It was always a wasted journey for me, Brycey, of course, in the sense of playing at least anyway. I would always just have a good time with my friends. But irrelevant of that, you don't want to waste your time to get there. You don't want to waste all these opportunities that you've been given. And for the guys here on the side of Omen Brooklyn, looking nice and steady. Just a little restart there for Prolute. The other side, though, I mean, for the Vegas Falcons, if I say for Falcons, it's an opportunity for them to try and pull this one back, though. They were close to map number 1, and they find themselves close here in map number 4 again.
Yeah, well, we'll find out, of course, because both these teams, realistically, like I said before, this is an elimination round, and neither want to go out at this stage of the tournament. It still feels a little bit early to be saying goodbye to either of them. And obviously, with it being as close as it is, I think for me, I'm slightly favouring Omit Brooklyn. I mean, we talked a little bit about the Paul X substitution. Paul X has been playing amazing. Let's be perfectly clear here. Paul X obviously wasn't having the greatest time in challenges before. went away, has come back because they needed him. And my goodness, has he been good. And that is the truth of the situation. You have to give him credit into this game. He has been one of the deciding factors. Realistically, when he has been playing on all of the respawns so far and everything else they need him for, he's probably one of the reasons they're now 2-1 up in the series.
Yeah, and I think I was put the shoe on the other foot there for Team Falcons as well, though. Look, you've got an opportunity to take the scalp of a very, very big team here. And you still have that opportunity. Look, you were really close to map number 1. You could have been 2-1 up here right now. It was feasible that could have been the case. A big comeback was needed from Brooklyn map number 1. They got it. The quality of player that they have is substantial, to say the least. But if you are Falcons, at this stage, is do or die in your tournament. I'm just looking at who they actually got on to loss to. So they lost to 144 Gaming in round number 2 winners bracket side of things. You would have expected them to maybe do and go a little further than that, but they haven't been able to. They drop in against one of the best teams in the game as far as challenges is concerned, at least anyway, and then you have to try and get it done. You have done the search and destroy. You need to find the next 2 if you want to continue in this tournament.
Yeah, and while we got this game almost ready to start here, you are right. I mean, there was a surprise, but that always happens when you come to land. There's always some big fish that drop a little bit early, and I could say they are one of them as well. I was thinking actually about the other big fish who was a blanked on the team. Oh, Katana. I was just wondering where on earth they've gotten to, because you remember they had a very good run last tournament, and we were expecting to kind of see them do the same thing again, but it's difficult. You got to remember, it's a very talented pool that you're dropping into, and every game from the winners round could be that game that knocks you down to lowers, and you have to make a much longer run.
So Katana actually dropped down to Vegas Academy, so that's Asim and the boys. So you've got Asim, Abodi, Roxas. I like those guys on that roster. Very, very solid team, of course. Like I mean, look at that. That's kind of matchup that these guys would have had, especially Roxas and Abodi up in Europe. Obviously, a couple of years ago now, Bryce. Well, a couple of years ago, last year, of course, when we seen Falcons kind of come into it, and that was such a cool story. I think for us to see them grow as they did, and now for them to try and grow at the very highest level now over on LAN. Like you're seeing so many of the Saudi players kind of coming through and seeing what they can do. Some of them undoubtedly talented. I mean, I think not to. I don't want to blow my own trumpet in that sense, because I was kind of incorrect and they haven't quite done as well as I thought they maybe would. Of course, you're seeing players like Exnid, you're seeing players like Kicks coming through, and every single week we're like, these boys are cracked, by the way. Like every single gunfight, it will be continuous things like that, and it's interesting to see them having so many teams, so many players out there to try and grow their base of Call of Duty talent. The talent is there, it's just pointing them in the right direction. So I mean, as you can see, you got guys coming through who are constantly doing big things, but can they bring it to that line to actually want to succeed is another thing. It's all very well having a good shot, Brycey. It's all very well having a good shot. Most of the time, though, it's very much up here.
Yeah, well, it certainly is. Just while we're talking about that as well, I still think that Falcons team would have been in a bit of a better position if they still had Kicks. Obviously, team looked all right. I mean, X's obviously flown into his own and has looked wonderful, and everybody's giving him a lot of props, and well deserved as well. But yeah, it's been a bit of a roller coaster from the Falcons moving into the CDL. But hey, I mean, still an awful lot of talent being developed in that region, and this is kind of a case in point. You remember, I'm in Brooklyn, are still one of the top teams in North America, and the Falcons still very much could be up on maybe 2 maps. I don't think the control was really their bag, but everywhere else pretty good.
Yeah, no, the hard point looked great. I think the search and destroy obviously clutched up in that scenario. Just unfortunately in the hard point, you can't allow a full 60 towards the back end of things in that kind of scenario, sadly for them. So here we are. Now already you find yourself a map down, heading into map number 4. We should be loading shortly. We've just been told that one of the players is waiting to load their shaders, as so often is the case. It's me every single time I'm playing. I was about to actually, just completely gaslight you and lie and say that's why I'm always waiting on you to load up bloody Warzone. And it would have just been a pure lie. But what isn't a lie, Bryce, is that we're going to go do a quick break whilst the players get themselves ready. This map number 4 is incoming on the other side.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Live at the Miami Open. We are in a wonderful game. I'm with Brooklyn and Team Falcons are throwing down. So far, 2-1 to home at Brooklyn. Has been a close first two maps, but a more dominant one from Brooklyn on the control. Going into the next respawn, we are feeling just a little bit that it might be Brooklyn's game to take, Ton.
Yeah, a little bit of icing maybe going on one side of things, though. So maybe teams trying to slow each other down. We have a little pause here, and is that maybe going to stunt over Brooklyn's momentum in this series? They've started to pick things up now. That control was a lot more convincing than what we've seen over the last two maps. They get that one done pretty handily. So now what can you do as we head into a protocol hard point? I think it's difficult because, I mean, both these two squads perform well. Both these two squads have let things slip in every single one of these maps that we maybe wouldn't have expected them to. So heading into this fourth one, it's still very much anybody's game. I don't know if we're gonna head into map number 5. I'm kind of feeling it for home at Brooklyn here. I'm feeling like we're gonna get a solidify on this entire series now. I think Team Falcons have played well, but they'll need to go a step further now. Home at Brooklyn do seem to have found another game.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, there have been big plays on both sides as well. I think King has been a particular highlight from Team Falcons as we go into this next one. But truth being told, wouldn't surprise me to go to map 5. Wouldn't surprise me to go down to the wire again as we jump back into it. And while we've got a bit of time as we're still waiting for these shaders to get through, let me walk you down memory lane. In map 1, realistically, it was a bit of a comeback ton. The Falcons had the lead for a good period of time and only needed 30 seconds to win. Unfortunately, only Brooklyn locked up P2 and managed to flip the spawn on red card to get into that P3 pretty flawlessly as well. And there was no hero play to be made from the Falcons, and it must have been a disappointing loss. On the other side of it, though, when we went to the S&D, it was with Brooklyn with a little bit of an advantage. Unfortunately, the Falcons fought back and King found some incredible, little bit of luck, a little bit of timing, a lot of skill to find the gaps and basically turn the game around for them. Couple of clutches, couple of first bloods, and they managed to walk away with that S&D. On the control, though, all defenses right up into the last round when Omid Brooklyn got that good transition from A to B, and that has now put them in the lead in the series.
Nice little ball on that one, Pricey. We're going to see what happens in the protocol hardpoint in just a second as well. We should be loading in momentarily, but yeah, I think for Omid Brooklyn, if I was to say if one team's maybe a little bit more despondent that it's maybe not done already, it would probably be Omid Brooklyn. I think they would look at that search and destroy and think to themselves, we should have been able to find another round there. But then in the same sense, I suppose Falcons could say the same about map number 1. But I think for both these two squads, though, it's been a close one, and they'll be heading into this map number 4. Again, I do favor Omid Brooklyn. I favor them heading into this series. I think it'd be silly to not. But for Falcons, it's an opportunity for them. Yeah, still. I mean, map number 1 was pretty close, but that's one of those moments where you try to have to take your learnings from what you've seen on the red card. Can you transfer them there into this protocol? Because it would be a massive scalp for them to take this price. If I think I managed to find it, Omid Brooklyn are one of the favorites for the tournament, or were at least anyway, until, you know, spawn changes, team changes having to come through at last moment, that kind of thing.
Team changes, spawn changes is very interesting way of putting it. I
don't know where it got spawns from, but irrelevant. It's one of those situations for Omid Brooklyn. I think, you know, if they had their full roster, they'd be thinking to themselves, we can crack on and just, you know, go through the tournament as expected. But Paul X has played pretty well, in fairness. But you would expect them to be able to get past this squad maybe a little easier than they've made it look.
Yeah, we'll find out. Of course, we're still waiting for this player to get back. I think this may be the biggest install of shaders anyone's ever seen. This guy's been shading in 16k. So we'll find out as it kind of gets through into it, of course. But yeah, these players are all ready for this one. And I suppose, if we're being honest, you give them the time, because this is an elimination round, right? If you lose one more time, if you're Falcons, you are out. Obviously, Brooklyn do have the advantage, so they can lose a map. But if they lose 2, they also get eliminated from this tournament. And it's still pretty early for both these teams. That's the truth. You'd expect them to be quite a lot deeper in this tournament than they are currently. But that is the truth. The bracket works how the bracket works. And if you lose right now, well, it's unfortunate, but you have lost twice.
Yeah, you don't get too many opportunities when it comes down to these line events. You really do have to be perfect all the way through. It is a very difficult proposition to go on to win these tournaments. I remember way back in the day, I actually played in triple elimination bracket. There's a lot. There was 3 different opportunities, Bricey, to go on to lose, and I'm pretty sure I still finished only top 8. Incredible work from Chris. This is one of those like 16 teams there as well. That would maybe get a little confusing. Triple eliminations a lot for the brain to try and work through, if I'm honest, Bryce.
Yeah, it certainly is. I do remember that being attempted, but triple elimination is kind of crazy. It is. It's a lot of games to rotate through the stations. But hey, never mind. Enough from us walking down memory lane. Enough from us waffling and talking. It's now time for action. Here comes the respawn. We're jumping in. Over at Brooklyn and Team Falcons. Elimination game. The Falcons do or die.
Gotta get it done here if you're Falcons. Gotta send it to that map number 5 and then hope you can use your S&D prowess. If you can get that. 2-1 up though are at Brooklyn. Looking to get this one done. They will want to close this in 4. They will not be wanting to see a map number 5, Bryce.
Let's find out. Into the blender. Seed shooting quite nicely, and Brooklyn, of course, it has been what I would call a tumultuous week for them. Gonna lose a bit. Player come through as well, but that would be even bigger news if they went out here at this point. But Falcons, so far so good. A soak coming in from them on P1.
I just think you have to give so much credit towards Paul X for coming into this roster and doing as well as he has done over this series, over this week so far. Just coming in from Icons. Like, he seems to be waking up in this one. 4 in a row now inside of P1. Team Falcons, you've soaked some brilliant time here. Wasn't paying much attention to the actual scoreline because you don't usually see this much of a swing. P2 incoming, and Falcons are heading there 43-0 up.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest kind of advantages you'll see on P1 ever. And over at Brooklyn, I know we had a little bit of a break, but are they all back at their setup?
Can we lock in? That's what I'd be saying to the teammates right now. See, trying to get a bit of mid-map control. They want to try and flip back over towards P3, but you kind of need to stop all this time going over towards Team Falcons, or we're heading into map number 5, well, in around 3 minutes' time.
See, going for a flank here, trying to break this as well, but this is unbelievable. Generational start from the Falcons. Point after point, we're still on a 5. Everybody winning their gunfights. Eventually, Ohm at Brooklyn get on the board as we're about to hit P3.
I mean, it's incredible work from Falcons from 1 to 2. The transition obviously working out perfectly. Now over towards P3 is kind of where you need to go a little harder. Encourage trying to stay alive. Oh, he's in a little bit of trouble, but his team's still spawning towards the backside. Opportunity to try and find a break. I mean, 6 in a row here, Bryce. There's the break. Falcons are looking crazy good now.
Yeah, this is screaming a map 5 in the ascendancy. They would have to really falter quite considerably to turn this around, but I'm at Brooklyn trying to get the position. They are now going to try to get back into it. Prolly with 2 already, and oh my goodness, Encourage with 8. Health still not back, dancing. The light feet, the tippy-tappy toes. And here's 8, then it'll be 9. Not going to be quite enough, but damage will be done. An unbelievable play here from the Falcons. Just up in huge numbers, and I don't know what has happened in this break. Maybe a generational pep talk, but my goodness.
I mean, they are running through them right now. Transition down low, incoming. You absolutely need it to find something here if you're on Brooklyn. You need to get some good time. And that's the thing, I suppose if you let this happen early, and if you can bring it back, it's happening early so you're still not like a gross amount behind. You find this next 45 seconds over towards the back end of P4. It's very doable. Polex will find a couple. And all of a sudden, you find yourself 30 or 40 behind. That's not the end of the world. Push coming through. Not able to find a great deal. Oh, the trade's going to be there from ProLoot. Can find one. Finds the second as well. Anybody else on the chopping block? ProLoot's trying to lock it down on his own. Help is now here as well. Northern Brooklyn still in control.
Alex, gotta be careful. And I'll tell you something. For I'm at Brooklyn, this hill alone has been a saviour. The game looks a little bit more realistic. Still not great, of course. The Falcons still have a heavy lead. But at least a light at the end of the tunnel. And Courage is just going to get a bit of lucky timing there as he finds 2 as well. And will eventually go down as Icons. That is a bit of a wobble as Exceed finds his second. Will go down to King though. And back once again into Falcons.
Yeah, Exceed couldn't have done much more there. See already. Brooklyn trying to find a way through. But Encourage, incredible shots. 15 and 7 from him. Good time coming in over towards P1 again. Brooklyn cannot let Falcons get this time so easily this time. You can't let it happen.
Yeah, certainly struggling a little bit to contest as much as you maybe expect around P1, and maybe a little bit more slaying on the board will help them out. There we go. There's going to be 3. Brooklyn will be looking for the last 14 seconds of this, but even more importantly, Tunt, this transition into P2. Have to make it worthwhile, and that's a big gunfight if Exceed can win it, but just doesn't have the angle.
Caught themselves up though just a little bit. I think it was about an 80-point deficit. May well grow back to that though. Falcons can control this. No pressure coming in on the flank. Everybody from Brooklyn having to come through the front door. Thankfully they do have the P3 spawned. Ain't gonna matter. Wixel and Courage working well together. More really good time for Team Falcons. P1 and P2 just seems to be working for them every single time.
Gotta be careful. Icons trying to just hold it down as well, but Brooklyn falling further and further behind. They really need just a huge turnaround, and the scrap time here is good, but will be better is a great transition to this next one. Ton, do they have it in them?
They need to. They absolutely need to. They do have the positioning to do so. Whereas can find a kill, trying to help on the transition as well. Icon's weak. Proloop will be able to just put one singular bullet in there. How is Chris surviving this? Now going to be able to back up and help his teammates over towards P3. This is another good opportunity for Brooklyn to try and bring this one back. Falcons absolutely are not faltering. But Brooklyn have woken up. You remember map number 1, Brycey? It was about a 50-point lead for Falcons that they let fumble. Are they going to let that happen again? Brooklyn not quite in control that they were.
Praise on a 5 streak, but needs some reinforcements. Teammates need to get in here and help because they are losing points by the second. Has to dive in as well, and that is unbelievable. Craze finds 2, and the 3rd broken open on an 8 streak. This may be the catalyst they need. Now the 9. The spawn will flip out, but you can already see the Falcons, knowing the position they are in, have gone for the other side. Craze is going to try and get this pinch.
I mean, he hasn't died since before P2, I think. It may well have just been at the start. We're heading into P4, and he is just unkillable. Eventually will fall, but trades going the way of Brooklyn. Yeah, they will. Proloop will find 2. There is the break over towards P4. 55 seconds remaining, and what was about 80 points at one stage is now down to 30.
Well, that is unbelievable. I said they need something to turn around. Craze on a 10. We'll do that for them. Now they're going to hold. Here comes the rest of the Falcons. Wixel trying to push in as well. It's going to be a trade all around as King finds 3. Is not even weak onto this one, and maybe a little bit of bad timing looking for this player contest still going on. Both players are going to be frantic here for this one as King will find that next kill. More trades flying in. This time, Brooklyn grab it, and well done. We've got a game on our hands.
Yeah, 22 seconds remaining here over towards P4. Breaks back and forth. Our Falcons going to have another go at this. Encouraged with an 8 out. Not going to really deter Paul X whatsoever. Does need a little bit of help though. King comes in from the side. Contestation coming through from Exceed. But for where this game was, you put it within the possibility of winning it now if you are Brooklyn. We're heading into a 3rd rotation. You're going to find yourselves not even 20 points behind. But they need to do better at P1. Team Falcons have been finding far too much free time. Brooklyn, you cannot let this continue to bleed.
Oh, gets it down as well. Icons allowed to shut down the God Rod and still doing so well. Falcons, their best hill is P1, and my goodness, are they making it work for themselves as they enter lethal range to end this game. Can't end it here, but over the 200-point mark as Brooklyn have just not found success on one hill, and it may cost them the hard point.
Put themselves within 10 or 15. Now all of a sudden, you are down 30 or 40 again. Just free time for them. They're just jumping on the point, and everyone seems to have some sort of coverage. Icon's going to take down King, but it's not going to matter. And Courage is there to pick up the pieces. He's shooting in this map, though. A little bit of a slow start to the series. Map 1 and 2 were not his best. Now, all of a sudden, Team Falcons, they are 30 seconds away from sending us to a map number 5 here. Losers round 4. The games are already heating up. Perfect transition from Falcons. Icons can't quite get it done. Encourage can. Now, all of a sudden, Omid Brooklyn heading over towards the back spawns. Team Falcons are in a perfect position to end this game.
And Omid Brooklyn will have maybe one last chance at this already. A couple of kills going down, but bang on the point already for the Falcons. Proluk trying to punch through the middle of this map. Got a few teammates to back him up. They're going for this one with every bullet that they have, but trades go down, and it will be Brooklyn that get on the point. So far, they are okay. Dodging away from the streak, back onto the point. Already going to be gunned down. Encourage Lieutenant Paul X. King will get one more, and they're going to look to end it here, Ton. I think they might be able to.
Looking that way. Paul X needs to get there. The rest of the squad need to get there. They're 3 seconds away. Falcons have been picked out of it, but Wixel and Co now on transition over towards P3. It's about this first initial break. Brooklyn, you have to be perfect.
And I don't think perfect is going to occur. Only 3 seconds left to go. They will break in for a second. Wixel trying to hold them at bay here. Paul X is going to be caught sprinting, trying to reinforce his desperation teammates as they are holding this fort. Everybody ready, every gun, every direction, and every doorway. But unfortunately, the flank comes through. Exceed will find 2 as well. More reinforcements flooding in as they cannot afford to let a single body get past.
Remember the end of the red card. There's a little bit panicking from Team Falcons. This is what it feels like this time around as well. But the kill's starting to fall their way. Exceed, though, he has to defend it all on his own. Can't get the job done. Falcons send us map number 5.
And in the end, too many bodies piling in. They just cannot keep up with the trades. And the Falcons win the hard point. Map 5 will beckon. And what a great game for them. But the highlight has to be P1. The Falcons must have got 150 points on that hill alone.
Incredible work from the Falcons, who, again, P1 to P2, what they were 65-0 up. They were cruising from the get-go. And then after that, it was just about the fight back from Omid Brooklyn, who kind of went even. And honestly, after that first hill, it's pretty even. All back and forth, back and forth. But you can't allow that to happen so freely. I'd love to see the split of how much was made on each and every single hill, Bryce, because that's a crazy amount of P1 it felt like that Team Falcons managed to get a hold of. I want to say it was a minimum of like 100 seconds of their time was kind of over towards P1. Massive stuff. Now I'm heading to Hacienda Search to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, I said I can see this going to a map 5. Map 5 it certainly did. Big plays from the Falcons. And yeah, I mean, realistically, when we usually talk about P1, especially on this map, it is never normally an easy hole. There is a great place to contest. Lots of places to nade. You know where you're going. The Falcons just made that their hill. And it was the difference maker. Normally, not that big of a factor into this one, but they played it perfectly. If anything, Omid Brooklyn, their comeback, we should probably be hyping up a little bit more. Almost made it.
Almost did, but in the end, you're just giving yourself a mountain to climb, right? Not an easy thing to do on protocol, especially if a team can just set themselves up over towards P3, P4, do their work from there. But I mean, Craze was doing insane things inside of the point to try and bring them back into it. We've seen at least 2 or 3, like 8, 9 sprays. Encourage and Craze going toe to toe. 10 in the end from Craze before he did fall down. It felt like Omid Brooklyn were bringing it back in that game. We go over towards P1. Falcons find some good time. Of absolutely nothing. It was a 10-point game before we headed there. That's 30 or 40 seconds. That was the 3rd time around. Incredible work from the side of Team Falcons. And we go to map number 5.
There's the reactions at the end of it. Players obviously settled in, ready for this map 5, and well, we're going to debate it with a S&D elimination. That's basically how it's going to go, but of course, we'll get that one ready for you and get this lobby set up. But before we do that, a quick break here on the open stream. We'll be right back after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. Sorry for the brief delay, just sorting out a monitor issue there in challenges, but we're ready, we're here. It's time for map 5, elimination game, 2-2 over Brooklyn and the Falcons ton.
Yeah, been a crazy game. The fact that we're going to map number 5 to kick off our very first series of the day and of our 2-day coverage. Of course, we've got 4 games tonight, 3 games after this one, and then 4 games coming up tomorrow. A lot earlier, but we'll be kicking things off at a very nice time. Well, at least for us. You in North America might have to set a little bit of an alarm, but we're very excited to jump into this series and finish it off, Pricey, because it's been a cracker. There's honestly been some fantastic maps between these two teams, and now we head into a map number 5, Hacienda Search and Destroy, with it all to play for, and all of it to play for is, well, just staying in the tournament. I mean, I think if you'd said to me a week or two ago, Brooklyn would be in this position, I'd have called you crazy. I also probably wouldn't have known that they would have lost one of their best players up to the side of Ultra, purely because of some visa issues for Ben Bean. Why is it always Ben Beans' fault? Why is it always his fault? I don't understand how this continues to happen. But irrelevant of that, we have ourselves well positioned for this map number 5. This should be a very, very interesting end to what has been a very interesting series.
Well, we'll find out who walks away. Only 6 rounds stand between a team and elimination. And neither team will be happy with this finish at this stage of the tournament. Words will be had either way from both of them. But let's find out. Here comes the break. Brooklyn will be the first on the attack, of course. No trophies active yet in this round, so got to be a little bit careful of those nades.
Stun just well timed as well. Exceed will get caught on the way through. There's a little bit of pressure from the windows. First gunfight's going to be huge here, but the first bomb of the entire map is going to go down here. When Brooklyn get it down, Chris just going to give that one up. Exceed presumably is out. A lot of pressure coming in onto Exceed though. Continues to survive. Falcons yet to find a pick.
See, being careful now, trying to take a little bit of control. Timing will be everything here as everybody swings into action, but down to a 3 versus 3 with bomb down. It's still going to be Brooklyn that have the advantage. Crazy's running around looking for people, but it doesn't even matter. Brooklyn walk away with that first round ton, and once that bomb goes down, it certainly becomes an easier time.
Nicely done. As soon as they get their bomb down, you just control it well. I actually really like it from Crazy. He gives up the top window, which you won't see a lot of players want to do, be willing to do. He gives it up just re-wrap along the flank. And then he knows that players from Falcons, even though they didn't end up there and the situation didn't play out, the situation that's just in my brain. If they had pushed in towards window, they're not expecting him to be pushing around behind. They're expecting him to be there. I caught them off guard. Didn't need to in the end. It was Paul X who found 3. Pickup not doing too bad in this series, does he?
Certainly hasn't. Like I said, I wonder how this will make him feel about challenges in the future, but before we get there, we've still got a few rounds to get through, and at the moment, Falcons do have control of A. I'm at Brooklyn. We'll probably now go to split the map and get ready for a retake.
Big pick from Exceed. Bomb will go down anyway. But that will be advantage over towards home at Brooklyn. They are hunting right now. Icons very, very weak. Courage will find one back. King gets aggressive onto Paul X as well. See, can find another. Look at the 10. Can he find a second? Yes, he does. Makes it a 1v1.
And King is going to get bad timing. That is unfortunate. Proluke catches him. And just when you thought the Falcons might have had that one, Ton, Exceed pulls off a Crazy 2.
It's incredible work from Exceed. He just had the read on them and snaps onto one of them. Proluke will be there for the final kill. He will pick up his own plaudits for that, but it's all on Exceed. Finding 2 gives Proluke the opportunity to do this. Catches King off guard. Bomb defused 2-0 to Omer Brooklyn.
Well, so far so good for Omid, and all they want to do now, all they are waiting for, is 4 more rounds to send the Falcons out. It's never a nice time saying goodbye to a team, especially this early. That pressure will continue to mount. Brooklyn, though, feeling confident. This is an aggressive push straight in towards the B side. Bomb going down already. They have the overwatch and positioning.
They are delusional confident right now. One player's managed to find a flank around the other side. Exceed is good for 2 again. And he's taking over here in map number 5. And right now, Team Falcons can't do a great deal about it. Icons can find one back on the Proluke, though. King, he's found a little bit of time, but he hasn't got much of hope. In a 1 versus 3, make it a 1 versus 2. Tries to spin over towards top. It's not going to happen. Omer Brooklyn are speed running through Team Falcons right here in map number 5.
Confidence in spades. You said it there, pushing forward. I mean, Exceed just took map control completely away from the Falcons. And they are reading from a playbook. You could see that was something they've practiced. They got it into position, and now 3 rounds away. They are looking like the dominant team in this S&D. The Falcons will have to rally. They need to make an adjustment at this point.
They change something up. Right now, they've kind of been beaten to the punch up top. These opening breaks not working in their favor necessarily, but I mean, also Exceed is just finding 2 pieces he never should. And he's the one up top trying to deal with them now. Push over towards A, starting to come through. Exceed just putting some bullets down, keeping that pressure on them. Becomes a little bit more difficult to want to commit to a plant when there's bullets heading your way and you haven't got a clue where from. Proluke, he's found his own suit. Fences belongs to him, and all of a sudden, Omer Brooklyn again, just in complete control. Exceed will get taken down. There's hope here for Falcons in a 2 versus 3.
Icons, will he be found first? Oh, jumps off at the wrong bit of timing, and Paul X will grab him. Wixel now, 1 versus 3. And it will be a 1 versus 3 they really, really need. He's in between the Omer Brooklyn players. He needs some luck. The Falcons need some luck. There's the first one down. He's looking to see if this next player challenges. That's horrible timing from Wixel, and while he grabs the bomb, he's going away from it. They know he's here, though. They're going to catch him, and bullets in the back. He's trying to stay alive. No health. He's got 5. Oh, my goodness. Has he managed to slip the net? Not going to happen. No Cinderella story there. Brooklyn get another round.
Nicely done. It's just, again, big 2 pieces coming through. It's Proluke who finds them. Over towards the fence's side. It's just mission impossible for Wixel at that stage, though. Chris finds his second of the game. He's barely had to do a thing. It's Omit Brooklyn are sprinting away from Team Falcons right now. A couple of 1v1s have went Omit Brooklyn's way, and then this is where we are. This is where Team Falcons have got to turn it around and turn it around very, very quickly. 4-0 down. Can you hold this defense? It's been a little bit too easy for Omit Brooklyn to get over towards the A side. Not so much of a commitment up top. They're letting them find this push.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, look, but the thing is that if Chris hasn't pushed past here, this passiveness from Falcons doesn't work. You now got to kind of dot your I's, cross your T's if you even want to pass the midway point.
Bennett here. Oh, we've had a host end. We've had a tech issue. We'll find out and update you as soon as we know exactly what is happening in that game. I mean, right now, Brooklyn, though, sitting pretty happy with it. They are 4-0 up. Maybe, just maybe, this will be a change of fortune with the ice.
Potentially, but 4-0 up. I mean, you are cruising right now. Omit Brooklyn are running through Falcons, and it's always very, very difficult to sort of say a way back in when a team is getting slammed like this. It's hard to say. I don't know if this issue has been plaguing Falcons all the way through, but we will find out what's going on as soon as we can. But yeah, Omit Brooklyn looking very, very solid here, map number 5.
Yeah, they really are. And of course, as soon as we find out what exactly is happening with these two squads, we will let you know. I know the rest of the bracket kind of continues going through, and our coverage will go as well. I believe we're jumping over to winners next time.
Yeah, winners is going to be coming up next. I think we got a very, very good game actually coming up next with Team Notorious. Entirely forgot who they're going to be going up against, but they are playing. We'll keep an eye on how things are going to go there. But yeah, team, we're going to be watching. Keep an eye on the winners bracket side of things. We're going into that. We're going to winners bracket semi. Then coming up after that, we've got both winners bracket semis actually coming tonight. So we will get through a good portion of this tournament, Brycey, by the end of tonight, whenever that is going to be.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, we've kind of jumped into what can only be described as an incredible game to begin with. Although, saying that, the map 5 has been a bit disappointing so far. Not if you're an Omit Brooklyn fan, but in terms of being close, the Falcons will, of course, need to really find their form. Just not had the greatest time at the moment on Hacienda S&D, and they'll be looking to maybe make more than a little adjustment. I suspect what they might need to do is be a little bit more aggressive, take a bit more map control away.
Yeah, it does feel a little passive as we get back into it. Because I'm a Brooklyn 4 to the good now. Bear that in mind with the scoreboard. We'll keep you up to date. I'm a Brooklyn need 2. Team Falcons need 6.
Oh, Christ. That could have been disastrous, that catch onto it, but gets away with it and dumps out of it. If you are watching this, it is 4-0 to Brooklyn. Just got to keep in mind that they have the heavy advantage in the S&D.
Yep, they need 2. Falcons need 6. I think that's the easiest way. But a very, very heavy advantage. Yeah, for the side of Omit Brooklyn. And because we have Codcast and we know they have an opportunity to get this bomb down, and they are very much going to take it. Craze has been playing with them here. And that's what I said about that point where he's seen 2 of them. You would have liked to kill there, but the fact that he just puts the bullets in and dances around them. Questions raised. Things you need to cover. Places you need to clear out for Team Falcons. And also, whilst this bomb goes down, difficult scenario to try and battle your way through. Paul X will find the first blood. 3v3 now.
King wants to move here, but he's going to need a distraction. He needs somebody to help him. He cannot run into this choke point alone. Needs the timing. Exceed takes a couple of bullets and almost gets caught for his way, and then ends up getting the trade down to a 1 versus 2. Wicks are going to look for him as well, but Proloot finds the first. This is going to be a chow coming in, and Proloot finds both. Static on the feet, but the gun moves quick. And that will be 5-0 to Omit Brooklyn. The Falcons are staring down a 6-0 defeat and elimination.
I mean, just the star power of Omit Brooklyn has been coming through in the search and destroy. If Craze ain't doing it, Exceed's doing it. And if Exceed ain't doing it, Proloot is doing it. All X is there for the ride right now. Everybody else is very much finding these clutch moments. It's not to say Paul X is doing anything wrong, just everybody else in Omit Brooklyn is finding 2 big kills across multiple different rounds. They are now 1 round away from a 6-0 map number 5. Wow, we went all the way to map number 5 for this. Let's find out. Icons, first blooded. Falcons, 3v3, 3v2. Omit Brooklyn have made mincemeat of them in this map. This has been incredible. Encouraged, left in a 1 versus 3.
Possibly one of the more important 1 versus 3s, but Omit Brooklyn are performing what is known as the Wolf Pack. You have the numbers. Everybody, stay close. Get ready for the trade. No 1v1s here for encourage. They're not going to allow them to do it. And at some point, they will collide. It's very, very, very rare to see you get 3 players in one trade. They're just going to do laps of the map, I think.
Yeah, they've managed to miss each other so far. There's no info for encourage, though, is there? I found a freebie here. Not going to happen. Home at Brooklyn, it'll take them 5 maps, but they get it done in some fashion in that 5th map. 6-0, 3-2. They will find the result and will advance on to losers round 5.
Yeah, I mean, that is somewhat of an anticlimactic ending, but I'm at Brooklyn. They'll be more than happy running through that S&D and continuing on the tournament. We do say goodbye to Team Falcons. A disappointing finish for them at the Open, but unfortunately, that's how it works.
Yeah, look, you drop in against a shot like home at Brooklyn, who you wouldn't have expected down here. You wouldn't probably be expected to be down here as early as you have been if you're Team Falcons. They've had to fight through, and they do not get bracket blessed whatsoever. Brooklyn, as mentioned, one of the best teams in the game. Of course, they have had to make a substitute, which would have had some effect, you would imagine, but Paul X very much doing what he needed to do here in the series. I said he was along for the ride. Before we finished up, I think he was a 5-1, 6-1, something along those lines. So, Paul, if you ever watch this one back, I do sincerely apologize. But irrelevant. Everybody from Brooklyn pitching in that search and destroying a 6-0 to finish things off. Incredible work. That'll give them a lot of confidence heading into their next series.
Yeah, it's a big confidence boost for them as well. And you can see how devastated the Falcon players are going to be. Heads and hands just really disappointed with the finish. It was close in so many of the maps, the last S&D as well, but they had the opportunity on map 1. You could also argue that realistically, maybe just on the control, though they didn't look as solid as home at Brooklyn. But it could have been over in 3 maps, and it wasn't. Went all the way to 5. Unfortunately, Omit just took them to task. 6-0 ending.
Yep. Incredible work from the side of Omit to get the job done, although a bit more of a stressful one. A bit more of a mentally tasking one than they would have wanted before the rest of their day, which is going to continue for them and also for us. Incredible series to kick things off here, Bryce. The rest of them have kind of got something to live up to now, haven't they?
They certainly do. Fortunately, at this stage, there are many good teams left into this one, and they are starting to show up to face each other. The games in the winners bracket will be coming next to your screen, and we'll be wandering our way through that bracket, which we should be able to have a quick look at to remind you of just all of the wonderful, tantalizing COD action that we can expect in the next couple of hours, Ton.
Yeah, look, there's some big games coming up. I mean, we've got some winners bracket games for the rest of the night. That's where we're going to spend our time. I believe we've got the winners quarters. We picked one in particular. It's going to be Team Notorious taking on Royal Spawns. That's an absolute banger. Then we've got 2 winners bracket semis. We've got some good COD on the way.
Yeah, we certainly do, of course. And I think one thing I'm really kind of looking forward to is finding out just who is going to walk away with a victory of this one. I am looking forward to kind of seeing Team Notorious as well. You've got to remember one of the storylines for them being the fact that everybody was looking forward to them last time in this tournament. We will get to see them shortly. But before we wander into that side of the bracket, we are going to go to a quick break. More action here on the open stream after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Miami Open. We're ready with challenger teams on the ascendancy, and we're now looking down the barrel at our winner's side. Some very big teams here left in this one ton.
Yeah, some really big teams. And let's have a quick look at the bracket, see how things are breaking down. Of course, we're just coming in, well, not quite at the halfway point. We're coming in still pretty early, but for some of these teams, it's been a battle through yesterday. We're now into, well, the first one is round that we're going to get a chance to see. We can already see some of them cracking on, but that one at the very top is the one we're going to be keeping an eye on. Team Notorious taking on the Royal Spartans. This should be an absolute banger. Team Orchid against Team War yet to get going, but we are staying with the winners bracket the entirety of the night, so we'll be seeing the others two winners round. But this is Team Notorious, who I mean, we know very, very well. We've casted them win 2 of the elite stages. Fell off at the last one. Haven't necessarily had the performances on LAN they would have liked, especially with their early dominance in Europe. Let's see how they're going to go here against an opposition that are going to be tough to go up against, and some familiar faces on the opposition side as well. Got players like Hixie and Gunless sitting over there, Dak alongside Cruzy as well. I mean, this is a very, very solid roster. And it's going to be interesting to see how it does go down between these two, because this is a big game. Both of them had the potential to go a long, long way.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, yeah, you wouldn't kind of expect us to see anywhere less than maybe even deeper in the bracket, to be honest with you. But both teams obviously looking to push as far forward as they can. I mean, Notorious second in the recent Elite was probably their big story. They weren't able to get the 3-peat, falling to Team Orchid, who are maybe proving themselves the biggest team in Europe at the moment. And Notorious will want to take this one back to prove it's them.
Yeah, they'll be trying their best to make sure to try and have a decent enough run here over in Miami, and they can maybe try and get themselves back over towards the top side of things in Europe. But that's the game when we get ready to get into it. It's going to be an interesting one. I'm curious to see how it's going to go down, but it's a really, really hard one to call.
It certainly is. As both these ones come through, and we'll try to not be biased, but I mean, you know, Hixie's there, so you can put it both sides of that one anyway. I mean, for me, I'm kind of looking forward to see how Hixie's been playing. I know it's been a bit of a tumultuous couple of years for him in and out of the league, and having some rough times, especially with how when he kind of leads the team, they do very, very well after. But you can also remember when he joined the team all the way back when he also took them to a tournament win. So I'm a big fan of Hixie here as well. So we'll see just how well this kind of goes in this game.
Yeah, big Charlie Hicks fan. I think, you know, he's somebody who has kind of done things the hard way, hasn't he? He's battled his way through, he got his opportunity, but then he kind of proved that he can do it. So let's see if he can do it up against some former European opposition. We'll find out shortly.
We certainly will. Well, I believe the teams are currently getting sat down and are about to start getting ready for this game. So while they get their settings all locked in, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere there, because map 1 is almost upon us in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Open. Unfortunately, there was a few issues on the station we were trying to get through. PCs were chucked in and out like a pit crew for F1. But I have been told that we have fixed it. The players are sat, the lobby is generating, and everything else is good, Ton.
Yeah, it feels like we're good to go. So we have an absolute cracker. Obviously, one we just covered before we went on a little extended break there. But Team Notorious taking on Royal Spartans. This is replacing the top 6, and we are in the winners' quarters. This was the pick of the bunch. Well, the bunch have all finished. We have been held back by the previous game that we had going on. We're now into this one, though. Team Notorious against Royal Spartans. It's an absolute banger and a really hard one to call. I think, you know, for Team Notorious, they had a disappointing end to, of course, their season when it did come down to it in the Elite. They were looking for the three-peat. They didn't get it done, but they're looking to come try and have a better time of things. This, I think, would put them in a better position than they were already from the previous event. A top 6 would, well, be a position they want to advance on from. But for the other side, though, I think as well, this is a good opportunity for both these two teams. You've got up against a roster very, very strong, but if you can find this, it gives you so much momentum heading into a winner's semi. But we are ready to go. Team Notorious taking on the Royal Spartans. Should be a banger.
Certainly should. Well, without further delay, without any more issues, this game is ready to go. A throwdown, a showdown. The Spartans and Notorious are about to go head-to-head on this first hard point. And, well, I'll tell you something. I think Notorious are the only team left in winners from Europe.
I think so. And they're looking to try and get things going. It has notoriously been, for them, a little bit of an issue of getting things going on the land side of things. Especially if Dak's just going to find 3 like that to open up things and proceedings over towards P1. But looking over towards this Royal Spartans lineup, I mean, look at the names that we have there. We have multiple land winners in Gunless. Hixie, of course, winning at the top CDL level. Crew's been around forever and ever and ever and ever. And of course, Dak already having a very nice start to this one. 3-1. Royal Spartans with some good time over towards P1. That being flipped out this time, though. Team Notorious in a good spot to rotate over towards P2 in 15 seconds stack.
He's just playing his life, trying to cause a few issues for Eric Boom. Not going to work out perfectly, though. And Eric Boom trying to be Eric Boom. Does a lot of big work in Europe in the Elite Series every time we see him. Going to need to do the same thing here, though. But one of the highlights for Team Notorious on this map is usually Afro, so keep an eye on him to accelerate as we get later into this P2, which is one of Notorious's most favourite hills.
They do well. Typically over towards a vault. And yeah, you are right. It is down to players like Afro. But everybody has the ability to pop off from this Team Notorious team, specifically on this map. One more kill will do. Team Notorious potentially on the cards for some good time here. They need to get some extension over towards the balcony side. They want ultimate control. One comes through. Everybody picked off. And all of a sudden, Afro is left well with an AR in his hand, trying to do all the defensive work that he possibly can. Gunless tagged up. Afro head to right. Spawn towards the backside. Team Notorious do need to get inside the point, though. This is some time leaking away they would have liked. A 10-point game by the time we get over towards P3.
Oh. Got a little bit of scrap time here. Transition to P3. Not terrible for them. They've got a bit of a split going on. They're waiting for this. So is every player on the map. It's all about getting these first positions to get the fight down onto it. And, well, where the trade's going down, that hill will be empty again. So one more time. Slight advantage for the Royal Spartans. Of course, they do have that mid-map control. Gives them the advantage as Hixie uses that to full effect. And now they are pushing them back. It's a time to soak for the Spartans.
This is a good time. Oh god, let's can find one as well before getting taken down by F dot. And it's crucial that F dot survives here for Team Notorious. Ixie having a look. Had a good start. 10 and 5 from him. Listen, Cruz getting control. Yeah, they got the spawns through, and that's a nice rotation from the Royal Spartans. So in a very, very good spot heading over towards P4. Team Notorious could do with this a little bit of scrap time, just to ease that pain of what's probably going to happen over towards P4. Dak and Cruz finding some crucial kills also. Nicely done. Eric Boom trying to survive and trying to push forward also. That's not a disaster for Team Notorious, but the opposite of what they would have wanted.
Well, Eric Boom.
Oh my.
Well, that's a perfect rotation. You're going to say they didn't have it to begin with, but they just managed to batter their way through the defenses. The Royal Spartans faltering just a bit, and this has given the advantage to Notorious. They're trying to hold them back here. Eric Boom knows there's more players pushing forward. Takes a couple of bullets through the doorway. Eric Boom, all a fluster, cannot work out where he needs to be, and, well, there's a slight gap the Gunless has now exploited.
On the way through. And they managed to find that punching power, though. Good hold here by Team Notorious. All things considered, it was looking, I don't want to say a bit bleak, but P4 wasn't looking likely. They get a hold of it, and now it's all of a sudden the lead. Back and forth we go, though. Gunless can find one, trying to find a way through for the second. Can't quite get it. The grenade will cause issue. They chal out. Nicely done from Team Notorious. 10 seconds or so remaining. We're going to be heading over towards the second rotation. To be honest, Bryce, Team Notorious do a really good job over towards P4. Royal Spartans solid throughout the rest. But they allowed Team Notorious a nice hold over towards that final hill of the first rotation, and that gets the job done.
Oh, this is for the Royal Spartans and the P1 so far. Trying to get it as well as Hixie will get a team kill there, but it will deflect some of the pressure that the Notorious team is trying to stick on them. Hixie, though, staying alive, trying to get out of that one again, but we know it's going to be trades aplenty around P1. This time, Notorious come out on top.
Yeah, much better. Find them and set up the line across the map. They want to make sure that they don't let him through for free. Enemy Afro over towards the balcony side. He's going to be dead to rights. 2v1 gets taken down. Everybody else now having to defend from the back foot. Can you do anything here? If you're F-dot, yes, you can. You can find two, but Dak is there to pick up the pieces. Afro and Co spawning out. Want to put the pressure in over towards P1 so they can get the P2 a little quicker. Nice play from Dak, though. It's a nice break back and a nice hold off the back of... It's a nice play from Dak. 5 in a row. And rotation over towards P2 alongside of it.
Here comes the push. I mean, funny enough, Spartans aren't in here yet. They're just going for the slate. They have secured basically everything. Look how far they've pushed them away here. Notorious going to lose 15 seconds just by having to reverse the map. Still on that 6, looking for it. Going to shut down Afro, or at least make him duck his head down. Back into the pool, and this is going to be an issue for Notorious because they don't know where he is at the moment, and this could give him a couple of kills. There's one. Not going to get a second. A little bit of a shaky shot, but it will be Notorious to get in time.
Need to get this time. 25 seconds remaining. P4 is really where they have done well so far on this map. You can find anything extra over towards P2 and keep that going. All of a sudden, you're in a really nice spot. Cruz can find one at F-dot, but they have been forced away. Those final 10 seconds are probably going to go Notorious's way. And that's going to be a 40-point lead by the time we head over towards P3. Wasn't a bad hold for the Royal Spartans over towards this hill last time out. But you don't want to bleed anything. Going even across every hill right now works out perfectly for Team Notorious.
Still, just a bad rotation could flip this back to the Spartans. Dak taking more bullets than he wants to, staying alive for as long as possible, does not get the regen in time and will be cut down. You can see Notorious now trying to just work their way into that P3. It's not easy, but Afro has found two, not going to find a third, but does rock the Spartans a little bit.
They've kept them at bay, haven't they? They've kept them at bay, and they've got the spawns they want as well. Next minute or so is obviously influential, though, as well. The next 25 seconds, Dak has found a way through. Those close spawns might just give them an idea that he is here. I think with the lack of activity over towards the hill as well, that is surely going to give them an indication. Dak will find F-dot. Is that going to be enough, though, to try and break the spawns back? Yes, it is. One player towards this backside, surviving, and needs to. Finds it. Rafi will take him down, but he's going to be on his own for a little while. Never mind.
He's going to
comes in.
Try and hold.
No. Bit of a split there. Two players, opposition teams.
That's the worst timing.
They're spawning next to each other over towards the backside. It's a little bit of a confusing one from them both. Rafi and Eric Boom doing well, though. They find a couple of kills inside of the point. Afro on his way.
Sprinting, trying to get there at the right time. Does he hit this at the right angle and comes to help out his teammate? Left alive onto the point. Knows that he's going to be outnumbered. Going to try and work every single angle. Knows his back door is covered, so it does give him somewhat of an advantage. He can try and take this gunfight, but with two people in the door, will he be able to get both? No. Too many bullets, too many taken down, and the Spartans eventually break through. Eric Boom trying to get back into this one as well, but nobody happy, nobody secure, and everybody throwing their bodies at this one still. Rafi dives straight in to try and get the trade. Doesn't work out, but then F-dot does the same thing. Everybody, it's a party on P4, and they're all invited.
Spartans eventually get away through, but I mean, if you're Team Notorious, you kind of kept that 45 second lead for quite some time now. Since over towards P2, they've just went even all the way through, and that works out. Rift Up and Co. having a good map yet. Still a lot of work to be done though. Rafi finds a big gunfight. Getting aggressive. They're on the right side of the map here, Team Notorious, with 45 seconds to play for over towards P1. Was a potentially good position, but 3 kills will come through. Royal Spartans find themselves in a good spot now. Spawn's still here over towards this P2 side, but this is potentially 30 seconds. That could be invaluable to Royal Spartans.
And that's what they're going to play for. You can see everybody stacking. Eric Boom's gone all the way around and has found one. Straight back onto the point. A little bit of a bonus here for Notorious. They haven't had a good P2 rotation yet. They've never been first, but have been able to make it somewhat competitive. But again, same story. And now Notorious will have to go for a hard break.
This is going to be tough, especially with Dak in that position. Going to hit the long route down the street side. Gunless will slow them down with the kill on F-Dot, and now they can start to get aggressive. Big kill incoming. Gotta get rid of Gunless, and you do. They've had to be patient, but 45 seconds. What is that snap from Afro? Has help now inside of the point. Cruz, though, can find 2, but not before he falls. Spawns towards the back because Cruz finds those. Still influential here for the side of Royal Spartans. Can they break it back?
It's a big gunfight to make, and Hixie will be the first one to do so, and that allows the Spartans to lock this one down for a few more seconds. You can see Afro is going to try and make a move into this one, getting close, looking for Hixie into the point, and well, that's the kind of gunfight Afro loves to take every single day. Finds Gunless as well. Eric Boom backs him up. Dak hasn't got any health gone away from him, and that allows him to get the 2-piece. It's just a huge fight as everybody piles through, but this game is still close. Almost going to be, what, 40 points that distributes it as we go into P3.
And Team Notorious keeping them at bay. Gunless, good shots though. Back over towards his P3 side. And good shots again from PS. Oh, he can't find the third F-Dot is there to pick up the pieces. Not many bullets left, and he will just get the job done. Just pushing forward, getting inside the point, getting some time. Every single second is a dagger to Royal Spartans. That lead is still around 40 or 50 points. They just haven't been able to close this gap.
They will need to. You see at the moment, Team Notorious trying to hold. They know that this game is upon them. If you're the Royal Spartans, you've now got to push P3. It is less about this rotation. It is more about surviving. Afro just dies off of his 5 streak. They will have to get towards this as well. Cruz wants to take this player out. He knows he has to. They will lose on this hill.
Have to get in. Have to do something. Ooh. Can't think about the rotation. Rafi finds 2. And Gunless will just about stop it from happening. But the problem is they need to rotate over towards P4, and I don't know if they've got time.
Time to hit the 100-meter sprint. Royal Spartans have to go. They need somebody to contest, but they are falling as all the guns are going to be up. And that's a situation you do not want to be in. Notorious will take map number 1 against the Spartans. And what was a great start by the Royal Spartans kind of faltered after that first P2.
Yeah, Team Notorious, as soon as they got that lead, as soon as they got a healthy one, they never let it go. Time and time again, they're just finding breaks back. It just feels like the punching power was there for them. Dak had a really good start as well. But as soon as he started to slow down, Afro and Co started to take over. Team Notorious, 1 to the good. As you don't, Vault will go their way. Still should be a very close series, but that was comfortable in the end there for the side of Team Notorious. And that's the kind of first map that you want, okay? Some trials and tribulations to get yourself just kicking things off, but as soon as they got the lead, they never let it go.
No, they certainly didn't. And a lot to be said for Hixie as well on that one. A huge amount of damage put on by him, and I think we probably didn't get to talk about him enough. Really one of the main guns for the Royal Spartans, but that faltered in the face of Notorious, who, if I'm being honest, I always find this is one of their favourite maps. You know, they always do so well. Both Eric Boom and Afro certainly put on a show most of the time, and, well, I mean, at Rafi and F-Dot, if you watch Challengers Elite, you know just how well they've been playing as well.
Yeah, I mean, Team Notorious have probably been the best team in Europe. You know, Orchid did get the job done previously, but as far as consistency goes, Team Notorious have been there every single grand final, winning 2 out of the 3. I mean, a lot of people are talking about the 3-peat, but the how they've done online is still a tremendous effort over the season. And now I'm trying to step it up online. This is for a top 6 placement. This is for a great placement. Team Notorious, but they will be wanting to go steps further. They want to see Europe back up to the top, and they'd love for it to be them. And right now, they're looking the most likely.
Well, we'll see if they can continue. Obviously, a lot of COD and series left to go in this. but a pretty solid start. No massive celebrations either side, just kind of a resignation of that game going through, but that's kind of how it is. It wasn't that close of a game to get super hype yet, I suppose.
No, I think it's a comfortable one. You know, both these two teams will have a lot of respect for each other. There's no point in getting yourself too gassed in map number 1, because if you get things going the opposite direction, that's when things can feel a little bit embarrassing. But a red card search and destroy going to be coming up shortly, Brycey. Then Hassie under control if we need to. We'll see protocol and then Hassie under as well.
How are you feeling about Notorious against this team now that we've seen the first hard point?
I think it would be very, very easy to say, oh, okay, well, yeah, they look really, really solid there. Map number 1, okay, they'll go on to win the series 0-3-1. But it's hard to say, like, you know, if anything, you know, it was their hard point that had looked a little shaky towards the back end of the here in Europe specifically, and if they get that one over the line, it does give you a lot of confidence for them. But I don't know, it's hard to say. You're online, you're up against some very, very good and experienced players. It will not be easy to get them away here.
Yeah, it certainly won't. I think we can at least expect a bit of a swing. Wouldn't surprise me a 3-1, even a 3-2. It's just the caliber of team we're talking about here. The Royal Spartans are certainly not to be ignored. They've had a pretty good run over in North America as well. But I suppose the story is always going to be EU versus NA when it comes down to a matchup like this, because you don't have quite as much experience. When you're talking about an EU versus EU team or a North America versus North America team, there's tons of VOD, there's tons of scrims. You've played them over and over and over again. For this, even the vetoes could be a little bit out if they haven't got all the information they need to make the right decisions. And, well, that's what makes it such an exciting matchup, right? It's a little bit more unknown, even with known quantities of both these teams.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, they probably would have played up against each other, I would say, in previous LAN events. I mean, they've all, like, kind of played up against each other probably for years. I mean, Hixie was in and amongst it in Europe for quite some time. You know, these guys have went back and forth, but we'll figure out how things are going to go on map number 2.
We certainly will. Well, map number 2 is almost upon us, but we're going to go to a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We are going into Map 2, Team Notorious versus Royal Spartans. Should be underway in just a few seconds, Ton.
Yep, hopefully we're ready to get into map number 2. Team's taking their time. It's LAN, I get it. Okay, we're going to be in for a long night, Brycey, I think, with the way the things have been going. But map number 1, though, Team Notorious's day might just be cracking on quite nicely if they can continue what we've seen over on Vault. Really, really good performance across the board. Everybody kind of chipping in. The SMG duo just a little too strong. Is that going to be the case, though, as we head over towards the red card? Probably not. This is going to be about the ARs. Are they going to be able to find picks? The SMG is going to be able to find those flanks over towards the safe side. Once again, though, I like this map for Team Notorious. We've seen them plenty of times, but I think that's easy to say when they've won so much in Europe. We've seen them look so good throughout the majority of the year. Now they're going to try and find something here over on red card against the Royal Spartans. It's going to be them on the defensive side, Spartans, to attack first.
Well, here we go. For the Spartans, a good S&D here will certainly help them out. Afra's been really, really aggressive. I don't think Cruz knows he's quite there yet. We can see the toesies because of the benefit of the Codcaster, but Afro with his aggression will back out, and Royal Spartans may have known what was coming because of all the grenades. They have not taken any real control of this yet, Ton.
They haven't.
And I think we've frozen.
We'll find out what's going on. I'm not too sure if that was just our end or if that was game, but we'll find out what's going on. But yeah, not really much to speak about.
No, nobody died.
No, nobody died. Everyone posturing. Hopefully we can figure out what's going on. Oh, it was Codcaster, we've been told, so the game's still going on. So we'll try and get ourselves back in when we can. But yeah, on those things. Unfortunately.
Well, there's not a lot we can do, I think. I don't know how long it's going to take us to
I mean,
get back in the game.
You need to stop pressing the button to get us out of the game. I mean, like, you know, I hate it when you do that, personally.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you know, that button is just too tempting. But we'll let you know any update as soon as we find one out, whether that means us getting back in the game or what happens, of course, because I believe the game is still ongoing. So, I mean, here we go. Monitor cam. Love it.
Oh, look, this is classic.
This takes us back. All right, we're going to do our very best to cast this from an acute angle from Gunless's point of view. Right, it looks like they lost the first round.
It looks that way. I mean, it's I love this. People have been complaining there's no periscopes. He has one for you right now.
Also, just want to point out while we're waiting for these kills to kick off, if Gunners puts his monitor any further forward, it's falling off the desk.
Safety procedures.
It is. It is. Gonna have to get some tape. At the moment, still a 4 versus 4. Gunners just checking out the site, so I assume there is some pressure coming forward. Right now, we're not seeing an awful lot, but there are players, at least 2 stacked here. Gunners goes back to check the mid.
Can you see where Hixie is? Not quite.
It does look like a blur. He's in another bit of a blur. But at the moment, there are some kills going down. 3 versus 4. Big trade there. Gunners gets it. Down to a 2 versus 2 by the look of it on that feed. And a rotation here coming in from Gunners.
See what he can do, yeah. Shots coming in, they know where he is. They will find the round. Well, we will try and get ourselves
I'm happy
back
to continue with this.
Would you?
Yeah, we'll stay with this. Look, let's be honest. Too much breaks. Let's just watch this. We've got this, and I believe in us. All right, we were going to go to a break then if you were watching, but we're not going to do it. We're going to stay with you and try to give you all of the gameplay that we can, even if it is just from the wonderful point of view of Gunless. And obviously, we can't ask him to turn the monitor. That would be terrible. But we can at least keep you informed on the game.
I feel like we could. Definitely turn it. Just swivel him around.
Sorry, Gunners. We're going to have to turn your monitor for this game, mate. Big push, though. You can see it's already coming in. Moving hard towards B, and well, there's an opening kill. Advantage, but it will be a trade. I think that might have been a team nade.
4 versus 1 here. In favour of Team Notorious. 3 round back in their favour. Dak can find one, will get taken down. A little zoom out, we can have a little look around. See how things go. You see what I was talking to you about? Afro's beard, it is looking substantial these days. It's a bit more neck beardy, I'll be honest, Brycey. But, you know, each their own.
Better than any facial hair I've ever had.
I mean, that's not difficult.
I'm staring at this one, just keeping an eye on it, and Gunless probably has no idea that we're staring at the side of his face for this entire game, but hey, good thing he's handsome. And if you are just wondering what is happening at the moment, our Codcaster did unfortunately crash and the game continued. And we won't stop players in full flow going through. And, well, the options were we go to a break and wait, or we just keep a gunless point of view. And we've decided gunless point of view because gameplay reigns supreme.
So there's a push coming in here. One Notorious over towards the B-side. Shots coming in from Gunless. So, you know what's going on. Push definitely materializing over towards the B-side.
Oh, that's a nasty little pick. You can see they're already in here. Been quite aggressive from what I can tell so far. The Team Notorious. That kill going down as well. It's just not having the most fun time here. Already going down to a 2 versus 4 ton.
Not ideal. Team Notorious, if they can find another round, start to peel away. It's another one. Team Notorious now. Really good spot. 3-1.
You know the worst thing? I just leaned around my monitor to see if I could get a better angle on his. Oh, God. I'm deep in the casting sauce.
He's delirious.
I tried leaning to the right to see if I could see a little bit better. Doesn't matter. We're still on board here. We're just actually lucky that... actually, it might be unlucky because of the angle that Gunless has got his monitor so far forward, but they're going to have to make some adjustments. They are, I believe, 3-1 down.
I'll have to make some adjustments to my neck if I should keep trying to turn around at this angle. Big hit again. Hasn't been that successful for them yet. Straight in, are we? Apparently we are. Then we're dead already. Big push comes through from Gunless. Nobody is there for the trade. Hills up. Start to go their way all of a sudden.
That's huge.
And just turn on a sixpence immediately. Dak does fall. I think this is a 2v2.
Fairly certain Hixie got those two. Hicksy's brought it back to this one, and if you are Royal Spartans, you're going to have to be a little bit wary. That's what they're doing right now. That bomb is not going down because they want to see if somebody pushes first. Gunless does not have a favourable position. He has to watch so many angles. You can tell he doesn't know exactly where they're coming from yet. When that call comes in, that'll be the turning point of this round.
Bit of info. Hixie gets taken down.
All about timing. Going around here. Doesn't have a sight on the bomb. Does he see a bomb diffuser? Doesn't. Checking another angle. Backing out as well. Where on earth is Team Notorious? And there they are. Going to get it. Crew's not able to get anything going from that one. Disappointing to lose that 2 versus 2. That'll be another round loss for them.
Looking good yet for Team Notorious. Yeah, big rounds to be finding. Put themselves up in such a good spot here in this series if they can get it done. Search and destroy will be massive, and they're in a commanding position to find this. Back over we go.
4-1 Team Notorious if you are watching. Gunless POV saving us at the moment. Already going into this might be an aggressive push out of the side. You can already tell he's got some players here. Nade's going to rain first. Nade check, no hit marker. Will back off. Probably going back to watch mid. Because it's Gunner's point of view, we haven't actually seen any of A yet. Because that's not where he's playing.
Mid to be push, which is, I mean, to be fair, we've seen plenty of action over here. Notorious liking it over towards the B side. Gunless having a little look over towards the plant and stairs side. Hixie can find a nade kill. 3 versus 3, is that one's going to get traded? Big gunfight. Goes the other way. 2 versus 2.
Hixie gets that one as well. Quite a few kills here from Hixie. Obviously, I'm going to dial on exactly what he's doing quite yet, but a 2 versus 1! A 1 versus 1! It's big here. Now going to go look. That bomb is still not down. Where is he? A little bit of info. He's checking the corners. I think there's going to be a rotation coming in. At least that's what he's looking for. There's the player at the end, and he's going to get it as well. That's a clutch up from them.
One they needed. Things were starting to get a little scary. 4-2 now, I believe.
Wow. A little bit of a potential comeback, but still a long way to go here for Royal Spartans.
More of a passive approach over towards the B side. Nade landed straight over towards Gunless, though. He's good enough to back on down. That's going to give up a lot of site control. A lot of mid-map control, I should say.
Got to be careful to not give away these first bloods. Can't afford to really let Team Notorious get onto that map point. And this is he's expecting some serious pressure. This is all the way back in spawn. Just keeping an eye on the flank. It looks like his team are working A. And here we go. He's going to go up now. Ready for it. The call has been made. Hoping that he's not got bad timing against him. But so far, we've seen nothing from Gunless of Team Notorious. But there must be a serious work going on at A.
Numbers in the favour of Team Notorious again. It seems to be a flurry of kills. Big team gunfights going their way. Dak will get one back. He will fall. 1 versus 3 now for Gunless.
Prepping the nade. It's actually not going to be anywhere near the bomb site, but it does catch somebody. Gonna try and thread the needle. Unfortunately, not able to get enough bullets onto it. I don't know if that player jumped off, but has had to back off. He's playing time. From what I can see, I think that says 13 seconds. It goes for the reach out, but they are waiting. The numbers pays. And that'll be bomb defused. Team Notorious now up 5-2.
Looking good for Team Notorious. Really behind. They're supporting. Looking good for a top 6 placement right now. 1 round away from going 2-0 up.
All right, here we go. A must-win round and a must-win 4 rounds for the Royal Spartans. Nades flying out. And Gunners will look for that mid-control. So far, no signs of Notorious, but there will be a kill.
Still in the favour of the spawns. Just holding tight. Seems to be when Team Notorious do move, it seems to be a flurry of kills. If it's going down over towards the A side, it is just a trade. 3 versus 2 in favour of the Spartans.
Oh, he's got down there. Be careful, we can see a bit of a backpedal. Trying to get into a right position, and pressure's going to be mounting. They're down to a 1 versus 2. This is not what they want. Can he thread a needle? Can he find a player that he needs to bring this back to a 1 versus 1?
It wasn't good. Bomb is down here in a 1 versus 2. This is tough.
All the way around. Try and see if he can get away with finding a kill here. Over the top, looking for the players. Nobody so far. Technically, the bomb's a good side for him, and looking for it, needs to win that gunfight. He's expecting some more pressure coming through. That nade dodges out the way. Has to find them, isn't going to be able to. And they will go down. That is a 6-2 win for Team Notorious.
Yep, looking really solid now. Themselves in a nice spot in this series. We'll be heading into a control 2-0 up. Team Notorious looking very solid here now.
Yeah, done a great job there, Team Notorious, although I don't know exactly what they did. We did see a lot from that from Gunner's point of view. And if you were curious what was happening there in the middle of round one, that Codcaster crashed, and rather than stop the game, we decided to try and show you it from a different point of view. And sometimes, you know, it's fun to do things a little bit differently, but we at least got a little bit of an idea of what was happening in that game that we are covering. But Team Notorious running strong.
Yeah, looking really, really solid. Obviously, it's hard to say within the Search and Destroy. We didn't get to see a great deal of it from their POV. Highlights, gunless highlights.
Replay still ready to go. But at least we get to see something like I said. I don't mind this. It's a little bit different, and we're going to be here for the next 6 or so hours. So just bear in mind with us. We'll keep on going with the coverage as much as possible. But the players you see there, Team Notorious, not only having a good time, but pretty relaxed at the end of the map. They pretty much celebrated a little bit, then got up and all went to the bathroom.
Yep, nice chill one for them. I think they're happy with how things are being going. But still more of this series to be played. They're good though, and looking good for it. So now, while the players just go to the toilet and get their refreshments, we will go to a very quick break. When we come back, though, the control, this time in Codcaster. Don't worry, we'll see you after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We are jumping into a game. Team Notorious and Royal Spartans are throwing down. So far, looked pretty casual for Team Notorious. They have looked dominant. S&D, obviously a 6-2, but looks like they were just better at working the sites from what we could tell. But we will be going into the control shortly, which should be pretty entertaining, Ton.
Yeah, I mean, Team Notorious just look like the better roster so far, which is an easy thing to say when they're 2-0 up, but it hasn't felt like Royal Spartans have put up that much of a challenge so far. Both maps have been comfortable, but sometimes the Hacienda control can be a bit of a swing. And Team Notorious close this one out. Again, like, all three of the maps, I really like them for Team Notorious, but I think it's not a biased side of things from me, but more so of like, you know, we've seen them look so good in Europe on every single map. It's hard not to feel that way. But they definitely do play all of these maps fairly well. It's a nice opening break for them as well. These opening breaks are going to be important. That's going to be a momentary forward head. Now Team Notorious can push up, and Royal Spartan's job just became a little bit more difficult.
Right, boom. Just continuing to try and farm people off there. He may have got perfect timing. Seas Cruz will call that out to his teammates, but might be caught himself. I think he is going to go down as well, and he does. Not working out there for Eric Boom. If not, now waiting for the push that is inevitably going to come.
Still not too bad though for Team Notorious. There was those couple of gunfights, but it was crucial that Royal Spartans found them. Eric Boom effed up, combining well though. And this is a bit more like it for Team Notorious. Royal Spartans are not a bad team, and they are making them look very ordinary, but somebody who ain't ordinary is Afro. That's 3 out of nothing. Royal Spartans barely even touched the point. 20 seconds to go.
Need to change this around. Dak is going to have to just die for this. No real choice. Nothing else he can do. He's checking his corners and eventually will find a player and will now throw himself onto the B site, hoping for reinforcements to come and bail him out. But down he goes instantly. Already an Overwatch. Eric Boom is going to be here waiting for the next player. And they do have a couple. Time stopped on 1.9 and they will all chow this. And that's the end.
Yeah, Afro found a flank behind again, finding the kills when need be. Very, very good from Team Notorious, this. It just doesn't really feel that there is an answer from Royal Spartans right now. They can't deal with them. Afro moving a little bit different. Yeah, those kind of gunfights, exactly why. It's getting the job done and the team flying in together. Afro, the man of the moment there in that round. One to the good now. On the side of Team Notorious.
Well, Gunless is having a really bad start. Maybe he's yeah, just a bit shy after the camera focus.
I don't know what Cruz's excuse is. Not a good start for Royal Spartans. And I mean, if sometimes the writing is truly on the wall. Gunless. Now at 0-7. Big gunfight wins coming in for Team Notorious. Team Notorious look sharp, yeah. Seriously sharp. Jump straight onto a good gunfight win coming in from Cruz, the one he had to find. Now all of a sudden, all that momentum that Team Notorious had, still have some of it though. FDOT can find the gunfight.
Cruz has gone deep and we'll find at least one. Rafi waiting to see if he can get a pinch here going with it as well. Some reinforcements for Team Notorious allows them to break out B side. Spartans looking to put a genie back into the bottle here as Gunless. Already now on a 2 streak. Looks to try and hit this pinch. Hasn't worked out, but for the Spartans, this is way better. Slowing down Notorious all over the map.
FDOT. Trying to move around, just trying to find something. It feels like there hasn't been a clean 4 dead, though, from Royal Spartans, which is, well, making the life not necessarily easy for Team Notorious, but it's giving them hope. For all that, Team Notorious had a very good defensive side. Right now, Royal Spartans are doing the same thing. Are they ready for this flank? It seems that way. Eric Boom can find that. This is a good opportunity to get something done over towards this B side.
Cruz just throwing a few bullets here and almost calls it correctly with the timing, but doesn't quite get it. Gunners gets a trade back. More bullets onto it. Almost gets a perfect shot through the fence. Doesn't work out, but reinforcements from teammates and damage all around does allow them to clear the lines. 2 ticks to the good here for Notorious, but that's all it's going to be.
Have they got time to get anything else? 20 seconds. Oh, they baited. Oh, not successfully. Rafi takes down Afro, and that might just be it with that exchange. Get on the point and slow things down. Trying to get him off as quickly as they can. He's just trying to spot out where he can. Stopping the time sporadically. Needs to hop in now, though. There's the child. Dak will take him down. And, well, for all the Team Notorious do get themselves 2 ticks. Third was potentially on its way. Did have a better attacking return than Spartans did, so a minor win.
Well. I was going to say, that's a huge bounce back from the Spartans. Only being 2 ticks down is actually not that bad. I will say, though, maybe a little bit more attacking from both sides might help out substantially, and we'll see just how these 2 teams react. Obviously, the Spartans will have to find something different. 2 of their players in that first attacking round got 0 kills. But you see how much they bounced back on that defense ton.
I think it's important to have a good one like that. Goes down to the wire, you know, like you're thinking to yourself, okay, these attacks are going to have to be a little bit more aggressive. And this one will have to. You are down ticks. Well, it is a good defensive hold for Royal Spartans. We need to see a little more here in this attacking round, and that's a little more like it. Bearing in mind, Cruz was a 0-5. Now sitting at 9-9. He was positive for a moment there, but that has opened up the door towards the fence's side. Royal Spartans can jump on over towards B. Get these ticks flowing.
Oh, Gunners just staying alive. Going well so far, but with his teammates falling down, he's just going to try and thread the needle here. Raffi almost gets cut down. Gunners has that locked in, but Raffi just gets the angle before he can. Dak now trying to fight for his life. Gets onto it. Won't stay on A for very long, I imagine, although it does stop the clock handily for them.
Over on another one of the stations, Katana beating Omid Brooklyn, sending Omid Brooklyn out. Another big result for another European team. Team Notorious looking to maybe have one more stab at stopping them get a hold of B here, but this gunfight lasting a little longer than he would have liked if you're F. That might just kill off the idea, although it does it. Hixie and Dak can find a couple of kills, but they would have been weak. Not weak enough for Afro to pick up the pieces. And is that maybe an overzealous push from Team Notorious to try and keep hold of B? Royal Spartans now with a big opportunity here on the attack.
They're locked in. This is the setup you want to be in. Possible for them to transition from one to the other. Gunners trying to just fight F. Not quite able to as well, and that's a bit of a wipe. Royal Spartans are not going to be able to get that clean transition. They will not be able to farm any more players off of it as well, but Hixie just played his corner. Already found one. Looking for a few more as he continues to just stay alive.
F-Dot. And 2 big kills. Keeping them at bay. Lives becoming a little closer now. And one's there for the side of the Royal Spartans, and it may well still be Hixie. Good shots coming through, dipping out, no problem. 14 versus 12. Pressure is there, still on their point. The time has been stopped. Team Notorious need to do something about this.
Hixie has covered an unbelievable amount of map. Will go down from the timing there, not able to continue that. But so far, the Royal Spartans are not in a bad position. A-tick 1 is almost done. They've got the 3-tick. And Eric Boom is going to try and just farm them off this point here. Well, I said they weren't in a bad position. That's a full wipe.
That's what can happen, though. Royal Spartans had their opportunities, but still, this attack is not being found by anybody yet. They found the 3 ticks, still have an opportunity to maybe try and find some more. Gotta be careful here if you are Team Notorious, but Afro there to pick up 2. You know the child's coming through if you're Royal Spartans, but Afro, yep, just gonna dip and dive. Just needs to stay alive there. Smart play from Afro. FDL finds 2 more, and that will solidify it.
Defense is so strong from both sides. Technically, that puts Royal Spartans at a 1-tick advantage. Of course, Notorious will have the next swing. Dak is... Surely there's no way. It'll be one of the greatest things I've ever seen, but it's going to go down eventually. But yeah, as I was saying, just a 1-tick advantage.
Team Notorious will look to close it out, though. We've seen a little bit of a stretch of good attacking play coming through from the Spartans in that round. Trying to get a little more active. Things starting to open up a little. And the opportunity is there for Team Notorious to do the same thing. mean, FDOT and Afro seem to be the ones that have been the problem, but FDOT's in the 22 and 15, having a very good map so far. They have the lead, they have the onus to be able to just get some decent takes in. That's kind of all they need here. They know what they need to do to put themselves in a good position to win this map.
Here we go. This is big. If they can get a bit of a break. Obviously, Notorious will want to win it here, but perhaps more importantly is all about the ticks. And FDOT has been playing so well, Tone. You're right.
Rafi can put himself in the spot now to try and keep them at bay. There's one. It's released Afro on the other side here. Big gunfight wins it. Rafi gets taken down over towards the B side, so the pressure's starting to come in. But Afro now on the way back over. FDOT will find one. They can clear out fences. This might be B gone. Big flank coming through. Dacto. Wrong gun now. Afro will find it. They're on the point.
Trying to get it as well, and that's a huge kill by Rafi. Surely not the two. He does. That's unbelievable to shut down the reinforcements, and that'll be B gone. Rafi finding two, and I didn't think he would, especially in that gunfight. And for Royal Spartans, they need to stabilize. They know this transition is coming in. They've managed to get out of spawn. They need a couple of kills. Dak will find one.
With those ticks, that will guarantee defense on round number 5 for Team Notorious if we get there. But Royal Spartans right now, not quite hanging on, but do need to turn this one around. It feels like they're flapping. They're panicking just a little bit. Team Notorious in the ascendancy here, Bryce.
Well, they've still got to play this a bit careful. They do have the lives and the time at the moment. All they got to do, leave one player on, everybody else goes slay. Gunner's going to look for FDOT onto the point, but a little bit of a shaky there, and reinforcements from Eric Boom have shut him down. Dak will find Afro. Rafi will find Dak. This third tick is coming as well. Eric Boom throwing bullets as FDOT backs him up, and that'll be done. Team Notorious take the control and the series. There's a 3-0 sweep from them, and what must have been a pretty comfortable winner's bracket game.
And that is not... This is not a bad team. No changes have been made across the NA side of things in a couple of different occasions, but Team Notorious just 3-0'd one of the top seeds in pretty convincing fashion. That's a big result for them. Big win for Team Notorious, and that puts them into a winner's bracket semi-final. They've got to be feeling good about themselves. As I said, Bryce, that is no joke of a win.
Unexpected is what I think I will say for that one. Realistically, we thought this would be a little bit closer than that one, but Notorious really have come to play. I mean, all the way through it, we were expecting Royal Spartans to mount a bit of a fight back, but every time we kept looking, I mean, what in that control was maybe their defense round was pretty good. You know, they managed to kind of shut them down, but other than that, Notorious were the better team across those 3 maps, and it was not up for debate.
No, absolutely not. That was as comfortable as we kind of have seen. It's just across the board, the better roster. I mean, there was multiple different occasions where Team Notorious were just finding those moments, and those moments make the game. Royal Spartans never really at the races in that one, I felt. It's hard to say. I mean, it's a weird series. I was really expecting coming into this to see maybe a little bit more. It's weird seeing B-Sport with so much hair. Just a side comment.
You can't say that.
Afro was just incredible throughout, though. Really, really solid job. Team Notorious, just everybody was pitching in, everybody doing what they needed to do. Just a flawless team performance. And rather than go on about Royal Spartans and what could you have done better, Team Notorious just ultimately the better team there. That's a very, very nice win. I would go as far as saying a statement win, 3-0. They will take that all day long.
Well, certainly. Okay, so you're right. That is a statement win. So here's my question. Is this Team Notorious perhaps the best we've seen them, because that is a big game to win against the Royal Spartans? Or maybe the Royal Spartans just having a bit of an off game, Tom? What do you think?
I think it could be a bit of both, but for me, I feel as if that's... Because it's not one of those where like there was mistakes made from Royal Spartans by any stretch. You know, we weren't watching and sort of saying... Although we obviously didn't get to see much of the S&D properly. But it's not like we were sitting there saying, oh, they should have done this, or they should have done that. It just felt like Team Notorious were the ones controlling the game. They felt the ones that were in well, yeah, control of it. It was just one of those scenarios where it never looked like Royal Spartans were going to win the game. Team Notorious had a 40-point lead all the way through the hard point, stretched it at the end, 6-2 search and destroy, 3-1 control. That's the kind of series you look at and go, oh, okay, the better team won.
Yeah, I think, yeah, and kind of more curious about how much they keep stacking up in the tournament and move forward, because I'm so confused. Our first game obviously went to the lower bracket. We knew that would be a close game, went all the way down to the wire, right? Apart from that last round. Coming into this one, I'm like, this one will be close as well. Has to be. Wasn't. And for Team Notorious, that has actually put their benchmark quite a bit above where I had them. You've got to remember, they lost in the last stage of the Elite to Team Orchid, and Orchid, a team who've already lost, by the way, going to lower as well. So it's all up to play here at the Open, but we'll have another game on screen for you very, very shortly. We're going to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. Sorry, we took a little bit of a break here at the Open. We had to kind of jump in and get all these players ready on a new station. But that's all been taken care of now, so no need to worry. A big game coming up, Ton.
Yeah, massive game. I was just wondering when you and I were going to press the button to allow us to start up again. I've been waiting for a little while, but we're good. We're good to go. Yeah, no, we got a good game. Obviously, we've got Team Notorious just come off the back of a very nice win, going up against the Stallions. Team One Ultimate waiting to play their game too. Two massive winner semi games.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's going to be a pretty close time, although we have had a couple of 3-0s in the bracket. Shouldn't be any more. And, well, here's the first team. You know them, you love them. They're about to grace our screens one more time. Team Notorious, Afro, Rafi, F. Dot, and, of course, Eric Boom.
Yeah, I think, you know, based on the performance we've just seen there, they are major contenders. We've always kind of questioned, like, where is their line when it comes to international competition? Well, I'm curious to see now, after that result we just seen up against the roster they just played up against, who are a very solid roster. Couldn't quite get anything going up against them, but again, same thing here. Stallions, very serious roster, these boys as well. It's going to be very difficult, and again, it's just another step up. You're going to win a semi. This is for a guaranteed top 3.
Oh, let's find out, because this is a game that everybody has been waiting for. They have been asking for the Stallions to grace their screen, and now they will. But this obviously is a very big game for not just placement, but I think also benchmarking. Again, we spoke earlier about Team Notorious looking very good in their last series. Well, the Stallions also did the same.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much of them on stream, obviously, but Stallions going up against Vegas Academy and beating them 3-0. Bear in mind that Vegas Academy actually beat Katana 3-1 as well. So this is going up against a roster who have managed to deal with a lot of different people. Ultimate Brooklyn have been sent down by the Stallions as well, albeit Ultimate Brooklyn with a bit of a different outlook in their roster, but out in top 16, that team in particular, so they'll be a bit disappointed with that one. But yeah, Stallions have done very well all the way through. I think they've only dropped 2 maps so far to get to this stage. So seeing how they're going to go up against Team Notorious here, who are coming in as one of the highest seeds, it should be very interesting. Hacienda Protocol, and if we need to Skyline Hardpoint, Hacienda Search and Destroy to close things out. Trying to, having a look towards some of the bans. I think Stallions might have seen that red card search that came out from Team Notorious and didn't like what they saw as far as going up against them. So that one comes out pretty much straight away. Curious to see how this one's going to go, though, Bryce. Honestly, it's every game's hard to call when it comes to the international level. I mean, you know, we always had our presumptions. A few years ago, Europe were very much the top dogs. Kind of flip-flopped a bit in the other direction, and as far as the North American teams last year, especially dominant. But now it comes down to it. It is very much up in the air, isn't it? When we come to these major events, which way these games are going to go. This one, though, should be a very close one.
It certainly should. These two teams have had their warm-ups. They've had everything ready for it. Pick and bans are done. Now, only a big run in this tournament remains, and this will be certainly a scalp for either side to take as they both march into P1.
Let's see how this one's going to go. Major Maniac and the boys. Seeing what they can find for the Stallions. Team Notorious, though. looked very, very good in their previous series. But, I mean, both teams coming off the back of a 3-0. Gotta feel good heading into this series, and I think it's a hard one to call. I mean, we haven't seen a whole load of good performances, I want to say, from Team Notorious on Hacienda Hardpoint. It's one of those that I'm not 1,000,000% sure on for them. Let's see how they do, though. Heading in this one, Stallions with some good time. Rotation over towards P2. Crispy as you like. Abe finding 2. So yeah, I'm very curious to see how Illy's going to do in this game as well. I haven't seen too much of casted over too much of him myself, but I mean, we know the boy's got some talent. Let's see if we can put it on show here.
I can certainly agree with, and with it all tied up as P2 hit, Stallions certainly have the advantage. Here comes the push, though. Early towards the back is going to win that first big gunfight onto Eric Boom. Already staggering Team Notorious before they could do any more. F-Dot already trying to break through into this point, but unless they can get Illy, who's on a 4 streak, out from the back here, they're never going to be in a great place. But Illy going to work already, a 5 streak, and they have decimated that push.
Incredible work from Illy so far. Just hold him what he needs to. And you are right, the push has been shut down. If you question how Rafi's not dead. Afro finds one towards the backside as well, so some hope of a break here. Team Notorious, because right now Stallions are running it up. 20 seconds to go on P2. And you don't feel like this is going to be an easy enough break. Not going to happen unless Eric Boom can find 3. Absolutely not. Rafi might as well have a look at this one because, well, at this stage, we need to try and find something. Can't find a goddamn thing. It's a brilliant hold from the Stallions. Major Maniac, Illy combining well. That's going to be a good, solid 50-point lead heading over towards fences. Just about got there in time with Team Notorious. They are the first ones there. Have a little bit of time to set up. Stallions on their way over. A bit of a gunfight going over on the opposite side of things here. Major Maniac on a 5 streak. Already has the Hellstorm as well. And will help them try and find a break over towards fences if they even need it.
But doing very well and taking on this time away. Notorious need a good hold here, ready to balance this hard point out a little bit. So far, so good. Cleaning the lines. Stallions going for the headbutt. A lot of bodies going through. F-Dot should be able to pick up something here. Maybe a couple. You can already see they're trying to deflect this pressure. But keep it on that mini-map. Player going for the pinch. And I think Notorious no.
Yeah, office control is paramount. Just coming in. And yeah, it's going to lurks. Finds a kill on the Rafi. Can he find anything else? Yes, he can. Really nice job. Stallions just seem to have that punching power right now. And Team Notorious coming in a little bit cold. Just steady for them to find these gunfights. We've seen Illy and Major Maniac really popping off on the first tilt. And you got your SMGs doing a good job through the middle of the map now as well. Afro finds a big gunfight though. Transitional gunfights going the way of Team Notorious. Good opportunity for some good time here. They find themselves 50 down.
Well, onto rocks already. You can see the Stallions trying to work the map. Can he find a bit of a gap? He's 9-4. Unfortunately, his teammates have already gone down. He's looking for Rafi to see if he cuts back, and he hasn't. So now they're going to have to slow down, even with the missile coming in, and that will be called out. Abe gets straight onto the point. Even with that disadvantage in lives, because they were pushed off a rock, Abe managed to get in there for just a few seconds, and it has staggered Notorious. They do not have the bodies.
Got pushed through the middle of the map as well. Bit of control. 20 seconds to go here over towards P4. It was feeling like Team Notorious. They were first ones here, and they may be the last ones here as well. 12 seconds to play for Rafi with a big nade. Now we'll get them 10 seconds. And that'll feel a lot better. I think, you know, you're heading into the second rotation. You're down 45 or so. It's not a nice feeling. And that's gonna... That could have been the way it went. Good shots coming in from Afro. No question about those. Oh, they're 12 and 7. And now with that last bit of time over towards P4, you put yourself within a 20-point game. It's a close one to kick things off here.
Eric Boom trying to work a little bit on that midpoint. Not going to work out for him, though. And Rafik just going to try and take him off of it. You don't really want to allow him to soak P1, especially on a map like this. It's easy, usually, to try and take control away from whichever team does so. But now goes to a slugging match. You've got to say, Notorious... not too far behind, but they'll be more aware this time of that P2 rotation. It cost them 50 points last time around, almost half of the Stallions' point total. And you can see right now, this is an early setup. Notorious waiting. They want to get Illy out towards the back.
Shots coming in from Eric Boom. Needs to back on down from that position with the Jackal, though. 6 HP. And you're on your own. You've had to give up the site because of that. Nobody watching lobby yet. You know what? Illy is causing so many problems back here. He's done so well. He's just survived, and he's just peppering them. He's not necessarily like... obviously, he's going for the kills, but it's the impact that he's just being alive. That's how much he's doing. Allowing the rest of the team then to filter through. All eyes on Illy. He's able to hold down the back spawn. His team holding down P2. And some good time on offer once again.
This might be a problem for Team Notorious if they can't work this out. If it gets to another set of rotations, it's going to cost them. It's already cost them significantly. Rafi making a couple of big kills. Lurks left alive with so little left. Eric Boom coming in, but with Eric Boom puts it correctly, doesn't matter. F-Dot comes to back him up. Scrap time here is everything Notorious need, but the Stallions have been so good so far. Still, got to have confidence in them. They will be going over towards P3. Deflection has been made. Still the pinch for the Stallions, though. It's never an easy, even bit of scrap time for them. F-Dot picks up his 4th streak there as well. It's time for fences.
And the thing is, Team Notorious are just finding good bits of scrap time to keep themselves in this game. You're giving yourselves a chance. But I suppose that's a positive for Stallions. Okay, you're losing, what, 20 or so towards the back end of hills. That's because you're getting 30 or 40 nearly every single time as well. Lex doing a really good job over towards office. Should be dead to right. It is. Afro will find 2. Gunfight's being traded, though, across the board. Fences control is there now for Team Notorious. So it's give them a route in, but Stallions still doing a good job. Still in a nice spot. Still with a 20-point lead.
And they hold on. That's the real question here at the moment. Notorious not doing a terrible job. Really at fences. Getting back and forth for it. Ely almost picked up his 2nd. Ely really kind of pushing the tempo on this one. Him and Rafi both 17 and 17. Most interactions, most kills. But that will be a lockdown for the last little bit. Afro's already going to be over here, but massively outnumbered. Nobody for his trade. So Stallions grab rock.
For Team Notorious, this is feeling like the first time they've had a lead at all. Stallions from the get-go. And being in control. We talk about those little moments here and there. Those 10-15 seconds of scrap time have helped them get to this stage. Now F-Dot and Afro are trying to get them a step further. Major Maniac, he finds 2. Looking for the 3rd, can't get it. Afro just bobbing and weaving and finding more. It's 4 for Afro in a row and looking to make it 5. The rest of the team are here. Team Notorious in the point. 40 seconds to play for. And they may have caught fire at the right time.
Well, Afro's always been the big gun on this team, and he's also going to go for a pinch, but is it too little, too late? Doesn't matter. Teammates clearing up as well. Afro to reinforce to the last second as Eric Boom takes care of business. Notorious will hold on to the lead as we head towards this next set of rotations as Afro now on a 6th streak. He has turned up with a vengeance onto his 7th. The difference maker has arrived.
And this is maybe what Team Notorious have been lacking just a little bit. Eric Boom on a 5 spree. This is their first good hold. And look at what's happened. The game is flipped on its head. Afro is not missing a goddamn bullet now. Hellstorm missile in the back pocket. P1, you're getting some good time here as well. Everything is coming up Team Notorious right now. Stallions do not have an answer.
Eventually they will have to go away here, putting players onto it at the same time. But Afro is still continuing now on a 9 streak. Let him fly, let him fly, let him streak. At the moment, they will lost a little bit of mid-map control, but that's a 10 now for Afro. Still bobbing, weaving, pushing, punching, killing, spraying, killing. That is not going to be the 11th. Rafi takes it away from him, but this should be. That's an 11th streak now for Afro. He's been alive since the beginning of time and will eventually go down to Abe. But it has put Notorious in lethal range. And this time, they have to concentrate on P2. Stallions have had the run of this every single time on the rotation, and they will be here first again.
I mean, that is some serious damage done, though, isn't it? Whilst Afro's 10 spree goes on, all of a sudden, managed to pick up some Hellstorm missiles and themselves a 50 to 60 point lead. They'll find Ellie towards the backside. And on our way over towards P2 we go. Illy actually going to spawn out here as well, so momentarily it's going to be a 3 versus 4. Afro, for the first time in a while, loses a gunfight. Eric Boom could find 1. Illy should be there now and is, but the spawn's over towards his backside in the favor of Team Notorious. F-Dot not able to line them up. Stallions still fighting them off, getting some more good time at P2. It's been so good for them over these last 3 rotations, and needs to be right now again.
F-Dot going to try and help his teammates out. He has thrown so many rounds of his through here. Eventually pulls out the pistol, but it's Stallions so good at P2 again. Holding off Team Notorious, just not allowing them to get into this point. And if this map does go the way of the Stallions, it'll be because of P2. Notorious now already choked back. They're not near fences. They're going to go for 5 seconds of scrap time. And while they are close to the end, this is anybody's game.
I don't mind that because the spawn's towards the back. They all already were going to be miles away from the fence's side. You take those 5 seconds away, it makes a 10-second differential. It's 5 seconds Stallions would have had. That scrap time is a lot more valuable at this stage in the game than you would think. Rafi finds one, F-Dot another. The collapse now starting to come. Can Stallion start to hold on? It's Abe left on his own. The collapse is perfect. Team Notorious 20 seconds away from map number 1.
That's an outrageous retake. They just hit it in numbers and never looked back. And now 15 seconds of the good. Notorious can easily win this here. Eric Boom is eventually going to go down. There will be Stallions back into this one as well. Afro not able to get the 2, just the 1. Now F-Dot streaming into this one for the contest and looking for the player behind as well. Gets the first. Couple more points back on the board. Reinforcements here for Notorious, and that's 3 down. Only 1 left alive. That's going to be a wipe, and surely that is going to be the game. Might be a dive here from the Stallions, but with the contest, the wipe come in, and Notorious win map number 1, Ton.
Incredible work from Team Notorious. Found themselves down fairly significantly in the first half of the game. I think it must have been a 40 or 50 point game. Felt like Stallions were kind of cruising through it. But I kind of mentioned it halfway through. Team Notorious had just found... It just felt like they were finding 15-20 seconds of scrap time here and there. And that was keeping them in it. They were always around 40 or 50 behind. One good hold towards fences, a brilliant transition over towards P4, and Afro starts going insane. Incredible streak that he went on in the end. I think, I mean, obviously it doesn't come out correctly, but Afro, I think it was 10 in the end to close it out. He goes on a 10 spree. They pick up probably 90 seconds over those 3 hills. And then that's all she wrote from there. They just controlled the game. Again, look, I mean... If anything, I would love to see maybe a little bit better work over towards P2 from Team Notorious, but you've got to give Stallions their props. They were amazing over towards that hill. But I suppose that what side of the coin are you looking at? Are you glass half full or glass half empty? Because if that's your only points, you're getting what you're doing on the rest of the hills as well. If you're finding so much dominance at P2, you need to be able to convert that into something on the map a little more than what you did. Okay, relatively close game towards the end, but you can't have P3 rotation the majority of the time over... Oh, sorry, P2 rotation and the majority of the time at P2 over all 3 rotations of hills, and then still kind of get shut out relatively comfortably. That's one that'll sting a little bit for Stallions, but props to Team Notorious as well for the comeback.
Oh, just a big one for them, and yeah, you are right. I mean, it feels like it could have been a very different game. I think, you know, if Team Notorious didn't rally so aggressively over at P3 and P4, we would be talking about this now, about the disappointing rotations to P2. Let's be honest with you. They didn't manage to grab a single one. Even when we thought at one point they set up for it, they were held the other side from Stallions. Yes, that was a big part from early. There was some big fights going in and towards there, but just really were not able to work it as well. And if anything, I think Notorious are, I was going to say lucky, but it's probably not the word, that they're so good on the other hills, because Stallions were far and above the better on P2, which is known as a money hill. It's what it's there for. But still a close game in the end, but you are right. Notorious took off on the back of their big gun Afro.
Now we'll look at the rest of the series. How are they going to be feeling about that? Protocol Search and Destroy going to be coming up. If Afro is able to fry you, well, want to try and get something going over towards that bottom A side, get some hits coming in towards that site. Protocol Control, obviously very attacking heavy. Skyline Hardpoint, another good one as well. This one really could go the distance. I think it's just, it's not so much of a litmus test for us here, you know, where we are still kind of figuring out where these teams are all lying. Event to event, we're still not sure. Okay, we got a rough kind of power ranking. We've got the actual teams coming in with their seed. Team Notorious are the #1 seed. So to speak, are they the favorites in this tournament? Yeah, okay, they're one of them, absolutely, but they haven't performed on the international level. They're already doing better than they had done in the previous tournament. It's only Saturday. There's plenty more from them to come. Right now, they do look a very, very scary prospect. Stallions need to try and answer back here in the Search and Destroy. They have all of the potential in the world to do so, but Team Notorious, 4 maps in a row here in the winners bracket.
Well, here we go. The Stallions, a big map if they can take it. Notorious will be looking to go 2-0 up in this series if they can. After a rally in that hard point, put them in the lead. But S&D is a very different animal. And even the first round, more so.
Let's see how this one's going to break down. Look at this aggression from Eric from up top. And how Ilya will be screaming, how on earth am I already dead? F-Dot finds another. Now all of a sudden that is a control. Afro finds Abe, and Major Maniac left now in a 1 versus 4.
As a nade, we'll bounce this, knowing there's no trophies. Caught somebody weak. That's a great play there for Maniac. Still an uphill battle, a 1 versus 3. No stun check for him as well. Checking the angles. He's F-dot. There's 2. Surely not the Cinderella in the first round. No. And you know what? Notorious went, all right, we'll double chow. That's enough of that.
Yep, sensible. From Team Notorious in the end. The players get caught off, but I mean, it's always an absolute disaster if you let that happen. And the call would have come. Yep. Chow, chow, chow. Go together. Nicely done. And just get themselves the win in round number 1. It's all about the big push coming in immediately from F-dot. Straight through the middle of the map. Thank you very much. There's 2 kills falling his way. Stallions now. Their opportunity, Bryce, and not necessarily looking like... Is it going to be a fast aim? Yeah, it is. Get to it.
Big bang coming through, and wow, that's the end of it. Everybody down. I'll tell you what, that kill count is going to be fantastic. Notorious go 2-0 up. It is an absolute headbutt.
I mean, the first kill falls through. It's 2 for Afro for the final kill. I think he might have actually found a kill with his Jackal as well. And that is the danger of dropping down low into A on Search and Destroy and Protocol. These fist fights down low, it is quite literally a fight inside of a telephone box. It's chaotic, to say the least, but as soon as that first blood comes through for a team, you can just kind of play off the trades. Going over towards the right-hand side, check will come through from Afro. Gives them some onus through the middle of the map, and this is dangerous prospect again. They are feeling a door is wide open over towards the B side, and they're going to walk through it.
Lost a player. Raffy down. Eric Boom trying to help out here. The problem is, now they've committed to this, it's not easy to get out of it. They're trying to. There you go. There's the backup. Problem is, they've lost so much control on this map.
Oh, we'll play from Lex. You will find one. Afro was there for the trade. It's the positioning of Abe here that is going to be a bit of a pain. They're going to transition. They've got to have a good idea that there'll be somebody down here. Now the positioning of Abe, if he can stay alive, it's brilliant for Stallions. But has he actually got any info here? Oh, now he does. Oh, perfect. Wow, the timing. That sucks so bad. Oh, nice and free for Abe. Well played. The Team Notorious will look back at that one and probably throw up.
Got to give credit to Abe, though. Held his position 100%. The entire time, knew exactly what he wanted. And you are right. A little bit of luck gives him the timing. But sometimes that's all you need into this one. And that will get them on the board, Ton.
Nicely done. Abe just plays his role, and it was always going to be a bit of a stinger when the push comes through towards that side, and it's just a couple of shoulders run at the right time.
Wow. Here we go. Abe. Already diving through, but he's got behind the back of the RCXD. He might use this to get a kill. The angle just a little bit too much for him. Raffy finds the first.
Abe inside the site. Bomb is going to go down. Stallions are down a man, but this is doable. They may be able to hold this. It's going to be about trying to find that first kill and just make sure trades go your way. Somebody has to find 2. Eric flies in. Teammates has them weak. Look inside the point, just trying to back it down. Eric Boom gets in one way. He will find a 1 trade. Lurk needs to find more than just a 1. Now he does. F-dot is there, though, for the trade. And the defuse will come through. Team Notorious. 3-1 to the good.
Good retake on them. I mean, realistically, once they had that numerical advantage, it did give them the opportunity to really punish players in here. It's not... Sometimes it's easy to defend this bomb site if you could just hold one of the chokes. Other times it's a nightmare. If players get close and start throwing back and forward with the slides and movement, you're basically running everywhere.
Nice job, though, from Team Notorious. You get that pick, the bomb goes down, you know what you've got to do. Trade out effectively, and they did that. Now 3-1 up one up in this series. Honestly, this has been some impressive COD from Team Notorious so far. This evening for us. Well, this evening for them as well. Getting late in Miami as well. That is still young as far as Call of Duty is concerned. Eric Boom will be the first to fall. Illy finally asserting his influence here in the search and destroy, but if only briefly. Afro will find him. Major Maniac does take down F-Dot though, and is the 3 versus 2 in the favor of Stallions.
Rafi actually called it correctly. There is a player towards the back here, but too bad of an angle to take it, and I think he's been seen as well. That's just bad timing, and down he goes. Stallions clean it up, get another round back on the board, turn, and certainly not going quietly in this game.
Absolutely not. They never would. Feels like a very important map though. I think if you go 2-0 down against Team Notorious, it is a very, very long way back.
Well, let's see. Does this tie up or go 4-2? Very different feeling for both those scores. 3-3, a little left of S&D. 4-2, heavy favourite to Team Notorious. But though, look at this. This is aggressive. Straight through. Hasn't been seen. This is going to be a quick plant.
No info. Absolutely nothing. No, F-Dot actually is going to say somebody towards the helicopter side, so... all the information was there before it was very apparent. Lex will find Rafi as well on the side. He dropped down trying to find something. Eric Boom will go a step further. The bomb is down over towards this B side, though. The numbers are with them. Big gunfight win from Abe, 2v2.
And he gets out of there as well. Hiding. Oh, and that's perfect timing. Perfect timing for Abe again. And while Eric Boom will find one, he has no idea where this last player is, and he tries to go for the quick defuse. Had a choice. Keep looking for a few more seconds or go for it. Chose to go for it. Unfortunately, Abe knew where he was. 3-3.
It's always going to be difficult, and as I said, Abe just got a nice little bit of timing. Eric Boom, unfortunate with his. And that's 2 nice rounds back-to-back now. On the side of Stallions. Tight game. Feels like it's ebbing and flowing. If I'm Team Notorious, I'm going back to the A hits they were working. Anything over towards B is working for Stallions. But is it worth another stab? Is it worth another go? Well, Team Notorious say no. Straight A we go.
Afro trying to get an aid into her as well, but already got down to 3 versus 3. Afro wants to go. You can see him. He's tempted. He's coming through as well. They're not sure with him. A little bit of information gained there, and that's done. Not perfect from Rafi, but they will get out of here. Do they go back in again?
Now back down. Didn't like it. Stallions can probably leave a player down inside of A. You can see there's still 2 and a lingering around. Abe, well, in the same position as he did in that runway, able to find the win. F-Dot fancies this gunfight and will find it. It's awkward to say the least. Afro finds one inside of the site, and this one's split wide open. Major Maniac is now asking, where the hell are my team gone?
Again left in this scenario. Slightly better this time. A 1 versus 3 rather than 1 versus 4. Here he goes, checking his angles. They've already seen his shoulder, though, and tries to take the gunny. Finds F-Dot again. That's twice. He's nailed him, and there's the double chow! Afro wins a gunfight, preventing the 1 versus 3. But everybody on that team just clenched real hard.
Major Maniac on a couple of occasions he has made these clutches look doable, hasn't he?
Just clean. He knows exactly the angles. It's almost like he's been training specifically the angles for that retake.
Almost like he's been around for a very long time. You can tell the experience and those kind of moments hasn't ultimately made it pay off yet, but I mean, they're not favorable situations. They're not moments where he should be finding the payoff from. Absolutely not. But he is making them just... Well, I mean, we'll delve into it maybe a little bit more. Eric Boom's just found 2 in the blink of an eye, as has Illy. 2v2. We are merely 15 seconds into the round.
Trying to be careful. Big push.
Stallions
Everybody
have left the bomb here, and Team Notorious are not going to check that. Wow.
Well, I mean, you don't really expect
No,
that. They're
of
just
course you
looking
wouldn't.
for them.
Of course you wouldn't. But if they'd turned around and seen the bomb there, it would have been a disaster. Big win for Rafi either way. Ellie will find another. He's looking for the ace.
There's where Rafi's going to be. Throws a stun out as well. Rafi just running. Now Ellie will grab the bomb. I mean, there's no way Rafi has any idea what's happening because they will not know this bomb's back here. So he probably thinks Ellie's somewhere looking towards a bomb site. He will be now, and it looks like he's going straight towards B.
A lot more open. All less corners to check. We'll go for it. See, Rafi's on his way up the spiral staircase to get the info. Big gunfight coming up. Ellie caught off guard, and Rafi will find it. It's a big round. And Team Notorious will get it.
And that's, I mean, there are so many angles there. You got to remember, nobody had any idea where anybody was. Only Rafi knew that that bomb had just been planted, so he had a slight advantage. Illy was like, he could be genuinely anywhere. And that's just a little bit of timing, a little bit of luck, and a little bit of knowledge on the benefit of Rafi's side that he got that kill. But that is map point for Notorious.
Could be a huge round. You find the search and destroy, you go 2-0 up. As mentioned, it is a long, long way back for Stallions. Is it doable? Absolutely. They're a quality team. Good players. Team Notorious have come to play today. Rafi tempting, flirting with the idea of going down over towards this A side. The rest of the team making their way over towards B. Stallions are ready for it though.
Major Maniac all the way out towards Helicopter is going to have a freebie or two. A little bit of a wobbly shot though, and the movement from Afro throws him off. Well, they will get that first blood here. Major Maniac has to back off. It's left Notorious in a horrible position. Afro's going to go for this kill. The timing is good for Afro, but Eric Boom is going to go down as well. It's now down to a 2 versus 2 in this chaos that has erupted. And Afro's unsure where he wants to go. Rafi's looking to try and cover him. But this has not gone well for either side.
I mean, all things considered, I think Team Notorious will take this 2 versus 2. It wasn't looking good. Stallions semi-fumble it, but still have a chance. Hang on, by the way. And they're going to get caught on the cross. Rafi will find the trade 1v1.
Abe, they don't know he's here. Rafi's going to look for him as well, and Rafi wins the gunfight! Oh my goodness. Somehow got away with that one. Watch that again in the kill cam, but that will be Team Notorious 6-3 against the Stallions. And here it is. Oh, knows where he was going to be. He did have the idea. And locks on the wave and takes him down, ton.
Yeah, I mean, they had information on him a while ago. And they might have just presumed, okay, well, we must still be there. But the centering from Rafi is still solid. Ib gets deleted. 6-3 Team Notorious. 2-0 up now in this winners bracket semi-final, and they've looked so good over the last 2 series. We've seen them in the previous one, ran through. Second game coming up now, Team Notorious 2-0 up. I think this one's been a bit more contentious than the previous series, of course, but at the same time, it's just a very good COD. They're making decisive moments. They're having their big moments from their big players, and Afro specifically. Finding themselves in such a good spot in this series now. 2-0 up. You gotta feel like you're cruising.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, you could bear in mind here as well just how good Notorious looked in their last game. And the question we asked was, will this continue? Is it just a good Notorious or a slightly below average Royal Spartans? Well, at the moment, Notorious still look very good. Question is now, if they 3-0 Stallions, where does that put them in everybody's mind?
I mean, they've got to be up there, right? You're looking over towards the other side of this winners bracket. Timor against Omit. That's going to be our next game going to be coming up. That's a banger as well. You have to consider, of course, it was Omit who took home the dub last time around on LAN. So they're still going to be up there as one of the favourites. But Team Notorious very much don't look like the team who finished top 12 last event. They look like a team who are going to fight for the entire thing.
They certainly do. And here's a little bit of an update for everybody at home. P7 Esports currently down 1-2 to H-Town Spartans X Rally Esports. Team Orchid up 2-0 against Katana. So that is a bit of a European death match going down over there. And then it's 5 Fears, White 3-2 Law Gaming.
That's a big result for them as well. 5 Fears, I believe, going on to the top 8. That's a nice result for those boys as well. See how they can continue. We will probably, I believe, see them tomorrow. Don't quote me on that. I can't remember how many games we're actually playing. I'm not too sure how the losers bracket's going to be going. I'm not too sure if those guys have got another game. But we definitely have another game after this one. But we still have this series to close out. 2-0 now for Team Notorious in a very, very good spot in this series. Long way back for Stallions now, Brycey. Long, long way back.
It certainly is. Well, speaking of back, we will be right back after this break for the control. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. You join us in the winners semi-finals. Notorious going up against Stallions. Ton, so far, so good. Notorious.
Yeah, they're so far very good for Notorious, to be honest with you. Obviously, this is our back-to-back game for Team Notorious, of course, in their winners' quarters. Just flying through that 3-0 fashion against Gunless, Hixie and Co. And now Team Notorious are dealing with Stallions as well. Stallions have been on a nice little run here, but Team Notorious are just overcoming them where they need to. Realistically speaking, you know, map number 1, relatively close. Stallions in control through the first half of that game. Team Notorious step on the gas. Afro goes crazy. They win the map, and then all of a sudden, Search and Destroy kind of goes by in the blink of an eye. A lot of quick rounds. A lot of them. 6, actually. Going over towards Team Notorious. 6-3 was the result there. Now we're heading into the control. A very attack-heavy kind of map, of course, when it does come down to control. Let's see how Team Notorious can do here. Can they close it out? Another 3-0. Give them huge momentum. Heading into a winner's bracket final tomorrow.
Well, there's the first couple of kills, and that's almost as good a break as you could have. Eric Boom going to be the only player from Notorious that dies, but Afro going to try and punish them here into the spawn.
A lot of pressure.
That player is got a little bit of information. Gets another kill. Already a 2-0 for Afro. Starting off every bit as hot as he has been in this series. Eventually will go down, but you can tell they're feeling confident.
I was supremely confident. This is very much the hallmark of a team who are 2-0 up in a series and really feeling themselves. Oh, he's not going to get caught off guard at all. Every gunfight doesn't look like a 50-50, does it? Team Notorious frying at the moment. Lives well and truly in their favor. Stallions well and truly still stuck in their spawn. This has been dominant. So far, they just can't get out. Good God. I mean, what is going on here? They are smoking them.
They're actually really compressing them so much. They've all just got the same spawn. 17 seconds to go.
Can't miss.
6 kills from Stallions. 19 from Notorious. But the Stallions have broken free.
The problem is they've got so much to check. We've got so much to get through. Pick over towards B, incoming 23 versus 7. I mean, look, control can go this way when you get a really nice break, but there's not even going to be a tick had from Stallions on what you would argue is a more attack-favored side. That was ridiculous. I mean, as soon as they... look, I mean, as I was about to kind of say, I cut myself off. When you have those good starts to a defensive round, you can start to pin teams in here. Okay, that's great, and that's what can happen. But they never let them out. They never let them out. Every single gunfight, F-Dot. SMG in hand and frying them. Incredible work from Team Notorious.
I mean, 25-7. Just to be clear, that was the kill difference. 25-7. Abe's gone 0-8. Well, it is unbelievable how I think that may be the greatest control beatdown on the first round that I've ever seen. The Stallions have the opportunity to do the same thing here. And that's what they'll be trying to do. Already, trade's going down as well. Abe, going to get one back into the pocket. Rafi, all the way on the outside. The Notorious, just a few trades and trying to get that A point.
But the side of Stallions, you need to try and keep them off. I mean, there's a tick already, so there's an advantage immediately. Although, you really want defense on that final round, I'm not too sure. You would like to just try and get the round. F-Dot trying to stay alive. He's just done so well. Illy just doesn't expect the reach out. Major Maniac going to put himself in a position to maybe shut this one down. F-Dot will find him as well. That was a momentary 4 dead, and that is a gone.
Stallions recognise this as well. They're not worried about it. They're not putting any more pressure on. Well, I'll say that. They're going to just thread the needle. They are going to lose A regardless, so they're hitting the spawn. This is great from the Stallions. You lost a little bit of control. You gain it back by overextending.
Afro's going to have to dip back just to help his teammates get out. And struggle to get out himself yet. He's put himself in a position where he can start to mess with them somewhat. But damage already done yet. Team Notorious. 1 tick to their name. Eric Boom finds another kill. They kind of got them where they want them. Know where one player over towards this B side is. The only one they don't know is that player over towards the helicopter, a Major Maniac. He's going to try and deal with the spawns, but his teammates have to find some kills for it to make it useful at all.
First tick already in.
Yeah, come back.
Nobody dead from Notorious yet. Rafi is going to go down here. He finds the first, but still, that second tick is almost in. A little bit of a slow push here from Stallions. May cost them in the end. Trade's going down eventually. Second tick secure here for Notorious. Going to be F. Dot still alive. Teams in both spawns.
I should have a freebie here. At least one. Oh, he goes for the child on the other player he didn't shoot at. Gunfights all going the way of Team Notorious. Major Maniac has to go massive here. It's obvious.
Ladder.
Oh, wow. He's done well. He's done very well, but not well enough. Team Notorious are 2 to the good. Not just in the series, but in the control. This is comfortable.
Yeah, they're kind of beating up teams at the moment. The easiest way to say this. I keep expecting the other shooter drop ton. I keep expecting to see them almost kind of be rebuffed at one of these points, but that was a good attack from Notorious, and they felt in control. For the Stallions, must have a great attack now, and it all could come down to this break.
Need a good breakout here if you're Stallions. You gotta even look at them. They have to take their time. I mean, Major Maniac sitting at 8 and 9. Everybody else is double or triple negative right now. It's been a slow one from them. I wonder if the wind has just been beaten out of their sails a little. The push over towards B. They have found some inroads on this attacking round. It's an attacking round they absolutely need to find. You can't lose that. Oh, this is bad now. Yeah. This is where the squeeze comes.
I like this Major Maniac going deep. He's going to try and catch somebody here to prevent farming of the spawn. Afro's already going to spot him though and take him down, and Eric Boom still staying alive towards the bottom here. They're going to try and grab him up the zip. He goes off the zip. He goes. Oh my goodness, Eric Boom! Look at Trapeze Artist pirouetting on them at the same time. Eventually will be taken down by Abe. But the Stallions are fighting just to stay alive in their spawn. This is not about pushing out. They're just trying to make sure they don't get stuck into that blender. Onto the point, stopping it as well. Abe with his 3 streak has given them a breath of life.
Yep. It's a big open door, and they are waltzing through it right now. Rafi, he's done well for the one. Afro, is he there for the trade? Yes, he is. Stun lands. Can't find anything else. Team Notorious now scrambling over towards the side of B. As our Stallions, though, need to get something going. Eric Boom's ready there for the push. They thought they would try to take a little bit more. And Stallions have only got 15 seconds if they want to survive in this series.
Eric Boom is waiting to see if he can catch somebody. Rafi already on Overwatch. Eric Boom catches somebody as well. This has been an absolute thrashing. A decimation coming in from Team Notorious. Wow. That is about as one-sided of a control as you are going to see, and the fact that it is in the winners' semi-finals is ridiculous. A 3-0 to Team Notorious as they put the Stallions down hard into the lower bracket.
I mean, that, you know, we talked about in the previous game how it felt like a bit of a statement win from Team Notorious. If that was the statement win, what the bloody hell was that? They have just
3-7.
They have just put them in a body bag. Convincing. I mean, look, map number 1, pretty close. Stallions are in a controlling kind of scenario throughout the first third half of the game. Looking fairly solid, but as soon as Team Notorious had that moment, as soon as Avro started to pop off, it was like 3 back-to-back-to-back hills where they just picked up so much time. And then from there, they've never looked back. 6-3 in the search and destroy, pretty convincing. The control, though, honestly, it felt like it was... There's a pin in it after round number 1. The way that they came out, and they just punched them in the face straight away. Got them back in their spawn. F. Dot. I mean, I've not seen him with an SMG in hand that often, if I'm honest with you, Bryce. At least I can't remember it. And if I can't remember it, it mustn't have been that good. But this is prime. I thought we were watching Afro for a second. The guy was moving. Incredible work from Team Notorious, though. They get the job done in very, very convincing fashion. Get themselves a date in the winners bracket final tomorrow, and thoroughly deserved.
Yeah, if anything, it cannot be overstated just how big these wins have been. They are really smashing their way through the winners bracket, and truth being told, they probably want to play that winners funnel tonight, but obviously that's not part of the schedule. But with the form they are currently on, not even that big of a celebration. It felt casual for them.
Very
that
casual.
shouldn't be happening.
Very casual indeed. That was something. Again, map number 1, pretty close. It's a 40-point game. Nothing in it in a hacienda hard point. I almost feel like map number 1, Stallions had their opportunities, not to put them to bed, but they had their opportunities to get the lead insurmountable. It would have been very, very difficult for Team Notorious to bring it back on a couple of occasions. They just chipped away the odd 15, 20 seconds here or there. And it put them in a really good position to be able to bring it back. They had their big moment. They took the lead, never looked back. Search and destroy. Was there really any moment for Stallions in that, though? I don't really think so. There wasn't any really close rounds where it came down to it. For the most part, it was Major Maniacs trying to clutch 1v4s. That's kind of how it felt in the control. Very different to the other two maps. Zero closeness whatsoever. Utter domination for Team Notorious. And now all we're going to find out tonight, Brycey, is who they're going up against tomorrow. Because, I mean, whoever it is needs to step to the plate because Team Notorious looks serious right now.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Well, we'll find out who gets to face Notorious tomorrow in this next game. But first, we'll go to a quick break where we'll get the players set up and everything ready. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. Don't worry, it's not going to be a long break between these. We have these teams locked in and ready. Our second winners semi-final ton is upon us. Who goes on to face Notorious?
Well, let's find out. I think this one should be a closer game than what we just seen there, but Team Notorious looking an extremely scary prospect. I mean, you see that the Royal Spartans and Stallions over 6 maps have just been bodied across Miami, basically. Into a winners final we go, Team Notorious. And now we're going to find out who goes in against them. Is it going to be Team War or is it going to be Omit? Well, here's Team War. They've been kind of just pitching away here, Brycey. We haven't obviously seen too much of them. Obviously, like for these guys, you know, they've finished in their previous challenges. I think it was in top 4 in the last elite. They actually faced off against Omit and got knocked out in the losers final by them in the previous tournament, of course, in Dallas. But looking at who Team War have gone up against here, they faced some strong opposition. Team Destro, then Team Orchid beating them 3-1. But for Omit, it's been a bit more of a struggle. They really have went through the ringer today. 3-2 against 144, 3-2 against Law. They've got to have some tired minds here, but they're getting the job done.
Well, it only really matters about that final score, Ton, and if they can get it again, they'll move on to a top 3 finish. But here are the maps for this one as we run through. Hacienda Hardpoint, Protocol Search and Destroy, Protocol Control, Skyline Hardpoint, which we haven't actually seen that much of yet so far, and Hacienda Search and Destroy, Ton.
Yeah, there's been a lot of map falls of Skyline Hardpoint, which, I mean, in the last 2 series, we ain't seen a goddamn thing apart from a 3-0 slamming by Team Notorious. That tends to be what we've been getting. First game of the day, though, was kind of what I was expecting, maybe a little more of that kind of thing, especially in the last stages here. But now we're going into, of course, later stages of the game. We're in the winners bracket semi-final. This is for a place in the winners bracket final. This one, I think, is a little harder to call, although I would have called the last game a hard one to call as well. So, look, we got our champions who played very, very well in Dallas, got the job done up against Team Orchid, going up against a roster who have kind of been nearly men for the most part throughout this season. So it does lean one way, but I mean, with how things have been going today, I'm just going to hold my hands up and say I'm not 100% sure which way this one's going, Bryce.
Yeah, I think when it comes to this part of the tournament, it should always be pretty close. I mean, Team Notorious are the outlier. That's not usually how those games go, but I think with this one, we should certainly have a bit more of back and forth between these two squads as they know just what's at stake and how much further they could go in the tournament with this one simple win.
Yeah, and it puts you in such a good spot. Top 3. It's a very, very nice placement. And we are ready to go. Shout out to the admins for getting this one ready for when the previous game got up and finished. I think their warm-up have got cut a little short just purely because Team Notorious have got that one done so quickly. Curious if this one is maybe going to be a little bit closer. As mentioned, these two met up against each other not too long ago, but back in Dallas. They, of course, were both in the Elite season 2 and season 3. And that was a place they completely avoided each other. The last time these guys played up against each other was in the Dallas Open. It was a losers final, and it was a 3-2 win for Omit. So Omit have been doing nothing but winning map 5s all day. So let's see if they can continue to do so. Or can they turn it on?
Well, I think I'd probably prefer to win it in 3, but 5 is just as good if you can get there. But these two teams already facing down at the moment. War just trying to get as many points before they inevitably fall in this P1 because just don't get an awful lot of cover from all the windows.
There's quite a decent amount of cover behind the statue, behind the fountain, sorry, but it's tough, isn't it? There's a couple of different angles you can be shot from. You just kind of have to be a little bit fortunate. Over towards P2 is really what people are going to be focusing on. That's coming up in 8 seconds. But Team 1 will take those 20 seconds and very much run. He'll lead up. He's not going to be able to find anything. Stanley will find 2. And the push over towards P2 is fully there for the side of Omit.
Being careful here. Knows that this is important. Brack waiting for the push. Has a little bit of reinforcements as well. Double stack towards the back. Problem is the front door is left a little bit open. They're having to back off as well. Brack will have to get here and help out. Still expecting the push towards the back. Doesn't come in. And it'll be Team War that take it away.
Big push. Oh, Capsule just about winning that one. We'll have some presence for the rest of his team to feed off of. Push now going to come through. Nomad will find a break back. Back and forth. Nobody able to, well, seemingly hold anything yet. And you need to be able to when it does come down to P2. But Omen will get up that final amount of scrap time. Rotations already coming through from Team 1. They're the first ones over towards fences.
Important now for Team War. You can see them set up for it. Rack knows that if he can hold this, is going to be a big advantage. Did you see 2 Real there? I think he did. 2 Real, I think, didn't think he saw him. But 2 Real will go down, and you can see the squeeze now developing. Omit trying to spread the map, but it is difficult to do so.
And find a way in. Really trying his best. Can't find anything. Capsule or Brad combining well. The kills are being found for everybody at home who is wondering who the bloody hell's Challenge 9. Where's this player coming? That's just Spot. Obviously. Assault. Trying to find a way through. Omit. Getting themselves still in control. It's so back and forth. Nobody really able to get that control. But Capsule finding 2 up top office. That will give them a little bit of onus. Capsule just head first forward. 17 seconds to play for here. You would quite like to get a hold of it, especially if you're a Team War. You find yourself behind Omit, though. This is some very good time. Shots coming in from Diamond Con. You're not going to be able to pick that scrap time up, and that scrap time is nice for Team 1 to get a hold of. That could have been a 30-40 point lead. Right now, it's in around 15.
2 Real all the way around, and that is going to work out wonderfully for them. It does open up a little bit of a gap, and Brack tries to pick up the slack, isn't going to be able to. Stanley will get one as well, but here come the trades. Capsule has teammates with him, but if he gets in now, they'll have a slight advantage. Unfortunately, that does not work out. And while Brack will get one back here, we'll fall off the map just for a second.
Goes for a little paddle. 12 and 5 from Brack, though. He's doing his best to try and get his team into this one. But not quite able to get things rolling yet. That's from Stanley not all enough. It's so back and forth. Nobody able to really get that control. They love this positioning from Assault. That's just going to make it difficult for players to cross. They don't know how to check it. He can then back up over towards the middle of the map, but his teammates have not won any gunfights. More scrap time over towards the side of Omit. It's just such a close game heading into a second rotation.
Sandy just trying to make a bit of a difference play here as well, but you are right, Ton. Right now, nobody able to push the boat out. Nobody taking full control of this one. Omit currently do have the lead, and in slaying, but considering how big that slaying difference is, the points really don't tell the story.
No, it hasn't done. And I wonder if it's just Team 1 being a little scrappier, trying to find as many points as they can when they do get that opportunity. They're efficient with it. Omit, you are right once. That's a... Well, I mean, it's hard to work out on the fly when so many kills are coming through in a hard point, but yeah, minimum sitting at... But, well, you're close to 20 on the positive side of things. Maybe closer to 15, actually. Didn't see the 6 and 9 come from Spark. But it's a pretty heavy outside for one rotation, and, well, okay, a healthy lead now. It's starting to grow over towards P1. P2 rotation is here as well. You've got to feel good about your chances now for Omen. That's the first healthy gap we've seen in a while, but 2 teammates spawning out, work to do.
Pack knows he's going to be under a lot of pressure. Will find one, though. Trade's going to be good so far. They should be able to pin this last player in. Keep an eye on the spawns, though. Parallel. They've got parallel spawns out towards the back. It's going to go down very, very quickly. Omit will be in control for just a few seconds, but they're going to know exactly what has happened. And Spark tries to hold on, but parallel spawns towards the back does not work out for Omen in that one, and Team War break through.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Team War will take that all day long, though. Opportunity was there, and they have taken it with both hands. 25 seconds remaining. Team War holding this down, and if they do, it's pretty much a tie game. Good shots coming in from 2 Real. Oh my god! What's he shooting out of his jackal? Will he have the 4th? He won't need to. Uli is there to pick it up. It will be the scrap time, and that is pretty much going to be tied up heading over towards fences. Much better from Team War.
And this is their opportunity. A quick break here will devastate Omit, who really were hoping to hold on to P2 for a little bit more. Spark backpedaling, giving up map control for a kill. Eventually, though, 2 trades is better than none, and they will have an advantage in numbers here momentarily.
Look and answer back very, very quickly. That's been 20 uncontested seconds. Still found one. Stanley going to try and hold his angle. Can't quite get it done, but everybody else on the team doing their job. Nades out, no contestant. This is very good time for Omit, considering the pressure that it feels like it's been coming in. And well, there you go. Sparta's just going to pick up the pieces and keep that pressure on. Anima Assault, has he been dealt with? Not quite. He gets taken down, but I mean, this has been great time over towards P3, by the way. That is nearly, that might be a full 60. It was very, very close. Now, they were on 120-ish. So even 45. Something to write home about, right? Over towards P3. Great job from Omit.
Here comes a push from Omit, though. Do they have the numbers for this? Not by the look of the minimap. Going to try and get a bit of a squeeze through early. Almost gets caught sprinting and does get cut down because of it. Assault is going to fall as well. And a break in from Omit. They have been dominating in the kill feed. They are all positive. And they'll be very happy now they're back on a rock as Brack picks up 3 on a 5 streak. He's 28 and 11. Freimeister, thy name is Brack, and he goes on a 6 streak here. Still stays alive, takes a little bit of a love tap, but will keep moving. Eventually falls.
It's a death from myself. This has just been some great time for Omit over the last 2 hills. Seen Team 1 hit 120 after the back of P2. We're about to head into another rotation after 2 more hills. They've had 10 seconds to their name. Omit. Got around 70 already. Might even be more than that. Rotation coming in towards the 3rd set of hills. Team 1 need a big one. P2 was good for them. They need to make sure they find a break back. Get some good time over towards it, or this game could be over. Hold on.
A little bit of a shaky fight, but I think you're right, Ton. This is going to need some serious money hill time for Team War. And even now, they want to bleed P1. Assault's going to go down for it as well. Stanley's having a very good time. Eventually, Tyrael managed to slip past him. I don't think Stanley saw him. But this needs a monster rotation. Team War, keep playing around P1. Keep them off it. Hey, take a few points where you can get it. So this is what matters. Over towards Garage.
Big fights towards the back. Transition now starting to come through. Not a bad hold from Team 1. You get some okay time. If you're Brack at the back, you need to survive. He's got a little bit of help from Capsule as well. Tyrael is there to answer back, but the squeeze is coming. You spawn absolutely miles away. If you're Diamond Con and Uli, Assault. Him and Tyrael need to hold this down. They've done actually not too badly, but Standy will line that one up. The reinforcements are on their way, but Omit very much inside of P2. Good shots from Standy. They can win it here over towards the garage hill.
They have the numbers. Capsule's going to go for the flank as well. Only gets 1 so far. 3 versus 3, but they don't have as many bodies in the hill as they probably would like, but still winning the trades. Spark trying to just drill that through Assault. Isn't going to be able to get it, and it looks like it might even be Team War have to head, but they don't have the time. Stanley knows. Stanley's going to go for this. Looking for 1. Looking for any more, and they're all dead, unfortunately. Stanley, the last player, is going to be Stairwell. Goes for a contest for a second. And oh my goodness, Tyrael keeps them alive.
Maybe only momentarily. Into the point you go if you're Brack. Does he spin in time? Yes, he does. Is that going to be the game? Yes, it is. Omit, as soon as they got the lead, they never looked back. A very confident start to the map. The outslay was heavy, and they made it count in that second rotation. See more valiant effort. It was at one stage 120, 120. After that, Omit found another gear.
I mean, there's Brack, and that spray transfer was kind of mad, I'm not going to lie.
He's disgusting, isn't he?
To let anything but bullets hit players. And now, with a monster start, I mean, this game was very close at one point, Ton. Unfortunately, it just got away from them. And here's the other part. When that game was close, it shouldn't have been. Omit were dominating the slaying all the way through every hill. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to find the time to go with those kills. When they did, well, that's how the game ended.
Sensational work, and I think that is an important thing to note, isn't it? You sort of say, all right, you're outside, why are you not making it work? They just found another level when they needed to. They were finding them in the right place, making them count for something. I mean, Brack had a silly game, didn't he? Search and Destroy coming up, and if he can play like that, this is going to be a dangerous proposition for the side of Team War. Material did great here, and this is where they found some really good time, and this is pretty much where they even the odds. I mean, it was It was steady heading over towards P3, and then Omit went, yeah, what, you want a 45 seconds on your forehead over towards fences? Yeah, no problem. Sensational work. Catching it when they need to. Standing and the boys find map number 1. Protocol search coming up. Followed by protocol control. If we need to see it, it'll be Skyline and Hacienda for 4 and 5.
Well, gonna have to be a bit of a bounce back from Team War, and if we know anything, usually does occur in these games. But I think they'll be ready for this one going forward. Omit will be looking to try and push as far as they can, though, because this is obviously, I always kind of try and explain, going through winners bracket just makes you have a much easier tournament. It just really does. You play less games, you'll be more rested. It's warm in the venue over there as well, obviously, because it is Miami. So, you know, you kind of want to do that so you don't burn out all that energy. People forget, playing at that level is incredibly tiring, right? I know it's not the physical thing. You're not, you know, throwing bags of cement around. But the mental focus and the mental agility required to continuously operate at the edge of everything you can give, right? The reflexes have to be sharp. Everything needs to be running at 100%, right? So to do that for 10 hours a day really can take a toll on people. So when it gets to the winner bracket versus the lower bracket, if you are on winner's bracket, then yeah, you will have a few more breaks. You'll be able to go get a drink, be able to sit down, maybe really talk about the videos. If you're in the lower bracket, of course, you might just continuously have back-to-back games. And if it goes like all the way to 5 maps, 2 hours upon 2 hours upon 2, and it just absolutely bleeds you dry. And that's why sometimes when you see a team go through the lower bracket and they have great momentum most of the way through it until they stop at like the losers finals or the finals, just run out of that energy.
Are you talking about casting or playing?
I mean, playing is definitely more intensive than casting.
Yeah, no, 100% is that it's that mental side of things, isn't it? You know, you think to yourself, you know, if I'm sure a lot of you at home have sat down and played Call of Duty for 10, 12 plus hours a day at a time. And you think, well, why am I tired? Because it's that mental strength of been trying to get through, you know, constantly keeping up the communication, thinking about what you're doing. It's all the stress around it as well as it can be very, very tiring. And for some of these players, this will, of course, be their very last game of the day, be the last game of the day here on our broadcast as well. So, well, hopefully you guys have enjoyed it. We've got maybe a couple more maps to go, but right now it's looking good for me.
It certainly is. We're going to go to a very quick break, though, while we get this lobby set up and ready for this next game. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the coverage of the Miami Open. Challengers is ready to rock and roll. Team War and Omid are throwing down. So far, so good for Omid. A very powerful hardpoint has put them in the lead as we move on to the S&D. We're going to take a quick break as one of the players was having trouble getting into the lobby, but I believe that's all fixed, Hun.
Fingers crossed we can get jumping in and see how it's going to go as we head over towards Rewind. I mean, for Omid, it was a very convincing map number one. You know, things were close-ish at one stage, and then it's just about finding another gear, and they did, and they ran with it. Brack having an all-timer. Now we head into a map number two, one that's feeling needed from Team War. Yeah, you can't go 2-0 down against Omid. They will punish you.
We're going to see if that is true, because obviously there's the first blood there for Team War. Those nades are always dangerous on that first round with no trophies.
Danny will get taken down as well. Yep, yeah. Team War in a really good spot now. Out Capsule just hasn't seen him. There you go, nice and easy.
Oh yeah, pretty simple there in the end. I mean, once that first blood went down, Stanley went for the plant. Unfortunately, didn't have anyone on Overwatch. Picked that kill up and then everything just fell apart. Omid, nowhere to go.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's sometimes quite difficult just to get yourselves into the site and get yourself set up, especially when you don't have the numbers. You don't want to push it because, well, you don't have a trophy. It's tough. Team War's turn now to attack and might run into the same problem.
Here comes the push. You can see they're taking this map control away from Team War. Tyrell wants to get further ahead, but knows there are bodies against him. Everybody throwing tacticals, everybody throwing lethals. At the moment, Team War are hoping that somebody pops their head out and Uli will grab Standy before he can get away.
Yep, tries to find the push through generators, cannot find it. Gets caught out. Caps, I mean, they're tearing them apart here. Team War looking good to another round. A spark can do something, not going to happen. Team War and the win.
Team War really shining on the S&D so far. Really 4-0. This is what they needed after that hard point. A little bit of a fight back, a little bit of aggression.
Just find the first bloods and working around them well. It's been hard to deal with for Omid, who are trying to get it a little bit more aggressive through the middle of the map and kind of getting caught. So we'll have a little look. Oh, nearly a good gunfight win. Had the opportunity, but there the push is going to start coming through. Then they're probably not going to expect bracket back here. Bracket back here isn't not the easiest thing to say at 2 a.m. in the morning for me. I'm not going to lie.
Well, that's something you're going to have to work on, I'm afraid. At the moment, speaking of working on 2 real, that's a huge push. And that gives the advantage to Team War once again. Assault going all the way around here. You can already see on the mini-map, and this is a big chow coming out, but that is an instant shutdown. Brack left alone in a 1 versus 3.
And Uli and 2 real right now. On a combined 9 spree. This is utter domination in the search. Team War trying to answer back quickly. Feeling more and more like we are going to get to see a skyline here, Bryce.
Not easy for Omid really to do anything so far. They've had more than a couple of issues. Uli having a flawless S&D. And we said, I mean, here's the thing. We said this should be a closer game, and it looks like it might be just in terms of map count. But both the hardpoint and now the S&D have been one-sided.
Extremely. I mean, they're just running through them. It's a 10 spree now in a row for Team War. Specifically for Uli and 2 real. Solid and just chipping away at them. I mean, there's 2 kills on the side of Omid in 3 rounds. The Tells you everything you need to know. They need to mix it up. They need to do something different. I think they've been quite aggressive through the middle of the map as well, and that maybe isn't working out for them. Whether it be timings, angles, shots. 100% sure. But now they're playing a little bit more of a passive approach. Don't kind of want to get in the mix of their team more. Very happy to do so.
We're going to go down. Not going to happen. Incoming. You can hear that RCXD screaming its way across the map, and Capsule has got timing, but also bad timing. He's got to catch this player. Eventually finds him. So he's the second does win that gunfight. That's huge from Capsule. Now a 1 versus 4. DiamondCon left alone as slowly the Sharks do circle.
Yeah, big round to get back if you're Omit. Realistically speaking, you keep it within touching distance. You give over a 4th there, and, well, not necessarily too much of a betting man, but I know where I would have been putting my money.
Well, do Omit use this as the jumping off point? Do they find a way back into this S&D and make some adjustments? Here goes the push Capsule, though. That's a huge kill.
Incredible work from Cap. That's going to find the opener, and is he going to be the catalyst? Try and get them rolling again. Surreal in a good position here, though, but a very checkable one is what I will say. This feels like a little bit more of a swing back towards Omit's side. Surreal's having a peek. Wants to have a look. He also doesn't want to die without finding anything. He might have a kick in the gear here. He might. No. Staying very patient, very disciplined here from Surreal.
Yeah, this is huge from Surreal. He should catch somebody. They have no idea he's got here. And there we go. He's going to catch the first player. Oh, he's waiting. He's going to burn the time. He's going to burn the time. Standing instantly down. He goes for the challenge as well. Trey's flowing like water, but it's a 2 versus 2, and there's no bomb down. 15 seconds to go. They have to go for the plant. There will be a challenge by DiamondCon. Onto the point. Now is Brack just going to have to go to the plant. They will check this. Somebody will throw their body on the line, and that is a wonderful play from Team War.
Surreal. Big heads-up moment. But for Omit, it's... I mean, hindsight's a wonderful thing, and obviously with the information that we have, it's almost like, okay, wow, you guys really need to plan earlier. But they had plenty of control, or at least it felt that way. They didn't ultimately have that control because, I mean, Surreal's chilling in the corner. Nobody checks it. You lose out. That would have been a 3-2 scoreline, and instead, it is a 4-1 one.
Yeah, that was such a big play. Like I said, just didn't expect them there. After that much time, they wanted to the play, get into it, and this is aggressive. Omit pushing through. Surreal's going to get away. He'll call that one straight out. That push has been broken. Sandy going to try and stay alive. Team War, everything going right for them.
Going really well right now. And they continue this. Looks that way. Capsule. He looked like the only likely player from Omit to really find a great deal. Now all of a sudden, just feels as if he's being quelled a little bit as well. And now Team War starting to stretch away. Lily will find one on the bracket before it can be answered back by Standy. 3 versus 2. They get a 3 versus 1. Omit have just not looked in the search and destroy whatsoever, have they?
No, really haven't. It's almost like Team War have basically played this map a lot, and Omit, seeing it for the first time in some cases, just not really getting the advantage in any of these situations. Is there a possibility, though, for Standy to be magical?
It's tough from here, isn't it? Very tough. Just especially Jackal in hand at this bottom. Yep, you can already see Diamond Cons on a swivel. The nade. Well, as I've seen better.
This is one-sided team war. Just have the run of this map. Everything they do is working. Everywhere they want to go, they can go. Omit massively struggling to get anything going.
It's been a struggle, hasn't it? A real struggle. You try and find something. Standy, first blood. Can they find another? Yes, they can. Is it maybe shocking all that Omit have been missing? Just pure pace. Stick it on them. See if you can get anything going. Well, Assault. He's just timing it. Thank you very much. It's just free. It's just so free. World Champion MVP, by the way. Remember that? Yeah, you do now. Prague will be dealt with. My word. Spartan now left. You might as well give Assault the ace, potentially, but they want to make sure that they get this 2 versus 1.
This is a clown fiesta. And I said it before this round. Team War, everything they want to do, they are able to. Assault has just picked off 3 players. Like it's some sort of trailer for a video game. Just there's one, there's a second. Oh, I'll take the third in great fashion. Oh my goodness, Spot almost made it, but Assault will get the ace. And the turn, and the burn, and the round, and the map.
Team War absolutely flying in that search and destroy. 6-1. Incredible work. Assault there for the ace. Well, only for his 5th kill of the map. But we'll get all the important ones towards the end just to solidify that one. Very, very well played from the side of Team War. And I suppose you look at it like, okay, yeah, they've outside, but like for a 6-1 scoreline, you've still got players trying to do something on the Omit side, just couldn't quite get it over the line. Now, one apiece in this series, Bricey, is anybody's game. I mean, that was very impressive for Team War. All I would say for Omit, okay, Rewind is it's new-ish, but at the same time, like, you have to be a bit more practiced on that if that is going to be the case for Omit. They kind of just got pulled across the map wherever Team War wanted them to go. Team War just seemed to always have an angle on the bomb that was going down. Time and time again. They made it very, very difficult. The side of Omit, and now the series is tied up 1 apiece, Bryce.
All good for Team War. I mean, that, like I said, this is that kind of just stands up as well. Like, Standy, he thinks he's checked every corner, thinks he's had, you know, the opportunity to plant. He's got players watching over him. But Too Real has been so patient, waiting for so long. They have no idea, and the entire round falls apart in a heartbeat. Omit just not getting any luck on that S&D, and War having the time of their lives. And as we tie this series up, it's anyone's game.
It really is. I'm curious. I mean, the next map is always the kind of the swing, isn't it? Like, let's see how it is going to go down. But it's hard to predict. Last time these two teams met up, it literally went to a last map. It very well could do the same here in this winners bracket semi-final. Both these two teams doing so well to battle through the competition to get themselves to this moment. Now, can they make the most of it? Of course, we will have a Skyline hardpoint coming up in map number 4, but we have the small matter of control coming up now in just a second this time. I believe it was a protocol. I can't quite remember. It's getting late. Who knows? We can maybe see what they're loading into.
Well, this is where everybody is kind of transferred over to different stations. We've got a slightly different camera angle. Don't worry, if you are watching and have been with us all day, we'll be using the normal codcaster. We won't be watching over the shoulder for another game. As fun as it was, it's also a slightly better angle, but we wouldn't get a full screen. Maybe the one on the end we would be able to.
I think we can zoom in. I think spots might be good. But middle right.
Looks like these players are ready to go. You can already see on the screen there. That's 4 aside. And they should be jumping straight into it as well. Stanley, keeping those fingers warm. My gun does not work like that. That is incredibly straight. Look at how little recoil and great recoil control these pro players really do have.
Oh, it's impressive. Oh, I'm not zoom in. Yeah, okay. I mean, there's all these players who are sitting in Crimson and whatnot, Brycey, who are just telling you this is normal.
Yeah, I'll tell you something, right? I can never tell when I look at chat if these people are just generally trolling. I assume that's what they're doing, right? Because the level of delusion that some people in the chat seem to have about how good they actually are. I'm in Crimson and I can beat these players. You would be body slammed. Like, you genuinely have no idea. Like, don't get me wrong, you'd be slammed by iridescent players. Then you'd be slammed by top 250 players. And then there's these, right? And then, if you really want to be, you go into the CDL. Right? It's an unbelievable level of difference. And like I said, I try not to pay too much attention to it because they're quite delusional. And they really don't understand. I know there was an experiment done at one point, Ton, where a CDL Pro team did record a series of videos of playing different levels of ranked play. And I think the ranked play teams actually had somewhere up to 6 members for the Diamond team. Unfortunately, that video never came out, but let's just say it was very one-sided.
I'm sad that it never came out. I was very much looking forward to that. Would have been an interesting one. Would have seen some casters probably getting slammed, and I would have been right alongside of them. Anyway, here we go. Into the control, Hacienda. Who's able to take advantage in these defensive rounds? Are you able to force them back? Well, answering back almost immediately. Find a couple of kills, give themselves some map presence, and making their way forward.
So far onto the point, and he's going to unfortunately go down before they can get any more done. Caps it all, just trying to farm these players before they make a move. Not finding anyone quite yet. There we go, that's the first one, but they picked the right corner. Capsule almost drags that gunfight back, though.
Well, Brack just some time. Go towards this A side. Need to stretch anything. He's just doing so well to survive, to be honest with you. Gonna find picks for his team, looking to try and just open up some doors. Right now, the door's been slammed shut. Team all working on the spawn shop themselves.
Be real, already trying to cut this one down, and you got Omen in a bad position. Don't have map control, don't have time, and trying to stop the clock here. That kill might prove influential. Uli trying to do something. And while DiamondCon's gone for the spawn, he won't get anything. This is a huge opportunity for Omit. Pull this one out of the fire a little bit.
Yep. 3 ticks will go in very, very quickly here. Dip, dive, duck, and dodge. Oh, you can't do anything about that, though, with Surreal. Finding the double. Capsule, can he find one of his own? He needs to. Can't quite get there. 15 seconds. You still got a chance here. If you're Omit. Comes down over towards A. Stop the time momentarily. They need to get on something, and something substantial here, Bryce.
Just don't think they're going to be able to do an awful lot with 3.2 seconds. It gives you no room for error. While they're on to B, that is going to be cleared off. It's a big start from Team War. Just 2 ticks for Omit. And that's a very good one for Team War, who seemed pretty comfortable most of the way through that control, just holding good map presence whenever you saw Omit taking a push.
Just making sure to win their ones at the right time. Team players coming on. Just little flanks here and there. Making it very, very difficult for Omit to get up the map smoothly. It's hard, right? It's not supposed to be easy to attack on control. Here we go then, Team. What can you do the same thing again? On this attacking side, it's not quite as easy.
Something. Team War making a good go of it, though. Already got bodies through. Already have a setup on debate.
It's free.
Spark, though, taking down 2 real. It's going to be a slow cap as well, though, so they're not going to get an awful lot out of it because that first tick hasn't hit through. Big gunfights from Omit turn the tide just a little bit. Stanley already pushing towards the spawn. They are not letting them really breathe onto this. And Assault will stop the clock for a second. They know where he's gone because there's only one logical place for him to do so.
Squeeze will start to come in. Flank alongside of it. Capital will fall. Salt can set himself up here and start to find some kills. This could be dangerous. Push going to come through. He's ready for it. His teammates are there to pick up the pieces. Team War looking the more likely party now.
And there goes the second. They'll try and get this third one locked through, and slowly but surely it will be Omit who get a couple of trades onto the map here. And that has pushed them back one more time. Can they continue to hold? 43 seconds on the clock.
They can punch them back to be very, very happy. More, some potential here. Doesn't look like they're going to get anything going though. 25 seconds. You've pretty much got one more swing at it.
There is an opportunity. Should be able to work this just a bit. I mean, they've got 2 ticks. That's okay for now. Stopping it onto A, that's never going to be more than 3 or 4 seconds. You usually get taken down pretty quickly, but B door is open. They have 2 bodies onto it as well. They're going to get B. This is going to be extended. Team War have pulled that one out of the bag. Game still on.
Very much on. Billy and Co now making their way over towards this A side. Spraying everybody. And now I think they're just waiting to try and pick them apart. Can they find a pick? Can they find a move? It's not an easy thing to do. You need to combine kills all together. Right now, the only ones combining kills are Omit.
Not too real. A little bit of movement. A little bit of finesse. Can he be the superhero they need now? Because they do need one. Very little time remaining, and that is the worst possible timing for him. Tyrell wants to find these kills. He wants the pressure off of his teammates. Unfortunately, teammates going down. We'll find Capsidor, but with 10 seconds to go, it's only him. Tyrell will find another, and will basically have to just commit suicide by jumping into P1. Down he goes. Hoping for the hero play. Wasn't going to be so, and Omit hold them.
Yeah, very solid defense as well. Good job. Inside of Omit, just try and bring this one back, because it could get scary. It's convincingly beating the Surge and Destroy. Control, well, you get it over the line, but there's a few more rounds to go yet. Anybody's game still, Bryce?
Very much so. Kind of what we've come to expect, actually, from these 2 teams. Who knows who walks ahead into it? I think that maybe, just maybe, Team War look a little bit better, I would say.
Yeah. Looking solid. Can they continue to find these holds? Outside of map number 1, they've been impressive. Capstop. Holding this one back. Can't find it. Really good work from Team War. We're going to put the pressure on with that 4 dead. That momentary 4 dead. You really can move forward.
Yuli, big kill. And Omit basically bottlenecked here. Don't really want to try and make too big of a play, but they have to do something. So much map control for Team War. He's still the man to beat. He's eventually going to go down to Brack, and now they'll work the B side of it. They're going to try and get through as trades continue to flow. Brack now moving out towards B. All the way through. 28 seconds to go. Has had to make this push, but Omen have made the push with him. They do have some reinforcements. It is not over, but Brack will now find himself alone after the last kills went down. Diving to get out of this one and hoping to stay alive, but it is not going to work, and Team War take map control again.
Yeah, there's one player who did slip the net. That's going to be Spot. He has to get on and just stop something. Goes for the kill. Spins around 12 seconds. You've got to get on the point. Your teammates are trying to get out their spawn. If you can win this gunfight, that would go a long way. It's well played from Spot. Onto the point we go. He's going to get traded off it, but is there enough time for his teammates to get over there to help?
Well, maybe I don't know. I mean, realistically, somebody has to dive on this and somebody's on to A to try and stop it. Capstore finds a kill. Stanley, if he had made that, they could have potentially done something, but Capstore alone. Going to go for the chow. It's a point-blank fight. It's not going to work, but they're still on A. Maybe able to get a tick here. Unfortunately, Brack finds himself having to defend from up top. Isn't going to be enough to get any more, and 1.6 seconds floods away as Team War grab that second one.
Nicely done. Very nicely done. Diamond Comic Color just been so good in this map. There's not much else to kind of say about it. You know, there was contention, but not really a great deal to write home about.
No, it's unfortunate. I mean, realistically, it's been one of those ones where neither team can really get things going the way they want to. And for Team War, that's good enough because they're in the lead. Can they find a difference? It's always the case where everybody's winning defensive rounds until suddenly they aren't, and that could completely flip the script. This could be very much about the break. So far, Team War looking like they're going for that mid-map control that's very typical of this.
Chips in the night through the middle of the map. Oh, it should have a freebie there. Is that going to open up anything for Team War, though, with those kills coming in? A capture on its way. Time stopped. Big kill. Can't find it. Diamond Con could have done with getting rid of Brack there. It's like he's the only one really doing a whole lot against Team War right now. So we'll find a couple up. We're on the other side. Some good presence over towards A. That's the second tick in already, Brycey. Third tick on its way. How is this being so easy?
Take. This is ridiculous.
Ow, wow.
A 4 streak. A should not go that easily with that few deaths gone down. And while they've got a couple of kills, Omid have now made this very difficult for themselves. They will have to hold for 2 minutes the B site. And while they are slowing this down, looking for map control, a couple of bad trades will put them in an even worse position.
It's just... I suppose it's not the easiest thing in the world to break the attacking team, but if you'd offer somebody the option, they'd 100% take where they are right now.
Here comes the push. Just trying to continuously push back Omid. They might have an opportunity. Unfortunately, losing the trade. Diamond Con, the only one out. Has to stay alive.
Needs to get an office, really. Needs to get an office.
Unsure where he can go safely at the moment. That's the problem. Diamond Con, though, actually helping push towards fences to try and get a bit of control for it. Omid will now have to fly into action. Team War have set up.
I feel like they're shooting them from the outside, but Diamond Con's holding down the angles here. Expecting the push to come from the top. It's only Spot who can answer. And he's kept a bit. Big contest coming through. The Capsule's done so well. Salt will find him, but Capsule finds another. Salt actually is the one who finds Spot. And keeps them away. A minute to go here for Team War to try and get a hold of B and try and get the round and the map.
They've still got time. They're keeping the pressure on. I mean, Capsule has been playing his life so much here to this point and been the difference maker. A 5 streak eventually going down, but you can thank Capsule for Team War not winning this map yet. Brack also going to push the tempo. Get another one here, and they are really pushing Team War all the way back. They're going to burn these pushes. Here's another stagger kill. Stanley will only find one, but it means Team War will have to try again. 32 seconds to go, and they have no map control.
It's just a Hail Mary now. Team War doing a good job, though. It's not about attack to walk away with. But I think when you get A that early, you think to yourself, is this an opportunity? Well, he has one. 12 seconds to go. You need to be perfect, Standy. To find something on the flank if he can. Second tick is on its way. 9 versus 9.
Standy, though, and Capsule again. Combining, Brack will find another, and well, it was a good push. Unfortunately, no longer. 5 ticks. Be enough to make sure that Team War get the defense, but nothing else for it as Omid hold on.
It was tight. Very tight. A couple of occasions where you think, all right, this one's done. turn on its head, especially when A going that early. You always feel like you need to be able to get one back. If that is the case, if you're the defensive team, you need able to record a very decent defense over on the main defensive side. But it's difficult. It's really difficult. Now 2-2, and it will, of course, be Team War with the defensive side.
Here we go. The lead rests in the balance here, but already a big push coming in for a moment. We've not had a lot of successes so far in their pushes, but with 3 down, they should be able to get at least this first 2. There's a bit of a stack going on. They're trying to throw caution to the wind. Second one coming in as well. Strategy that may caught Team War a little bit flat-footed. Capsule tries to hold them back for a few more seconds. They're going to have to dive in. Already A's gone. It's a huge push for a moment. Now 2 minutes 15 to grab B.
Problem is they've been wiped. So that's going to force them back, if only momentarily. This is a big gunfight. Surely Uli finds something. He finds more than just something. It's 2. I'll pin them right back. Look at the line set up here from Team War. It's just so hard to get out of. I mean, Garage is the only way.
Yeah, they have time to burn, but you can only do this 2 or 3 times. As Standy is having a bit of a tough time, because I have to go through, and unfortunately it gets him all killed by Uli. Oh, he wanted to go around the outside like 2 trailer park girls, but unfortunately it wasn't going to work for him, and now they're back in their spawn.
I knew that was inevitable. Brack's gonna get caught. Honestly, Team War just positioning themselves so well.
And Omit, who had 2 minutes 15, now find themselves with 50 seconds. Team War winning the slaying game. The clock has stopped as one player will get through.
Big wins.
Couple of kills. This is looking bad for Team War as they get back on the B, Omit. Brack gets another. Uli is here. He's 29 and 19. But he's staring down the barrel of having to make kills continuously. First tick is in. Uli's still moving. Still grooving. 57 health. That will regen now. As he goes back into work, but Capsule grabs him before he can do any more. And that was a big gunfight to win for Assault. He took them down. Clock still ticking.
Oh, huge. Massive for Team War to find that wipe, because it doesn't matter how many lives are remaining. When there is that much presence from the enemy around the point, it can flip over towards them very, very quickly. And that's, well, what Omid have to do now. They have to be very, very quick. They have to be perfect. 13 versus 5.
And they're going to try it.
Have to.
And they go. Clock stopped. Can they find these kills? Can they find these trades? Probably not. Uli playing as well as he is. There we go. Already picks up one. Still contested. Looking for another one as he continues his reign of terror. Capsule will be on to the point, but it's a 2 versus 9. And Capsule will be caught in the back. I mean, Spartan actually got him. Second tick is going in. Unfortunately, that's not going to be enough. If he stayed alive, there was just an outside chance. But Team War will win the control. Defense reigns supreme, Ton.
Yep. 5 back-to-back rounds of defense. It's something that can't very often happen when it does come down to Hacienda. And if Uli's setting himself up in positions like that, no wonder the defenses will win quite convincingly from Team War. Big game from him. 4,500. I mean, that is minimum of 900 away from everybody else. Very, very good game. And map out of Uli, and now all of a sudden Team War 2 wanted the good. Got a Skyline hardpoint coming up as well. Very much anybody's game, Bryce. Very much anybody's game.
It certainly is, of course. I mean, realistically, with the way Omit did start this series, you'd thought they'd been in a little bit of a better position, but a disastrous S&D, and then, of course, the 5 back-to-back defenses on that control have given Team War the advantage. And yeah, Uli was just unstoppable, especially around fences. He just kept staying alive and finding kills.
That's half the battle, isn't it, when it does come down to control. Keep yourself alive, keep yourself in a good position so you can either wrap back around and really help your team out, or cause distraction. Just do anything useful when you're flanking. Feels like the freest kills in the world, but they're important ones.
I mean, this was kind of typical Team War. I mean, just sort of flying into these challenges and getting the ticks they needed to get that defense locked. I mean, don't get me wrong, it has been difficult, but the problem is on this map, A is usually so difficult.
Yeah.
Because if you lose any sort of control around mid-map, you're just going to be a sitting duck. Twice we saw teams take it early, but unable to get B, and
happens a lot.
Yeah, it really does. I think Team War in this one did seem the better squad, more consistent, I would say.
Yeah.
With the way that they controlled the map tempo moving through. Of course, Yuli kind of a highlight for us as well, and he's just saying, hey, that was a really close and tight game. I did enjoy it. It was enjoyable for me in many gunfights that we had, and that is an actual complete transcript of what he said.
Ah, very nice. What a polite young man.
I know. It's just sportsmanship on display there in Miami. And now we move into the next map here, a hard point, which Omit will be looking to take to stay alive.
Yeah, they need to. They need to find it in convincing fashion. It feels certainly. I mean, look, it was pretty close to map number 1 until it wasn't. We'll have to do the same thing again if they want to see map number 5.
Certainly will. All right, we're going to go to a quick break while we load up this hard point. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We are jumping into another map here with Team War and Omit. So far, 2-1 to Team War. Omit really struggling in the last two maps to get anything they want going their way. With Skyline Hardpoint up next, and we're relying on that Hardpoint horsepower to get them over the edge, Tom.
Let's see if they can. It's been a strange one, honestly. When we've seen map number 1, I was like, wow, I mean, Omit look really solid here. But then Team War have just looked, I mean, I know 3-2 in the previous map, but it was comfortable to a certain degree, wasn't it? Search and destroy, very one-sided. But are Omit going to have that ability to just bring it over the line here in the hard point to send us to a map number 5, or the Team War close it and not even give them a chance?
Well, we'll certainly find out. I mean, they're probably feeling pretty good here, Team War, and well, so far so good. A little bit of time onto this one. Diamond can't just get caught by the movement. Sandy gets past him.
Good time on the board here for Team War, though. Of course, they will be wanting to rotate over through towards P2. Important that they do so. Stanley wants to try and get them off that point if he can. Everybody else sitting back. Happy to let them soak that time as long as they can get the rotation over towards P2, but they've lost it now. Team War overextend ever so slightly. Did they? And not too sure. Either way, Omit in a good spot. Good God. I mean, Brack has got one of the snappiest snappers I ever did see, Bryce.
Oh, he's going to need it. P2 to Money Hill. And Castle just staying alive. He's causing issues for them as well. They've ignored him. Assault just said, I'm not having it. I'm not coming back to chow you. I'm going to go see if I can get to the point. And he's done it. They've left him alive and almost made him irrelevant for a few seconds as Stanley's going to lose a big gunfight against Yuli. And Team War will get back control of P2.
Just like that. Back and forth, but look how contested it is. There is about 7 players within the space of 2 meters squared. Gunfight's going on its way. And we'll find some time. Maybe around 20 seconds of it. Unless Diamond Con can do something, he can do nothing. Rotation over towards Kitchen. 2 real. Need to stay alive. It's not going to happen. Transition for Omit. Looking very, very good. This is nice hard point gameplay. Now have themselves in a good spot to maybe transfer this presence into some good time and a nice lead.
See them just lining up. They've got a good position here, but unfortunately that is a huge goal. I mean, Yuli again. Great in the control. Great in the hard point so far. And there might be a lead change here unless Omit can start finding a few trades. Spark with an absolute beam. Manages to find 2 as well. And now it's not going to be a change as Omit break back in.
Back inside, so back and forth. But if you remember, I mean, Hacienda was exactly the same, wasn't it? Until it very much wasn't. One of these two teams will be looking to accelerate away as quickly as they can, but nobody has really been able to do that yet. It's a 16-point game, but also rising here for the side of Moment. Smart on a 4-5 spree now inside of Kitchen. They've done very, very well to get as much as they have done.
When it comes to it, more pressure is Omit hold on to this last little bit and should have some good spawns as well. Team War going to go for a difficult break. Con ready with the rest of his team. Got to wait. I mean, 2 real is being very aggressive here without an opportunity for a trade. Just trying to go for it as well. Shoots the guy behind the path and doesn't actually get traded out as Spard, who has started to really light up in this hard point.
He's doing well. 12 and 7. This time is so crucial for them. Team War have to find a way through, and they have done. A little bit of a kind of split spawn, though. It's going to be awkward. Yep, players coming in from the middle of the map. Players all ready towards the back. A nice hold for a moment in the end. 25 seconds to play for. Big 25 this, it feels. Would put them with what? I mean, 110 to 53 would... It's not writing you off, but it's nearly a disaster if your Team War.
Well, they managed to get a bit of scrap time. That brings this game a little bit closer. The other side of it, though, Tyrell was trying to hold off the entire Omit team. They're into the point here so far. Team War, how much can they bleed away? Trade's going through as well. A fight going down. Capsule's going to get for it, but Brack on Overwatch will cut them down. And while they've lost the spawn for P2, they certainly have put a bit of a dent into Team War's hold on the map.
Strange one, isn't it? Moment just over towards Kitchen, doing as well as they possibly could have. Starting to lose some gunfights over towards this P2 spawn, though. Brack trying his best to try and force that one. But again, it is not easy to do. It's not easy to get yourself in this right and correct position. Oh, that's a gunfight you're going to win if you're standing. Early deals with them. And seeing what, is this an opportunity now for a P2 rotation that could get you back into this game?
Not too real. It's determined to just destroy everybody into this one. Eventually will go down. Still a little bit of scrap time the teams will have to jump into. I think it's going to be Omit that maybe just tickles a little bit, but actually not even really committing. They're more worried about this rotation. You can see Team War have set up for it. They cannot allow this one to break very quickly. Sacrificing that time, you want to gain it back here and more.
Well, you can do. You're on 30 seconds behind by the time it does start to kick off. Too real. Has he found anything? Absolutely nothing. Capsule can't. As can Standy, though. I think they're just about holding on to it. Spawns, yep, split across the map. Parallels. Now all of a sudden, Uli is going to have to collapse whilst the rest of his team are now starting to filter through the middle of the map. Standy can pick him off, though. Everybody else needs to win their gunfights through the middle. It's Omit inside the point. Omit really forcing the issue. That lead is 30 seconds and now rising.
Oh, and Smart. Has been shooting well in this hard point, but is it going to be enough? Another break-in by Team War. This gap is never allowed to get that big.
Doing the same
Both
again.
teams putting everything into it. Capsule jumps through into a good position, but unfortunately will fall to assault. It will be a P3 hold by Omit to begin with, though.
You're right. There's nobody able to get any breathing room. Or anything significant, at least, anyway. Still don't know which way this map number 4 does go. I have a feeling that map 5 may well be beckoning. Standy staying alive. Over towards P3. This is a good time for him. This is probably the biggest lead we've seen in quite some time.
Standy now on patrol. Too Real going to try and find him as well. Does find the first. Everybody trying to line up for him, but he doesn't have the opportunity for the trades, but he will continue on going as Too Real picks off the weak player. And that's Team War breaking back in, but you are right. Omit have found themselves with a good lead. Diamond Khan not going to check the stairs. Goes straight to the cross and pays the price for it as Yuli will also fall to Standy.
Don't want to say that that's the game, but not Too Real. Tries to shut it down. But that felt influential to a certain degree. You had plenty of players over towards this backside. Would have stood you in good stead. Team More need to find a way through somehow. Omit are holding well at this moment in time, though. Pinstripe kill feed gonna come through. Standy, can you find anything? You can't. Assault towards the backside. Some potential good time on the board here for Team More if they can get in.
There we go, Brack. Waiting ready. Finds the first. Still a bit of a knife fight going down. The problem is, every time they trade time, Omit have the advantage. They are so much closer to the end goal than Team War at this late stage of the game.
Team War just taking up some very good time towards the latter stages of this rotation. And now you need to push through. Too Real nearly wins a ridiculous gunfight. I don't even know if he got damage down. Shots weren't far off though. Brack trying to stay alive. Challenge coming through from Uli up top. That was a momentary 4 dead. Team One not getting close enough to spawn them out. They will get close enough over towards the point. It's still around a 30-point game.
Got to try, and it's just difficult really to believe that this comeback is happening because Team War slowly but surely turning up the heat onto Omit. This is a huge bleed onto P1. Eventually will fall. Now the difficulty is War will try to punch through P1 as quickly as possible and then chow around P2. Omit will get a little bit of that lead back. But we might be heading for an absolute worldie of a finish.
Team More need to find a break here. Too Real may well be the tip of the spear. Gets them through this spawn. Ready and waiting for him. Does not matter. Standy gunned. Too Real waiting for his health now to come back up. It's just so free on the jump up. It's just so free. Diamond Con is there. Standy and everybody else falling to Too Real. And that is a break over towards P2. Omit may well be at 200 seconds. Team More are not far behind.
Here goes the push for a moment. If they fail onto this one, they're going to be in trouble. Already a couple of good trades for them. Diamondcon finds himself into the point, has to leave it. He's looking for some kills. Isn't going to find a single one-ton. And Oma do a great job to break back in at light speed.
It's one of those moments that may well decide a game. If Team More get that 30 seconds, they're going to be in the lead hand in the kitchen, but they didn't. Omit find an immediate break back. Diamondcon trying to think about a rotation. Ridiculous from Standy again. Omit in a really nice position now as we head over towards the kitchen. Team More the first ones here. Team More need to pretty much be perfect and play a perfect hard point if they want to close this one out in 4.
They're going to try to. Unfortunately, they've already lost this one, and it looks like we're going to a map 5 because surely Team War cannot turn this one around. Here comes the push already. Stanley trying to throw some bullets down at the same time. Everybody pumping them through the gaps. They try to take down as many players as possible, but Team War do break in. Only going to be Spark left alive. Sorry, Capsule for it. And with 27 seconds left onto this hard point, Omit can win. Team War cannot. But they still have to fight for every second. And Omit, that is huge. That's 3 from Capsidor. And that might as well be a slam dunk from the free throw line. Because that will be Omit taking this map surely as the last players dive towards. We're going to a map 5.
There we go. Said we weren't sure which way this one was going to go. And it forces us to a map number 5. Omit. The hard points have went their way. Search and destroy in the control has won Team Wars. Go to a search and destroy to close things out. Only very well, our first day of the Challengers Open, of course. Of the broadcasters being so back and forth with so many games. We had so many massive performances, specifically from Team Notorious, but this is a very, very close game. I mean, I think this is 3 games in a row now that Omit are going to map number 5. They've won the last 2. Can they make it 3 out of 3?
Oh, I certainly hope to. But it's a lot of stress to put yourself under. I mean, their hard point just has been, obviously, a little bit of a cut above Team War at the time. But all those maps, all those ones that have come before have only brought us to this conclusion. One more S&D to determine the fate of these two in this upper bracket. Who goes to the winners' final?
I mean, who would you have your money on? Really, I think it's difficult, but Team War absolutely dominated Rewind. Absolutely dominated it. So they'll feel confident heading into this search, but I believe we're heading into a Hacienda. It's very different to Rewind. Close out map number 4 though, do Omit and force us in to the Hacienda. I believe that was where we're going. Am I stupid? Did I not? I didn't compute. We're going to dealership. I swear I seen Hacienda. Am I? Did you see dealership? Am I delirious?
Hey, at this point, I don't care.
Okay, doesn't matter.
I'm happy. I'm happy to see what's going on. We're already into it. These players are ready. The round has started.
There's a hotel bar somewhere for these players to get to. That's what's going on here.
Now, push here for Team War over towards A. They're being careful about it. Probably because they're expecting a nade rain at any second.
A horrible push in this first round. Well, the nades coming. Yeah, they are. Yeah. Get out. No problem. Assault will find the kill, though. One will fall. Here comes the check from the vent. Brack, find the kill. Will tip out. Standy slipped the net. And now all of a sudden, are you going to be able to find anything here if you're too real? I doubt it.
Cool. Easy for it. And I think you're right, actually, touching on what we were talking about just there for a second. I absolutely do not want to attack first round on this map.
No, not towards A. But, I mean, that's why you see the defensive end stack over towards B, right? You know, there's plenty of cars over towards this A side. It's very, very difficult to find a push. So everybody else stacks over towards B because they presume that's where it's going to come from. And then, well, I mean, if you Team More, you kind of throw a bit of a Hail Mary over towards A. Yeah, the grenades just cause so much issue. Is it going to be an issue now for Omit over towards this side? Let's find out.
Gotta go for a quick plant.
Yeah, it's down. That's down.
Oh my God, everything's blowing up. Everything. There are a million cars and bombs and everything. And he goes, all right, let's have it. Straight out the door. Spart takes him down and the second player, and Tyriel's left alone. And now we play peekaboo with a roller door. And that was an ambitious chow.
That's the kind of chow you need to wait for your teammates to be there for. Finding very, very little. And Omit have had 2 rounds in quite literally the blink of an eye. Lovely stuff for a moment. Very happy with how this one's going now. Considering the map number 2, the start of this search will feel a lot better.
Wow. Omit so far happy for this start. Going for the mid-map control so far, not a commit to either bomb site for Team War. So, taking a couple of stun checks to the face. He wants to swing. It sees a player there already. A player actually backs down. And it's cautious. I wonder if they're waiting on Assault to try and make a call here. There's already been a push. I think I just seen Capsidal being aggressive, and there's a shoulder. The movement just good enough, and they are dancing around this map. Capsidal will have to get out of it now. He's weak.
Yep, now I'll back him down, and not a great deal of information gained, because you'd presume they're still there. Standy. He's taking himself down, and Team won't have an opportunity to try and get something on the board here. Here comes the collapse. Have to find something here for Omit. The first blood is going to be massive as you find your way back into the site. Not going to happen. Team War, get yourselves on the board. 2-1 now. Omit do bleed.
Well, so far, Team War able to really adapt for it. And they were really trying to kind of stretch the map there. You could see the amount of information they were gathering, the positions they were playing. Not too aggressive. They knew what they wanted to do. And eventually were able to apply their pressure.
Omit seem to like the attacks though. Very, very aggressive on them, don't they? Danny, gonna go for the chart. How on earth is Tyriel won that one, but Capsule was able to find one. Adam weak did Uli, but a 3 versus 2 for Omit after all that transpired there in the opening salvo.
Again, just being cautious here, Assault. Just checking his angles, hoping that somebody will allow him to bring this numerical disadvantage back. Omit probably will be calling now for Spart to come over. We need the reinforcements. I think actually Spart might go for a late push here, and Assault is turned.
Yeah, rewrap.
And that is just bad timing.
Oh, finds him, but then there you go. Gets the information in the middle of the map as well. Diamond can't. Now left in a 1 versus 2. It would be a 1 versus 3 if he pulls it off. They're gonna line up. Oh my word. That was so close to being terrible for Omit, but they will just about get it. 3-1.
Well.
Oh.
Capsule had to hit the snap there. Unfortunately, that first player got him weak. Could have been bad.
It still feels tight, though, even at 3-1, doesn't it?
It does. You really don't know who's going to walk away with it, but somebody has to. Obviously, this put us push one of the teams into the lower bracket, the other into the winners' finals. So has been backed off quite significantly here. Omit taking full mid-map.
That's great for Omit. can transition. There's a lot of utility being wasted for absolutely nothing now. And Team War have got a decision to make. Trophy down. That defending player, that will be smart. But I think he can back up because he knows his team have so much mid-map control. They don't anymore. Capsule pushes just a little too far. If he just holds that, they're in a great spot.
Oh my goodness, it's a little bit of a showdown, and somehow they stay alive. Brack finds 2 in the middle of the map, and suddenly this round has been flipped on its head. Omit back in control. Turil is going to have to try and plant and then get out of here. Clean plant. He will have an opportunity, but Omit will know where he's gone.
I'll try and have a look.
Turil's not even challing. They're going to be more than paranoid. Like, where is he?
Gonna have to do something shortly. 21 seconds. He jumps it.
Oh, he's got it. Surely he's got it.
Don't know if he's ready. Yeah, he's got it. There you go. Big retake coming in from Omit. Just the time. Smarts to be able to do that. 4-1 now to Omit. They are 2 rounds away from a winner's bracket final.
Well, Capsule is 7-1 so far. Huge for Omit. 4-1 now in this S&D. They've got this far by winning 2 hard points, number 1 and number 4. They lost the last S&D time, if you remember, in what can be described as pretty one-sided fashion. They were barely even showing up. Now a very different story.
It's very one-sided fashion, to be honest. Extremely dominant. Can they find a way back into this though? It's an important round. If Omit go 5-1 up, you wouldn't bet on anything to suggest that they're gonna lose. Behind the site you go, pushing on through. You gotta be careful of mid. They're not even contesting mid, they're just happy to play around the sites. Capsule put himself in a position to find something, but maybe over Charles. The trade is there. 3 versus 3. Just get out. Squeezing them. Timor getting very, very aggressive through the middle of the map. We've got a read on them, and well, Omit know that.
Oh my goodness, they're going for it. They just got a kill. That's actually going to help out with a double wrap. The fact they got a kill has completely bamboozled Team War. They have no idea. They've gone for a double wrap, and they're going to get onto the A side. Uli might know now, and he goes for the challenge here and doesn't get the gunfire. The other player goes, right, I'm getting out of it.
Down. Does go down. Rock will get taken down. 2 versus 2.
A little bit of help for Team War, but split so far.
There's no
Can Team War make the right move? They're both onto the site here. The spot's going to get caught. Surely he does. He goes down. It's still a 1 versus 2. They think the player's all the other way. They don't know Stanley managed to escape.
See them.
That's going to be a straight defuse. They're going straight for it. Stanley's going straight out of the window. Going to get it as well, but there is enough time for Uli to get this one as he gets all 4 players.
Incredible from Uli. The ace alongside of it. Team 1 needed that round. Honestly, I thought Sandy played it really, really well. I think the final kill would have been crispy shots hit because it wasn't... I mean, from the other angle, it doesn't look that easy of a fight to take. Turns out it wasn't too bad. Uli found 4 in that round. It's still 4-2 up, but they'd be disappointed it's not 5-1.
Team War need a little bit more of a performance like that. They're going for A again here. Real will try to put this trophy down in the right place at the right time if they want to make this push. That's what they're banking on. You can already see one out. RCXD on the map as well.
I think that's from Team War side. Comes rattling off Standy, waiting to make his shot. Makes it to the second as well. Standy, disgusting shots coming through. Now Uli left in a 1 versus 3.
And Standy getting a revenge with that position like 2Real got the last time they played S&D in this series. Shots beautiful. Yuli is on 5, but unfortunately will not go any further.
Well, here we go. Omit. 1 round away from a winner's bracket final and a date with Team Notorious. Big moment. Top 3 confirmed placement if they can win this round of Search and Destroy. Just 1 more round of Search and Destroy. Well, here we go.
They are on map and series point. The winner's final awaits them. Another RCXD leading the way.
You're gonna have to clear out a beat.
Didn't manage to get bullets on it before it could do any more damage, but does give some information. That's key.
Wonder if it's seen many of them. It's a nervy round. It is the opener. Capsule may well be the tip of the spear. Did he see that player? He would have seen the garage door open. So he knows there's a player there. It doesn't matter. Assault the gunny. Not able to find anything over towards the A side. Just a trade. Well, we'll find out. But now they need to set up. They need maybe just a little bit more than a rush plant. They know they're up against it.
Don't worry, Domit. Facing adversity from both ways here, Ton. You can see they're waiting for the squeeze. They know it's coming. Team War are trying to get in position to hit all at once, and 2Real finds Brack. Spark will find one back here as well, but they are now going to throw every shoulder at him, and they will get this round. Team War stay alive. They do not allow that to slip.
I honestly thought he might have had a chance towards the backside of that clutch. Always tough. Multipliers shooting at you. Even the best find it very, very difficult to deal with. 5-3. Team War finding a way back into this map in particular. After map number 2 and how good they were there, they've just not quite had it at all on this specific map. They're getting very, very aggressive. Team War now. Near out towards the back. Trophy should be there. Again, it's the game of cat and mouse between these two. Which way are we going to go? Where are we going to go? RC rigging out. It looks like it is over towards the A side. You can see they're backed off.
Standy again. Could be the difference. Also keep an eye on Capstone mid-map. That is quite an advanced position. Could be a little bit dangerous.
Kicks in the gear. Capstone. He goes for it.
Gets the Mantle of Doom!
Oh, it's just the 1-for-1 trade. 3v3.
Oh, the Mantle of Doom. Just when you don't want it, you're gonna use this RCXD car to maybe give them some space. Oh, he's using it to deflect the bomb plant. Almost take down a player as well, but they have used that wonderfully. But he is going to pay the price for it because he's trapped in the back here. Stanley, though, finds the second, and that's going to be it. Stanley, all 3. Unbelievable. Gap open because Yuli obviously wasn't watching the flank. He was in the car to get the bomb down, and Omit will win this 6-3 on the S&D, 3-2 in the series, and they will go to the winner's final, Ton.
What a win that is for Omit, considering in map number 2 how that went. They forced their way back into this series 6-3 on the Search and Destroy in the final map as well. Standy with a big round towards the end. 11-4 from him. It's a big, big win for Omit once again. 3-2s all day long. It seems to be these map number 5s are working in their favor. Might be stressful getting there, but they're getting the dub when they do.
Yeah, certainly as well. And I mean, realistically, I mean, you weren't expecting that one side of a kind of a ending S&D. You just felt more comfortable with Omit most of the way through it. They seemed to have it locked down. I mean, big shout out to some of the players on both teams, though. They certainly gave us a game to watch, Ton.
They really did. I think we've kind of had a bit of both here today, haven't we? We've had the 3-0, very convincing series, but then, of course, we've had these close ones. The 2 hard points, pretty comfortable for Omit. Honestly, every single map was comfortable, I would say. Even the 3-2 Hasi under control, I never felt like Team War were going to let that one go. Knew they had the defense, made that work. 3-1 search and destroy, dominant. Dealership search and destroy, pretty comfortable. Both hard points the exact same. So a bit of a strange series, no bomb burner of a finish. But in the end, it does take 5 maps to separate Team War and Omid. But this is now how the bracket is looking after everything has been, well, not necessarily figured out, but this is how we are sitting before we head into tomorrow. Team Notorious against Omid in the winners final. The Stallions against 5 Fierce White. Team War going up against Hatred. Orchid losing their game to 5 Fierce White. That is going to be a stinger. 3-1. The team who win the grand final from European region are not going to make it this time out, but there is another team from Europe that are looking more than likely that they can. Team Notorious up against Omit will be an absolute banger.
I just want to point out that's actually kind of happened to Katana twice, by the way. Yeah. Katana have lost to another top European team who then literally go out the very next round. Last time it was Notorious, this time it's Orchid. So a little bit of interchangeability there in the European scene. But yeah, it's only going to be Notorious flying the flag for Europe, but a lot of good and very, very talented teams still left into this one. We'll find out how it kind of goes through, but who knows, Ton? It's been a bit of a back and forth. The only team that's really kind of looked a bit strong was Notorious.
Yeah, Team Notorious do look like the team to beat, don't they? They're a flawless day pretty much from them. They looked extremely strong. I said, look like the team to beat, but will that be the case tomorrow, Bryce? I'm not sure.
Well, we will find out. That's all for our coverage here on the Open today at Miami. More action tomorrow, though, at a little bit of an earlier time, so you can join us then. But for all, that's all for us. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time.